not yet. Same smug little move, same boring crap. Kill the mood fast, just to feel real big, like anybody there was impressed by it. She rolled her eyes, leaned into the mic, said, okay, cool, now it's on tonight. She's the type that remembers, the type that locks in. Dark Brandon, channel black hoodie, grin. Atheist rage and a short fuse too. And she's real sick of what people do. All the fake nice talk, all the polished lies, all the weak little games dressed up real nice. So when they cut her off, yeah, that was it. Something in her face just flat out switched. It hides in the dark, it feeds on the weak. It loves when you shut up, it dies when you scream. Hey, hey, Gretchen killed the monster. Hey, hey, dragged it out and stomped it. Hey, hey, Gretchen killed the monster. Now everybody sing it louder, louder. Cut me off, I get louder. Shut me down, I go harder. Hey, 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 Gretchen killed the monster. Now she's coming for another. That thing was made out of greed and ride, out of wait your turn and know your spot, out of fake concern and management voice, out of people getting crushed like they had no choice. It had a preacher smile and a rich guy stare, and a fake calm tone like it really cared. Looked all cleaned up, talked all sweet, still smelled like garbage underneath. It lived in the comments, the rules to spin, the back room talk and the suck up grin. Every time somebody got pushed aside, that thing got bigger and fed real nice. But Gretchen saw it, she knew that type, all fake control and all fake hype. So she grabbed her boots and went looking fast, said I'm done letting this crap just pass. It hides in the dark, it feeds on the weak, it smiles when you back down, it dies when you scream. Hey, hey, Gretchen killed the monster. Hey, hey, dragged it out, stomped it. Hey, hey, Gretchen killed the monster. Now everybody sing it louder, louder. Cut me off, I get louder. Shut me down, I go harder. Hey, 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 Gretchen killed the monster. Now she's coming for another. Hey, louder, louder, burn it down. Louder, louder, shake the ground. Louder, louder, don't let up. Kick that thing till it shuts the hell up. She chased it all through the neon glow, through back end junk in the studio smoke, past fake tough guys and clout chasing worms, past every creep that never learns. Then up on a rooftop under bad TV light, she found that thing in the middle of the night. Big dumb teeth and 1,000 hands, like every bad excuse shaped into a man. It said, you can't kill me, I'm always around. She said, yeah, then why you backing down? It swung first hard with its guilt trip crap, that fake deep voice and its little mind game. She ducked, talk trash, then hit it twice. Said, you're literally every reason people snap. Then she drove a boot through its busted chest and ripped out the thing that kept it fed. Cut the mic, I get louder. Shut me down, I go harder. Bought the song, I stay nasty. Try it again, it's getting bad for you. Cut the beat, I go feral. Talk that shit, I get worse though. Fake ass kings and place these morals. Gretchen, take your god to garbage. Hey, hey, Gretchen killed the monster. Hey, hey, dragged it out, stomped it. Hey, hey, Gretchen killed the monster. Now everybody sing it louder, louder. Cut me off, I get louder. Shut me down, I go harder. Hey, 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 Gretchen killed the monster. Now she's coming for another. Hey, 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 Gretchen killed the monster. Hey, hey, dragged it out, stomped it. Hey, hey, Gretchen killed the monster. Now everybody sing it louder, louder. She had a song, they tried to stop it. Now it's stuck, and they can't drop it. One more creep, one more problem. Send Gretchen, she's gonna stomp it.
Okay, ooh, that does not have to be that big. All right, can everyone hear me? Yes, yes. Working? Looks like it is. You killed a rattlesnake. No way, Woogie. Discord's super easy. It's just like using like old school Yahoo chat, only every server is its own like chat room. So. We kill rattlesnakes all the time here, but you know, I do live in the desert, so in fact, those are like the only kind of snakes we get here. Hey, Andy.
What the hell is going on?
Not a whole hell of a lot. Actually, I wasn't going to stream at all because I was in a mood after the Godless Engineer stream today. So.
I didn't see it.
He went into the whole Nanocon drama.
What is it?
The Nanocon drama.
What's Nanocon?
And it's a convention that they have for, you know, the ACA on AXP and all that. And last year some events transpired that has really kind of driven a wedge into the middle of our whole community. You got people taking sides, and I don't know. I don't like it.
Between the atheist community?
Like it. Yeah.
What happened? What divided everybody?
There was a reported sexual assault.
Oh, damn.
At the hotel or something after. And you know, originally they were dealing with the, you know, the authorities and internally, and at some point it became fucking public gossip, basically. I mean, I hadn't heard anything about it until I got a call from one of the two girls that's been publicizing it everywhere. Only she contacted me through a channel called Dark Brandon, which is a political site.
Yeah.
Or political channel that I work for, and she wanted me to do a video about it. She said, well, because I know you're in the atheist community, so I wanted you to know about this. I want you guys to do a video about it. I'm like, I've never even heard of this. I don't know who you are. I don't know who this woman is. I'm like, you gotta show me something. And really, she said she had evidence. It turned out to be an archived Facebook post with everyone chiming in. And then people started doing live streams about it. And
so what's the division over? People condemning him or not?
pretty much. And there's some creators that they're not condemning him, they're not defending him, they just don't want anything to do with it.
Right. That would be me if I was making content. I'd stay out of shit.
Yeah, like I talked to Justin about it, and he was like, I just no, keep that away from me. I have nothing to do with any of that. But Justin's made of magic and Teflon, so he can do whatever he fucking wants. But then there are other creators that are getting tarred by it. You know, like if they do an appearance on AXP, all of a sudden they're bad guys. You know, or, you know, and then there's a couple creators that, I don't know, I don't like that they're picking sides, but they are. And
that's so stupid.
I don't like that they're picking the side that I'm not picking, you know. Well, I'm not really picking one. I just, you know, I told that girl, I'm like, you know, no, that Dark Brandon isn't going to do anything. I said, unless you want to connect me with the victim and let me talk to her myself. She was like, well, no, she really doesn't want to get involved. And I'm like, well, then what are you doing? You're just talking shit then. And I'm like, I'm not about it. And then in the last few months, all this has been blowing up all over again because they're planning the next Nanocon, which is, I think, in like August or something, or July. And now they're bringing it up all over the place, and they've got, you know, Christ before Jesus involved, and now they're dragging Dr. Richard Carrier into it, and which he had nothing to do with it, you know.
Richard Carrier?
Yeah.
He's one of my favorite scholars. I'm surprised to see his name even get brought up.
I guess he had some sort of like complaints for like inappropriate conversation or something. I don't know. If you can go watch Godless Engineer's YouTube stream today, go watch like the first like half an hour, 45 minutes of it. He covers not only all the secular rarity drama with Nancy and all that, and how he was involved and his wife Casey and everything. Yeah, Dr. Kip is also being dragged into it, and that's super fucked up. You know, it's like I said, they're tarring people just for not taking the believe all women no matter what side, you know?
Yeah, that shit pisses me off. I think they should all take a stand against it.
Yeah, even though, you know, she didn't make any actual accusations until like a couple of months after, or weeks after, you know? Some say it was when her husband found out, and some say her sister is doing all of it, but I don't know. But I don't know any of these people, and I'm not going to get dragged into it. And just because I know some shit has been said about me too, because I straight up told Kyle, I'm not going to touch this. And you know what, even if I would want to, I'm not going to put it on a politics fucking channel.
For real.
I'm like, you know, Dark Brandon is about, you know, US and, you know, global politics. We mostly just take shots at MAGA. I'm not gonna drag up a, you know, esoteric sexual assault allegation from a, you know, I'm like, this doesn't belong here. She goes, well, this is why I brought it to you, because I knew you were part of this. And I'm like, I don't care.
Well, when
Like,
when it comes to sexual assault, I feel like if you're not willing to go to the police, you shouldn't bring it up in private ever. You know what I mean?
Well, apparently she did, and the police came to they didn't file charges. The DA didn't think it was prosecutable, so.
Oh.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know what she wanted me to do with it. I mean, I'm sure she wanted me to put it on Dark Brandon and do a video on it, but I mean, who the hell would care there? You know? Most people on that channel, they have no idea what I do with my free time, which is the whole atheist thing, you know? So, no. And I know that pissed Kyle off, and some people have told me that, like, oh, she says you're on the abuser side. I'm like, no, I'm not. I'm not on anyone's side. Just because I didn't want to make, you know, I'm not going to fight to get random gossip on a politics website. That's bullshit. I'm not. That doesn't make me anything. So.
Well, I think that when it comes to that sort of thing, we also need to consider that, like, in the case of it being the truth, the woman is, you know, a victim on a level that we probably can't even understand, you know, going through that. And then in the same regard, if she's making it up, like, that's going to completely ruin that guy's life.
Honestly, after, I mean, I was just like totally staying out of it before. You know, I didn't want to choose sides or get dragged into it at all. But then today was like the first time that John and Casey really, I mean, he actually brought text messages and emails and shit. He brought fucking receipts. And I'm like, and they were talking to Nancy, and she was, I don't know. I don't know. I mean, I'm not involved in it. I wasn't there, and I don't know any of these people. So I'm not going to make any, but I mean, the fact that John chose not to get involved, I mean, he was going to support this woman no matter what. And he told her that. because I saw the text messages, but you know, she's the one that said she came close to cheating on her husband with him. So, and then with the Richard Carrier thing, I think it was because last week, did you happen to notice that Godless Engineer did a stream with Aaron Adair and Carrier? It
No
was all
way, I
three of them.
missed that.
They did a whole like stylometric analysis of the book Christ Before Jesus by Jaron and Matthew, right? And while they were doing that, Jaron and Matthew were on TikTok having a fundraiser of their own, which was like the Richard Carrier Memorial, sexual assault victims fundraiser. And
What?
I had no idea. I was like, what is this about? And they're like, I'm like, Carrier is over on GE's channel. And they're like, shut up. Nobody fucking cares. And I'm like, whoa. I'm like, I'm sorry. Someone said, dude, where's Dr. Carrier? I said, so I thought I would mention it. I'm like, I don't know. I've never watched Christ Before Jesus on TikTok before. I only went in there because Joel was in there. And I was like, okay, I'm gonna fuck off now. See ya. And I had a bunch of people jump at me and I'm like, I have no idea what is going on. I was like, because I asked, I was like, what is this fundraiser about? And everyone told me to shut up. And I'm like, all right, bye.
Okay, that's news to me. No, when you say
And then
Jaron,
I went to GE, and they were just talking about the book, and like legit, that's it. It was him, Adair, and Carrier, all three. They were just talking about the book. And I don't know. I guess they tried to get Jaron involved in it in the stream, but they were told no. And
who's Jaron? Do you mean Flat Earth
Jaron,
Jaron?
no, Jaron is the guy that does the Christ Before Jesus guy.
Okay, I don't think I've heard of him.
Oh, yeah, there's two of them on that channel, and they just wrote a book about the mythicism of Jesus, and so
That's a really good subject. A lot of people are
yeah.
starting to emerge talking about that. I was actually just kind of dabbling with the freak about that yesterday, about how there were
Mhm.
like, more than a dozen messianic figures that were doing things that like were basically exactly what Jesus was doing before Jesus emerged.
Yeah. So, and like Jaron's been on Justin's show and lots of places, I guess, but apparently he and his partner, in the stream, in the book, he and Matthew have chosen a side, and it's definitely Nancy's side. And I don't know. I got a few messages today from people who told me that Joel and Mezzo also have, and I'm like, what? So,
That's a tricky situation. Like
and
I
that,
said, no matter
yeah,
which side, both people will be
that
screwed.
bothered me, and I'm like, wait. They're like, oh yeah, GE got kicked out of Joel and Mezzo's Discord. I'm like, wait, what?
Oh, damn.
I'm like, everybody's fucking falling apart over this high school bullshit. It. I mean, I admit I would take it a lot more seriously if it was the actual victim out there saying, hey, this happened to me, and nobody's fucking listening. But it's not. It's her sister and her friend that are doing it.
Yeah.
And
Yeah, that's
And
sketchy.
they're even part of like the original archived Facebook post that that woman sent me, that Kyle sent me. It even said, you know what, we tried. Nancy has decided not to say anything, and she doesn't want to be involved in it from here going forward. And it's like, well, then why are you guys out here still talking about it?
Right.
You know, what? Believe all women until they ask you to shut the fuck up, and then fuck them? I mean, is that what we're doing? Because that's what it feels like we're doing.
I hate to cast judgment, but it feels like, and I'm trying to put myself in the shoes of a woman and experience going through that. I would think that I would want to prosecute. You know what I mean? If that actually did happen to me, like I would be like trying to get the word out, not like saying, you know, how they say Nancy didn't want to say anything and just let it go. Like, what the fuck? That's a rapist. Like, what are you talking about?
Yeah. Well, by the time I heard about it, it was already like December, and because this like happened in August, I think. And by the time I heard about it from Kyle, it was December, and I'm basically trying to do catch up to see if this is worth doing anything about. And I'm just like, this is a bunch of people I don't know, and I see comments about the victim saying, "I don't want anything to do with this anymore. I'm done." And people are still shopping it to fucking politics YouTube channels. What the fuck is going on here?
Wait, so godless engineer chose the man's side? Is that what you're saying?
No, actually, no, he didn't. He hasn't. He's kind of like he's he's tried to stay friends with Nancy, and that's kind of what he brought today was all of his conversations with her and with the guy she accused. You know, that he was trying. You know, he and his wife Casey were trying to, you know, help them work it out however they needed to, like go to the police, go, you know, I'm gonna do lawyers or whatever. But um from what Kyle told me when she called me at Dark Brandon, she was like, hey, um no, what we want is for secular rarity, for Elliot, I guess his name is, we want him to get fired from AXP. That's
That
that's the scalp, that's the scalp they want, because they've already tried the police and the police did nothing because they said it was not actionable, because she waited, you know, she waited weeks to say anything.
well, I mean, she could still take it to civil court.
She
You
could,
know,
but she's not.
like that's
she
what
just she just wants him fired. That's it.
right. But I mean, like,
She's not
I don't
even
know.
she's not even slapping the ACA with a civil suit. She just wants him gone. So it's like, mm-mm.
Yeah, that's sketchy too.
I mean, the whole thing is, and it's like it's all being told through gossip and Facebook posts and innuendo and people's live streams, and then now it's like everybody's drawing lines and everybody go to one side or the other, and it's like most of us are just in the middle. We don't know shit about it. We don't want anything to do with it.
Right. So I
But
mean, you have information that she was.
we're about to watch our community get fucking torn apart over it.
Oh,
You
it'll come
know,
back around. People will forget about it eventually. But I just think from a
here's
neutral
hoping.
standpoint, only hearing about this stuff now, we have, alleged reports of this girl flirting, and then we have her waiting months to even mention it. Then we have her not willing to pursue a civil case, and then now it's just her also saying that she doesn't even want to get involved. So like all those things together makes it seem really sketchy from her side.
And none of that is even mentions the podcast that they do together, the two girls and the friend, you know, the Apostate Sisters podcast. And it kind of looks like the sister and the friend are just trying to make a big deal out of it to get, clout or attention, I guess. I mean, that's just my take. I don't know that's what I landed on when I was looking into it. Because I didn't know any of these people involved, and I was just combing through it all, and the only thing I could think of was to call Nitty, because I knew Nitty and I know I could trust what he, had to say. And he knew all about it, and he gave me his take on it. And he's like, "Yeah, I think you landed in the right place." So I'm like, "Okay, I'm just going to leave it and just pretend I never even looked over there, because I don't know if they're still pursuing shit. I don't know what's going on. So I'm not going to get involved in any legal shit, especially if I don't know anybody and can't do anything about it." So, and then over the last few weeks, all of a sudden, they started making noise about it again. I started seeing like live streams with titles, 120 days to NanoCon.
Damn. Watch there be a big brawl or something. There probably will be.
Well, I mean, it's like there are live streams where anybody who they feel is protecting Elliot, they call them the flying monkeys. I mean, they're straight up just fucking dragging them.
Why do I know that name? Elliot. Like, I hear people talk about Elliot often, but I don't think I can put a face to it.
Do you ever watch Secular or AXP?
Here and there. When
He's
Justin's
one
on,
of
usually I'll watch.
oh, he's one of the hosts. He's got like long dark hair, kind of a younger guy, I guess about 30s or something.
Okay. I think I do know who you're
He,
talking
he
about.
goes by the name Secular Rarity.
Okay.
So, but I guess his name is Elliot. So, um, Seth, it can be a political debate, or it can be a religious debate.
Yeah. Or anything. Let's debate
Mhm.
about which type of cats are the cutest. I vote the orange and white one.
You can come up and debate if you want. We can even debate whether seafood is nasty or, edible.
It's
Whatever.
nasty.
It is nasty. It's gross.
I hate it. Some people eat it all the time, and they like choose it they choose it when they go to restaurants and shit. I'm like, what in the fuck is wrong with you? I
I
will
never
take a
eat it.
burger or some chicken any day.
Yeah. I think I stopped eating seafood when I was a teenager. And which is why, every once in a while, if you ever see any like super chats that I'm like threatening Justin, it's because when we had the Cali meetup a couple days later, we went out and they decided we were going to have sushi for dinner, and
Ugh.
they all kind of like picked at me until I ate a piece of sushi. So I had to eat a piece of tuna and salmon.
Oh man.
Yeah. So
Was it good?
I'm like, no, it was not. It was nasty. It was fucking gross.
That's what I
Oh
thought.
man.
Like that's what you would
And
think. Of
then
course it's gross.
and then Justin's girlfriend, Carnage, she took a fucking video of me like practically trying not to choke on the fucking salmon. I was like, this is just
Oh, that's awful. My great grandfather was from Russia, and he always ate his fish raw. Like he would go fishing in the lakes in Michigan and fish for like bluegill and sunfish, and he would like fillet them up and eat the meat raw right
Mhm.
there.
Yeah, it's literally anything. If you I pinned the link in the chat, and it's also in the description. You can come up if you want to talk about anything.
Yeah.
So you can be a theist, you can be an atheist. We'll still take your, let you up and talk. That's cool. That's what we're here for. That's the whole point. So normally it ends up being religion, but I mean, hey, so. But I'm more into the politics thing, so that does tend to happen from time to time. So
That's something I'm lacking in. I don't do enough studying with politics, unfortunately.
Yeah, I'm kind of like a wash in it. So, and I actually prefer arguing with MAGA people, um, rather than, because I mean I will do debates, especially like on TikTok and stuff. I'll do debates with like the far left, the socialists, and I'll debate them too because I don't agree with them either. Hey Seth,
Hello,
I'm Gretchen.
nice to meet you. And
You
who's the
too.
other guy?
Hello, I'm Andy. Nice to meet you, Seth.
Nice to meet you. I just like the part that says "Don't be a dirtbag," and I said this is a good place to be. So,
Well,
so yeah.
good. So, where are you
Well,
coming from? Like,
um,
what's your point of view? Are you theist, atheist?
I'm a theist, and
You're a theist. Okay. What
yeah,
flavor?
I'm LDS.
Really?
Yeah.
I was raised LDS. Well, half.
No way, really?
Yeah, I
That's
was.
great.
I say I was. I used to say anyway that I was a born again Mormon because mom's side was Pentecostal, dad's side was Mormon. So they
Oh,
decided to raise us both so we could choose when we got older. And then they got
uh-huh.
divorced when I was 9. So then after that, they started fighting over us. So
Oh, yeah. No, my
we
dad.
just kept we just kept doing both to so they wouldn't fight. It's like
Yeah, yeah.
keep
No,
them
that
both
makes.
happy.
Yeah, my
So
my dad comes from a Jewish background, so.
mm,
I'm still pretty young. I'm 19, not very old, but my father, he comes from a very strict Jewish background. But yeah, there was a
you're
lot
a
of like,
19-year-old Jewish Mormon.
yeah,
That's
exactly.
wild.
Well, my dad left
that's
Judaism, but
that's
yeah,
wild.
but the rest of his family is still very, very Jewish. I like to make a joke. I say that I'm double chosen because if the church is true, then I'm God's chosen, but I'm also part of His covenant people. So no,
Mm.
but yeah.
Well, first off, is it gonna really fucking bother you if I keep saying Mormon?
No,
Okay.
it doesn't bother me. I don't think it
Okay.
bothers anyone, I
Some people
think.
do. Some people do. We've got there's one guy around certain debate streams. His name is From Agony to Light, Alec. He's always
Wow.
there to basically it's because Dallin Oaks says that it's a slur because it was used to persecute our people and blah
Yeah.
blah blah.
I
But
mean,
you
what's
know,
interesting
I
though.
was I was from the Spencer Kimball era of the Mormon church, so
Uh-huh.
and
Uh-huh.
nobody minded being called Mormon.
Yeah, I mean,
So,
he Hinckley tried to um sorry, it's really late. So, but I mean, he did try to make it more normal. Like he had us
mhm,
use that term because it was the term that everyone recognized and it made it more
mhm,
mainstream. So I don't think anyone really has, well, there are some people because of the whole slur thing.
yeah,
But even to that, like, the term Christian is the same way. Like the term Christian is something given to the to members of the old church as a in a way kind of a slur by their persecutors. So I
mhm,
mean, it's kind of the same story. I don't have a problem with it though. It doesn't bother me at all.
yeah. Well, most Christians don't either. So,
Yeah,
and I
I
know
find
you
it weird
you
when people do that.
most Mormons consider themselves Christians anyway. So, you know,
Yeah, 100%. Though I know that a lot of people would disagree with me.
mm, yeah.
So
Well,
what
I
about
won't
you?
because I'm aware of it. But
Mm-hmm.
we're both atheists,
Mm-hmm.
and
So you grew up Pentecostal and kind of
mhm,
LDS. So what's kind of the story there? Like, how did you go from almost a double religion to atheist?
um, I went in the army when I was 18, and I married a Catholic at 19, and I started having kids immediately. And
That's a good Mormon way.
his Catholic family wanted them christened in the Catholic Church, and I said, absolutely fucking not. I'm not Catholic. So we fought about it, and I was like, you know what? I should probably figure out what I am. If I'm going to say no to Catholic, then I should probably figure out what I'm really doing here. And it was the first time I'd ever really read the whole Bible and the whole Book of Mormon, like front to back, cover to cover. And by the time I got through, like 6 months later, I was just an atheist. I was like, none of it's real. It's all fucking fake. And I'm not doing that to my kids at all. So.
Oh no, that's understandable.
And
what about you?
It cost me my husband, but I mean,
Oh, I can
whatever.
imagine. He was
You
like
know.
was he? So he was like a.
He was already cheating on me anyway, so it's fine.
Oh, that is kind of. Yeah, how many kids do you have?
I have 3.
Oh. 3 beautiful children. And so, are any of them religious, or are they also just atheists?
They're all atheists. All 3.
Atheists?
Yeah.
But are they smart atheists? That's the question.
Are they smart atheists?
Yeah.
I like to think so.
Okay, I'll just take your word for it. It's the same thing I'd ask like a Christian. Like, I meet a lot of Catholics who'll say, I'm Catholic, but that's just because that's how they were raised. Like, they never really touched a Bible. But, I mean, I like to know.
Yeah.
That's what I mean. Like,
they've thought about it. There are a lot of people that say, oh, I'm Christian, but really all they are is cultural Christians. They're not, like super believers or anything. I mean, those people are everywhere because, I mean, let's face it, they kind of, growing up in America or probably anywhere in the West, they make it to where that's the only acceptable thing to be, you know?
You see the same thing in Islam. Like you'll find Muslims on the internet that don't know shit about the Quran, but they'll claim that they're a Muslim.
I think I know more than the Quran than some of my Muslim friends.
Yeah.
I talked to some people from Turkey, and so they're Muslim, and I had to read the Quran at one point. I'm not gonna promise that I read it. I didn't like read it in depth, but I went over it. So, but yeah, you said your name is what, Anthony?
Andy.
Andy, sorry about that, Andy. And what about you? Like, what's your story?
How I came to be an atheist, you mean?
Yeah, or were you born that way and then you just stuck with that, or?
No,
he knows
I
the
was
Bible way too well for that.
Yeah, I grew up a Christian. I grew up in a really devout Christian household. One half of my family was Christian, the other half was Orthodox Jewish. And so I chose the Christian route as a young kid. Went to church twice a week, communion, the church band, vacation Bible school, ministry work, everything, until I was about 26. And I began to take an interest in the like the other people groups that are mentioned in the Old Testament, like the Amorites and the Hittites and the Egyptians and the Babylonians and stuff. And through reading about because I wanted to learn about their gods, these evil gods that the Bible talks about. Basically, like that was my whole thing. Like I just wanted to understand. Right, exactly. All of the other gods, basically. And so through learning about those other gods and reading the other mythologies, I started to realize that not only were these other mythologies fake, like fictional stories, but that the Bible was the same thing.
Okay, and that's respectable. I come from I'll let you know, like, I have a very untraditional view on like the LDS side, so I just want to make sure I say that because I don't want to be like representative.
Are you FLDS or what?
No, I'm just normal. I'm just normal classical LDS, but what I am is
Okay.
I'm more progressive. So, for example, I think like I don't believe in Noah's flood. When culturally so,
Okay.
lots of LDS people would believe in Noah's flood or like the Tower of Babel being the origin of language. I disagree, which is really important, as you would know, to like the claim of the Book of Mormon, because
Mm-hmm.
that has to be historical for the Jaredites, stuff like that. So
Yeah.
I have
Where
different
do you
views.
land on the young Earth, old Earth thing?
I am very opposite. So my goal is to become a cosmologist slash or astrophysicist. I'm
Oh, so
studying
you can't be a
mathematics.
young Earth creationist, huh?
I debate young Earth creationists quite
Oh,
often.
right on.
So I've
Right
been
on.
used to the whole like hard debate stuff, but that's why I was really this is
You
why
ever get
this
in? You ever get into the flat Earth shit? You ever debate any of those people?
no. Well, actually,
No.
I have an uncle who is a flat earther, and it's so disappointing to me.
Yeah,
The
That's
way
rough.
the way that they argue it, I cannot I can't like I can kind of see why, except for let me put it this way so I can say this as kindly as possible. I understand believing in a flat earth if
Mm-hmm.
you're reading the Bible very specifically where it says like the circle of the earth and you're like "Ah, it's a circle." But that's with this but that's also I only think it would be like any sort of fine to believe in the
Mm-hmm.
flat earth if we had no evidence against it,
Yeah.
right? As soon as you add all the evidence, like us landing on the moon, for example, and taking pictures from
Yeah.
space, as soon as you have evidence against something, I think that that's when it's no longer okay to believe in.
Honestly, I don't. I know that most that like probably upwards of 90% of all flat earthers are Christians. I know that. Um,
I would just
Yeah.
and
take a guess,
I
and
know
yeah,
it's really easy to think that, oh, well, it all comes from the Bible, but I don't really think it does.
Me neither.
I think that everything that's in the Bible about a flat earth is just secondary. I think it's just
hmm
another thing for them to point to because,
I don't
they're
think it even
cultural
says it.
Christians.
yeah.
Huh?
The Bible
I
doesn't
don't think
mention
it even
the name of
says.
the.
I don't think it even says the Earth is flat in the Bible. I think it's a misinterpretation.
Yeah, it's just when they
Yeah,
say
I think so
face of the earth
too.
because it like
Because
circles.
listen to this. When they call it a circle, that's what they also called the sun and the moon. And
Yeah.
Hmm.
it's apparent by looking at the moon that it's a sphere because of the shadows that are cast on it. Like you can just look at the moon and realize that it's a sphere. And so if they're calling the moon a circle and they're
Hmm.
calling the earth a circle as well, they're probably saying that it's a sphere with that language, I
Yeah,
Yeah.
think.
it's really
And I
important.
just I honestly, I think that it's just you've got a bunch of cultural Christians that are like conspiracy brained, and it's like the same kind of people that get sucked into QAnon and end up being super Christian that way. And I think the shit in the Bible that other flat earthers are telling them that this is where it comes from, that that's a secondary thing. I think they already believed that the earth was flat because they have access to like super secret information, like,
Yeah,
hey, they're special
Yeah,
because they know something the rest of us don't know. And it's
that's
just
it
the
right there.
same. Yeah, it's the same way people got sucked into QAnon and all that other shit. It's
yeah.
just, and I don't really think it came from the Bible, but I mean, I do see the passages where
Quite
you know
honestly, I don't even
they
need to see the statistic. I could just, you could just say whatever. You can make up a statistic and be like, 90% of them are Christian, or and I would already believe it. Like, it's just, I find that like
that is just from the ones I've seen online. I mean, because I'm a moderator for Dr. Blitz, And I've been watching his flat Earth debates forever. It's just
No. Oh,
that's my favorite day of the week is Mondays, man. It used to
I
be
think that
Fridays. Now it's Mondays. That was my favorite. I never miss Mondays if I can avoid it. You know, it's like
modern Christian flat earthers, in a very kind way, is like it's like a smudge on Christianity. I'm like, oh no, we
mhm.
gotta flip that away. Like, ugh.
Yeah. And there's a lot of times that like Bliss will do like he'll debate atheists or he'll debate all kinds of theists on Fridays, you know. And
Mhm.
a lot of them are the same ones that showed up on Monday to fight him on flat Earth. And he'll get a lot of repeats as coming back as theists. I mean, it's not just Christians either. A lot of these flat earthers are Muslim too. I mean,
Yeah,
I believe
yeah.
it.
I just
And
can't see it. Like, even if I wanted to believe in the flat Earth, I couldn't. It's like saying, "Can you believe in Superman?" And I just can't. Like, it's impossible to me. But
well, see, that's where we are with God and
I was
Jesus.
just gonna say that. I was literally gonna say like that's how I feel. That's the God of the Bible for me.
Yeah. It's like, you might as well be saying that Aquaman's a real thing.
Whoa, I'm feeling a little attacked right now. No, I'm kidding. I've been in the hot spot for too long to feel attacked. So, no, I mean, I obviously would disagree. I think that there is, I think that there's
Obviously.
reason to believe, not that there's necessarily a 100% proof, because I don't think, I mean, you guys have been Christian before. That's part of the claim is that there's no
Hmm.
100% proof. But I think that there were ways, like, hold on, I'm just trying to think real quick. So, I guess I'll put it this way. When we talk about like logic and rationale, there
Hmm.
is ways to demonstrate how supernatural belief can even be rational, and because it's about
Hmm.
conclusion. Now, there's no way to 100% prove a god, but I don't think that it's
Right.
irrational to believe in a god. You
Well,
know?
to be specific, a God is a different question. I'm specifically talking about the God of the Bible.
Yeah, and that's what I was about to say.
Hmm.
So, like, for example, if there is a god or multiple gods, then the question is, well, is there one or multiple, or there's another metric to then determine that. And I have a different way of approaching that.
Hmm.
I've myself have visited many churches. I've dedicated a lot of my time to trying to understand different perspectives, even outside of like the Christian sphere. For example, like I said, my father comes from a Jewish background, so we've looked into that. I've looked into Chinese Buddhism and Japanese Buddhism. I have some Hindi friends, sorry. Um, and then there was like one more that I'm spacing. So, oh, and Islam, obviously. But
Hmm.
I think that for me, and some people might just say that it's because I'm comfortable with LDS why I still stick with it, but I just think that it makes the most sense to me.
Well, it
And
would because
after,
it's what you were raised with. So it's always going to make the most sense to you, you know?
Well, my question
maybe,
would be like, why would you think that any of them are true? You know what I mean? If why would
yeah,
any of these ancient religions be true?
yeah, and that's a
Are
good.
you actually I don't mean to cut you off, but I'm really curious to ask like the more you study cosmology, are you starting to kind of feel like maybe there's might be a little doubt in there?
Actually, it's kind of the opposite. I
Really?
I get more doubt. So I come from a very diverse interest
Mhm.
background. Anyway, when it comes to something like cosmology and the universe, I always feel at
Right.
wonder, right? And
Mhm.
I don't think that being at this, I don't think that that would deter me from that. I find more doubt in history as well as philosophy. So
Yep.
Really?
as I learned more about history and philosophy, because philosophy teaches you like logic, right?
Right.
And so I remember when I was doing Logic 101, I remember thinking about, for example, general Christianity, like creedal Christianity. And there's an immediate contradiction, big contradiction at the heart of it that I really struggle with if I wanted to accept that. So I always say if I wasn't LDS, I'd be atheist. Right? Because at the heart of creedal Christianity, I see,
That makes sense to me.
yeah, it's like you're claiming to be God, this maximal God that can do anything, but then you're saying that there are things that have to be, but God made those things necessary. And you're also saying that God created people to go to hell. I can't, I
Yeah.
could not accept that, right?
Well,
Morally.
also you have to consider that God, like when he created each individual, he knows everything that they'll ever do. You know, every
Yeah.
pedophile that's ever lived, he knows that they're going to do that and chooses to create them anyway. Like just
Mhm.
basically creating them to be damned.
Yeah. And so I think that, like, in a creedal Christian sense, I just could not do that. I could not get myself to believe it. So actually, funny, like, quick background on me. I actually wrestled with the atheist question before. I used to plan on how I was going to break it to my parents. And there was a time where I just genuinely didn't believe, but
Yeah.
I wanted to believe. And that mainly came. There's a famous quote that I love, and that's, a lot of atheists are not atheists because they haven't read the Bible. It's because they have read it.
Yeah.
And I think that for me, that was kind of true for a while. But I also felt like part of it was when my worldview kind of was shaken and shattered with new information. I don't really know what's stable at that point.
What
You
was
know,
the new information?
for example, so I've been learning Hebrew for a little bit, and I was reading in Genesis. And when you read Genesis, you have the word tehom, which is a cognate to the Unicode word,
Tiamat.
Tiamat, the god in Babylon, right? One of
Yeah.
the
Means
gods in
the deep.
Babylon. Yeah. And
It's
then
a
when you read,
reference to Tiamat, though. I just wanted to
yeah,
say, like in the Bible, they're talking about Tiamat when they
yeah,
say
like in
Tehom.
Job 7:12, he literally mentions Tiamat, right? Basically. But yeah, so
Yeah.
I'm looking at that, and it was really confusing in the King James Bible because that was translated in the 1600s, and that's before we discovered all this stuff in the 1930s, or well,
Exactly.
1920, I think. So it's like, how would they translated it as whales and ocean, basically. But when you read
Mm-hmm.
it in Hebrew and understanding Assyriology, we're able to actually understand what it's saying. We know the context now. So one question I like to pose to people is like, if you read the if you have to read the Old Testament for the New Testament to understand the New Testament, what do you have to understand? What do you have to read to understand the Old Testament? And that's the context of Babylon, the context of, I guess, Assyria in general, and all the other civilizations around them. But
You
yeah,
know, that's a funny problem you brought up, though, is that like modern Christians will do the exact opposite. They think that the New Testament is the context for the Old Testament.
yeah, no, it's that's ridiculous.
You know,
I'll be right
one
back,
other
guys.
thing I wanted to bring.
I'm gonna run. Andy, you got this. I'm gonna run to the restroom real quick.
Yeah, go
Okay.
ahead.
Okay.
One other thing I wanted to bring up is like the same thing
Sorry, I
applies.
can't
So
hear
like,
you now.
you can't hear me?
I still can't hear you. When she left it muted.
How about
Can you hear me
that?
now?
Yeah, I can hear you now.
Okay, so one other interesting thing about the Old Testament in Hebrew is that so like there was a bunch of gods up throughout Canaan, obviously, and the gods were just the personification of natural forces. You know what I mean? There was a god that was the storms, there was a god that was famine, death, everything.
Yeah.
And so well, those forces are still mentioned by the names of the god in the Bible, like the Hebrew word for water, or I'm
Mhm.
sorry, for Yeah, for water, or like the sea is Yam, and like Yam is like the chaotic god of the sea in Mesopotamian and ancient
Yeah,
Canaanite
or it
mythology.
can. I'm pretty sure it can also reference the. If I remember this correctly, you can correct me if I'm wrong. But doesn't it also reference the kind of like the chaotic gods of Babylon under Tiamat?
Well, Yam is the Canaanite version of Tiamat. So in Mesopotamian mythology, it's Tiamat that summons the flood as like a
Uh-huh.
punishment. But once it makes its way to Canaanite mythology, we have Yam summoning Leviathan or
Okay.
Lotan. I guess
Because
before the Bible, it was called Lotan.
yeah, because I know that Leviathan is brought up in the Bible.
Hmm. Yeah, Leviathan is a pre-biblical concept. It's the
Yeah.
seven-headed sea dragon that represents chaos, defeated by the storm god with lightning weaponry. Like that's a whole that
Yeah.
existed all the way across the ancient Near East and ancient Canaan for like probably
Mm-hmm.
I don't know 1,500 years before the Bible was even penned.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. See, but yeah, like I was saying, for me, my worldview was kind of changed when I'm a big believer in what Galileo said. Galileo talked about how when we discover something and it's seemingly contrary to the Bible, maybe it's not contrary to the Bible, but it's merely our interpretation of it. And that's kind of how I view a lot of things. Um, but yeah, but anyway, going back to like the worldview, it really changed when like I read stuff like that in Hebrew and kind of realized that. Then I would look into the scholarship and I would just realize like, oh, this is clearly a response, or maybe not as clear, but it seems to be a response to the Illumina Elish in Babylon, um, which changed my perception of Genesis, which also changed my perception of things like the story of Adam and Eve, because before I was a very literal believer of that, right? Versus now, I would say it's much more um, poetic, more of a book of just theology and ideas rather than like a historical account.
Yeah,
Um,
I agree.
and then
Some of it's extremely historical, but for the most part, you nailed it. It
yeah,
wasn't never intended to be historical. I don't think originally.
yeah, no, and then you hit the. But then that brings me
But
to
the
the
Book
flood,
of
which
Mormon, on the other hand, kind of does.
the
Yeah,
Book of Mormon is claimed to is more. I guess the genre is more of just history, right?
yep.
Yeah.
So,
And how do you get around that?
oh, we can talk about that. That's a really good question, though. So,
All right. Well, then hold on a second.
but yeah. Anyway, but then like I read the story of Noah in Hebrew, and it says that the waters come from Tehom,
Yep.
and the fountains of the deep, right? The deep being Tehom, and I'm like, well, we know that that's not around like space is not an ocean, and if that's a cognate to Tiamat, then the water couldn't have actually come into the world.
Well, ask yourself too, like why are Hebrews using Akkadian cognates?
Yeah,
Where did they get that from?
yeah. Well, I think they probably lived in Babylon for a while. I don't know,
Exactly.
something like that. They probably were listening to the Babylonian creation myths.
Yep.
Was it once a week or once a month? I can't remember.
Once a year during the Akitu festival, they read the Enuma Elish in the temple.
Yeah, this guy's much more knowledgeable than I am. He knows it like by the date. I just know it. I know it at like a general level
Told
for
ya.
sure. But yeah, um, but yeah. So that as you can see, like as I have learned more about this, obviously my perception has to change because what I find to be true in my life when I talk to members of my family, like I have inner conflict with my family because they don't agree with me or stuff like that. But like something I notice is that when I talk to members, they'll just deny things. Like they just reject evidence for like the smallest piece of evidence on their side.
Oh yeah, I've been
So
there.
I'm like, I can't understand that, because what they're basically doing is like, if we found Atlantis tomorrow, and this is the example I like to give them, like if we found Atlantis tomorrow, and we figured out that magic is actually real, then I'm pretty sure we wouldn't be saying, you know, this Atlantis can't be real, because it would go contrary to our idea of the Bible. I'm pretty sure we'd be sitting down and thinking, huh, how did we misunderstand this, or how can we understand this better, or whatever. But as soon as you bring
Well, I
up
don't
like
know.
fossil
If we find out that magic is real, that changes all the calculus.
everything, yeah,
You know.
that would change everything. But yeah, so I guess to make it all simple, I still believe in God just because I feel like it makes the most sense to me. And I'm 19. Who knows? One day I might change my mind. Maybe I won't. But
Well,
right
what
now
I
it
was
makes
going to say about that is that like I've been studying the Bible almost daily for like 30 years, and my views on the Bible are still changing.
yeah. I mean,
So,
it changes. It has to be progressive change as we
yeah.
understand more and more. So, but
Yeah,
I like to.
definitely. I think that like reading the ancient Mesopotamian and ancient Canaanite, ancient Egyptian, ancient Greek texts are the best way to understand the Bible.
Hmm. I
What,
think that.
what produced that culture?
Yeah, I think that right now, for me, like where I'm at, is a lot of this change has happened within the last few years. Like because I'm still so young, but I would say within the
Mhm.
last year or two, I've really learned about the older traditions and context of the Bible, as I managed to actually find good scholarship. And then I made it like a goal of mine to speak to scholars. So I just hunt them down wherever I can and get their opinions on things. And so, but for me, it's like there are still some things that I'm still trying to understand. And I think that it's where I don't know, where I don't understand things fully, that I have the most doubt. And that's why I was
I
saying, like, that's why I think that understanding history more, and also understanding, like, and also taking philosophy, stuff like that, has caused more doubt than something like cosmology.
agree. Are there any questions that you have about the Bible that you think are like mysterious?
Yeah, if you got Andy here, I mean,
I don't know everything, but like I've definitely
he
given it a
doesn't
lot
know
of thought.
everything, but
So I guess we could talk
I'd
about.
put you up against Justin any day, Andy, honestly.
I don't even know who Justin is.
Oh yeah, you
But
ever heard of a channel called Deconstruction Zone?
no.
Oh, well,
But I think it
we'll
would
have
be
to
fun
hook
to
you
talk
up.
about a few things then related to the Bible. Um, for example, one thing I'd be curious to hear your opinion on is the idea of Moses being given the Deuteronomy laws, because I also
Mhm.
understand that it was discovered supposedly by King Josiah or some of his people in Second Kings, or during 630 BC, roughly.
Well, maybe. It just says that he found a book of laws. It doesn't really specify.
Yeah, and then we presume it to be Deuteronomy.
Yeah,
But that also happened during the Deuteromistic reform, right? Because that's also when the South Kingdom started to um, edit and update things to
hmm
also uh, to also cut out more of the Northern Kingdom's beliefs, because they thought they were all heretics.
exactly.
So, one thing that I find that I've been thinking about more lately is this exact question: is just, what does it mean to be inspired? Like, if it is inspired, then what does that mean? And was it given to Moses? Because there is a question of if Moses was even a person. As a Christian, I just accept
Exactly, yeah.
So,
Yeah, I don't think he was a real person myself. I think that Moses emerged probably in the late Persian or Hellenistic period.
I just know that the only
Yeah.
real evidence that we are aware of for Moses is the name that we found inscribed, and Moses' name being of Egyptian.
Right, that Egyptian thing, but it's like it's not actually the name of Moses or whatever. That's like one of those. It's not something that I'm familiar with enough to elaborate on, but from what I understand, like that's another one of those like Christian misrepresentations where they lie about the evidence to make it seem like it's something that it wasn't.
Well, that one, I actually don't think so. I think that one is, and maybe I'll have to look it up again, but I'm pretty sure that one was just because if I remember, I was talking to, I forget who I was talking to. I can't remember which. I talked to a few historians, and I can't remember which one it was because they're from different backgrounds. Like I know one from the LDS background, some from other Christian backgrounds, and then I just look at some who just aren't Christian at all. But I can't remember.
Mhm.
So, but anyway, yeah. What do you think about that, just in general?
Well, so okay, so for instance, have you ever heard of Elephantine?
Of what?
Elephantine?
Elephantine? No.
Yeah, it's like an island on the Nile in Egypt, in southern Egypt.
Oh,
And
okay. Actually, I do know about that.
okay, so like during the exile, right when the exile was about to happen and the Babylonians were starting to take over across Canaan, a giant group of Jews from Jerusalem, I think like half the population or something, like moved down to Elephantine in Egypt and started like just their own Jewish cult down there to be safe from the Babylonians because Babylon wouldn't dare go into Egypt. And
Mm-hmm.
so we have hundreds of years of writings from the Elephantine Jews that lived there during the Babylonian and Persian period, and they never mention Moses one time.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, no, that is interesting. But so you the Deuteronomy laws just the code of Hammurabi then, right?
Yeah, they're definitely derived from the Code of Hammurabi, and I think that they didn't even know about the Code of Hammurabi until they were exiled into Babylon.
That one.
So I think that Moses, the laws, all of that sort of narrative portion of the Torah is
Absolutely.
is post-Babylonian exile material. A lot of it being like Persian and Hellenistic.
So, what is your view of the Bible?
Well, so I think the Bible started out probably around the time of Isaiah. Like before that, there was definitely a cult. Like the Israelites were a people before that, but like we don't. So, for instance, we have a cult existing, the Israelites, right? They're existing. We know that they were around from like at least the year 1200 because the Egyptian pharaoh Merneptah mentions coming in and destroying the Israelites in the year 1200. So the Israelites were there for at least until 1200, but we have no mention of Yahweh until the middle of the 800s, so like 400 years later. And the funny thing about that is not only do we have a bunch of inscriptions from Israelites before 800, but we have the first two Yahweh inscriptions that mention Yahweh appear within 10 years of each other in the middle of the 800s, and then after that mentions of Yahweh are consistent forever. So
Wait,
that leads me to believe that Yahweh wasn't even in the picture until the middle of the 800s, and that the original Israelites were worshiping other gods before that. And that,
well, they were
like,
polytheistic, but I thought that the kingdom of Israel was established roughly in 1000, roughly, right?
well, the kingdom, yeah, that's when David
And
became king.
so,
The Israelites, Israel was already a nation before that.
mhm. And I was under the impression that it was shortly after that they were Like they already had an idea of Yahweh by then. That's what I thought.
That's what it says in the Bible, but we don't. The archaeology does not support that. That's what I mean. We have a 400-year gap of Israelites living in
In
Israel with
Egypt.
no mention of Yahweh. And then when Yahweh does pop up 400 years later, we have consistent mentions of Yahweh from then on.
Okay, so you're saying that since there's the lack of archaeology, you don't think that they wait, hold on, sorry. So you don't think that Yahweh was a concept until 800 BC?
Yeah, until the middle of the 800s, exactly. I think that they were worshiping Hadad, Baal Hadad. I think that was their patron deity before that. And then in the middle of the 800s, they renamed Baal to Yahweh.
Mm-hmm. And I think,
like Evan says, got to
honestly,
keep in mind that kingdom in this context means a collection of small towns. It's more of a people group than a kingdom or a nation.
Yeah, like what we think of as a kingdom, we're thinking of like the Middle Ages with like hundreds of
no, we're
thousands of
not.
people, and like this was a very rough idea of what you would call a kingdom. It's a small cult with a leader.
Mm-hmm. So I find that interesting because I guess I've never actually looked at that. Like I know about other god inscriptions. Like we have pottery from the Israelites where they are talking about other gods or
Hmm.
other ideas that date further back than 800 BC. So I already knew that they had gods even when they believed in Yahweh. I mean, that's part of the reason why the Southern Kingdom thought that the Northern Kingdom were just heretics because
The southern kingdom of Judah was also worshiping other gods.
yeah, didn't so when did the Southern Kingdom, I actually don't know this. When did the Southern Kingdom stop worshiping? Because I know that they switched to strict monotheism around the Deuteromistic reform.
Yeah, that's when it happened during
So it just happened during
Josiah and Hezekiah's reforms.
hmm And so during that time, that's when it okay. So then I did know that apparently, yeah.
Yeah, prior to that, Judaism was polytheistic to its core.
hmm But Judaism was established like as a religion. Was it in the 700s like 700s, or was it during the Deuteromistic reform? Do you know?
Well, so Judaism is a complicated term. So because what happened was that the kingdom divided from Judah and Israel. Israel in the north, Judah in the south. Israel gets taken by the Assyrians. They're all gone. It's just Judah and Benjamin now. Benjamin gets absorbed by Judah. Now it's just Judah. And
hmm
oh shoot, I forgot your question.
Oh, my question was basically, when do you think Judaism really was
Oh,
established?
right. So anyway, after Assyria came in and wiped out Israel, and then Judah absorbed Benjamin, it was just Judah. Then the Judahites got exiled into Babylon. And when they got exiled to Babylon, the Akkadian speaking Babylonians were referring to the people from Judah as, because Judah, as you probably know, in Hebrew is pronounced Yehudah. And so they were calling people from Judah Yehudim. And then Yehudim was eventually just shortened to Yehud and then just you or Jew. And so it really just Jewish just means, from the tribe of Judah. But
Yeah,
like, so
but like
the
the
religion is
religion.
like Yahwism, basically, like the laws
Uh-huh.
given to the Israelites. Judah just happens to be the last surviving tribe, so we call it Judaism, but it's really like Israelism.
Okay, so you would say, as a rough estimate, like maybe 650.
No, I think that it existed long before. I mean, okay, so are we talking like in the Bible or like in real life?
Like in real life, traceability wise, I'm talking about like a distinction. For example, the Northern Kingdom and Southern Kingdom had very similar beliefs for a little
Hmm.
while. Then they had a split, and then it started becoming more and more distinct. But when do you think I know that it's almost like a paradox of like the heap of sand. So I'm not asking for like an exact
Yeah,
whatever. But like, if you had to give a rough estimate of when we could call it a distinct religion at that point from the Northern Kingdom belief.
Well, so when they split, nothing changed. You know what I mean? Like Judah and Israel both continued to worship other gods. Even like, for instance, during the time of Isaiah, but like this is 200 years after the split, King Ahaz is sacrificing his son to other gods,
Mm-hmm.
and it happens all the way up until they're exiled. They never stopped. It was only, and I think that what happened was after they went. So we're talking real life here. Like after they were exiled to Babylon, and then the Persians came in and laid waste to the Babylonians. Basically, actually, it was without battle. They came in and took over Babylon, freed the Jews. Jews went back to the temple, or Jerusalem, rebuilt the temple. And I think at that point, after they rebuilt the second temple, is when the Torah was written. The narrative portions of the Torah where the laws are given and all of that. That's when the Torah was written, in like the 400s.
Mm-hmm.
And
Okay.
that's when Judaism emerged, like proper Judaism as we know it.
Mm-hmm. Well, sweet, thank you. Before I leave, because right now we're just having like nice conversation, I would like to, I guess, do like a test debate with you, if that's okay,
Sure.
on a specific topic.
All right.
So, I had a conversation not too long ago with a man who basically believed that God hates women. So, and obviously, a lot of the things that were brought up were like Deuteronomy and some Leviticus things. How
Yeah.
familiar are you with Jewish legal systems?
Really familiar. And
Okay.
I can tell you right off the bat that God doesn't hate women.
Mhm.
But the problem is that God doesn't value women. Women are not equal to, like, women are equal to goats, basically,
Women
in the
are
Bible.
property.
Exactly. Women and children are literally livestock in the Bible.
Mhm. Yeah, I mean culturally, so yeah. I'd like to debate you, and I'm going to assume like a full, just like Christian, whatever. And I just want to kind of argue the side that God doesn't hate women at all. And I just want to see where this kind of goes. I might be destroyed, who knows, because this guy seems to be much, much, much more knowledgeable about this stuff than me. I don't think my Jewish background is really going to help much.
Well, I don't hold that position, to be fair. Like, I don't think that God hates women. I will entertain it for the
Nor do I.
conversation, though.
I need you to play devil's advocate.
Okay.
Okay. I want you to destroy me, basically. I really do. That way I can be like, why the heck did I get destroyed? You know?
All right. I'll try.
Okay. So, why do you think God hates women?
God hates women because he doesn't give them full autonomy like he gives them to men.
Okay. And can you give me like an example of what you mean?
So like women are women are subjected to, punishment by death for sexual crimes when men aren't. Men are given rights that women are not given, but they're both equal humans mentally.
So, I mean, I understand it oppositely. I see how, yes, it's a patriarchal society in the sense that a lot of women are given more rights, I would say, than other neighboring nations.
Yeah,
Would you
I
agree
agree
with
with
that?
that.
Okay.
Uh-huh.
Okay, I have
So
a
women are
question.
given, yeah.
If that's the case in the slavery laws, then why are girls allowed to be sold into lifelong slavery even if they are Israelites, but the boys aren't?
Aren't men always in slavery?
No,
No.
I don't think I understood the question. Could you say that one more time?
sex slavery, she means, like marriage
Oh,
is slavery.
sex.
Mhm.
Marriage is a
Okay.
Well,
form of slavery.
I also mean that even, in the slavery laws where you can buy slaves from, the your neighbor or from people around you just as long as it's not an Israelite. Except if an Israelite man wants to sell his daughter to you, She doesn't get to go out after 6 years after Jubilee. She doesn't.
Right.
She's a slave for life, whether it's a sex slave or, you know, a servant or whatever. She's in it forever.
Against their will.
Yeah, the Jubilee, the time limit, and setting them out with money, that only applies to Israelite men. It never applied to any female.
Unless we inherit the
So
estate.
a slave
yeah.
can't inherit an estate. If your father sells
Oh
you
yeah,
as a
the slave,
slave,
yeah.
you don't
But
ever
I'm
get to
saying like
inherit
the women,
anything.
no, the daughters. But yeah, I would just argue that would be uninspired, and inspired doesn't mean perfect. For example, in Matthew 19:8, the context of that is the people are coming up to Jesus and saying, "What about the divorce laws?" And Jesus
Yeah.
says, "Well, God gave Moses a weaker law or a lesser law because of the hardness of their hearts." And that's basically what he said. But what does that tell us? That was a lesser law, and that was out of the mouth of the God that gave it to him.
Well, I mean, from
So
my perspective, Jesus just straight up blasphemed God and changed God's law right there.
you think that, wait, is this like what you actually think, or is this like
Well, I
the
don't think
character?
I doubt Jesus was a real person, and I don't think
Yeah.
that the God of the Bible was real, but I'm saying in the story, God gave the law that you're allowed to make a divorce contract and divorce a woman, and Jesus said you're not allowed to do that. So Jesus literally went against God by saying that.
Yeah, but if we're talking about whether or not God hates women, then it's making the presupposition of the
Yeah.
God. And if that is the case, and we are talking about the God, I guess my God in this case, but if a God of Christianity in general, because I would say we're pretty similar. But if that's the case, and then it's not just a historical question; it's a historical / theological question. So that has to be understood both historically and theologically.
Yeah, I agree.
So, therefore, if the assumption is already that Jesus would be God, then hearing Jesus say that would be
Well, hold
consistent
on.
with the idea that God doesn't hate women.
Right, but Jesus himself says that he's not God.
Yeah, well, as an LDS member, I would say that he's not the Father. So,
Okay,
but I
that's
would
good.
say that as an LDS
Yeah,
member, we believe that
they're not
Jesus is
exactly Trinitarians or anything. So
yeah, we believe he's a God. We just don't believe he's the Father.
Okay, that's actually quite progressive for Christian belief.
well,
Yeah.
yeah, LDS, they don't even think Yahweh is like the only God.
We believe, as like a quick rundown, I'm not sure how familiar you are with Mormonism.
I'm
We
not.
believe in the Godhead, meaning that Jesus Christ, the Holy Spirit, and the Father, they're all different gods, but they act in one purpose.
Do they all have feet?
Do they all have feet? Great question. I know that Jesus and God does, the Father.
This is J Money, by the way. This is
Well, do you think
J
there's
Money.
another God? Do you think there's another God besides Jesus and Yahweh?
Not for us, but for example, we believe in deification. So we believe that we could become gods ourselves.
Yes.
I have an interesting verse for you to read. In fact, I'll
Sure.
just read it for you.
Just read it for me. Probably
Okay,
something
hang
I've
on.
read
I'm
before.
opening up. It's in Deuteronomy. One of my favorite books.
Mm-hmm. Deuteronomy.
So, and if you're reading the King James Version, you're going to have a hard time here. So
I
in
don't have
Deuteronomy 32, it's the Song of Moses, and it talks about this God, the Most High. It calls the God the Most High, and the Hebrew is El Elyon, which is God Most High. But of course, as you probably know, El is also the name of the creator God in ancient Canaan. So you have to keep that in mind. Just like how they're, when they're talking about Yam and Mot, they're actually talking about gods, and and Tehom, like they're actually talking about the god Tiamat. They're talking about the god Yom. So you need to keep that mindset when we see the word El pop up, because El is a
Mhm.
specific figure in ancient Canaan. So anyway, El Elyon is the main character in Deuteronomy 32. It says, "Then Moses recited the words of this song to the very end in the hearing of the whole assembly of Israel. Give ear, O heavens, and I will speak. Let the earth hear the words of my mouth. May my teaching drop like rain, my speech condense like the dew, like gentle rain on the grass, like showers on new growth." Hold on, I'm just going to skip forth. He's just like announcing that he's going to say something. So in verse 8, he finally starts talking, and he says, "When the Most High apportioned the nations, he divided humankind. He, when he divided humankind, he fixed the boundaries of the people
Yeah, wait, wait,
according
wait,
to
wait,
the..."
wait, wait. Just to make sure, sorry to interrupt. Is this the
Mhm.
thing where it's like you have the greater God who's dividing the nations between the gods?
Exactly, yes. So for each nation, a different god gets a different nation, is what this is saying.
Yeah.
El, the god, the high god, El Elyon.
Yeah, we
Um,
believe in something similar. We believe like Heavenly Father. Our Heavenly Father had a Heavenly Father.
Facts, Puggles. I'm
oh wow.
already there. Facts, Puggles. I'm already there.
Okay, you and I are in agreement then.
Yeah,
But
so this is
what
what
I
we're
wanted to
saying.
point out though is that, so in Deuteronomy here, it points out, it shows Yahweh being given the nation of Israel by the god El, right?
Yeah.
But in later translations, this gets changed to they change it to God dividing the land according to the children of Israel instead of the number of the gods. So it doesn't, it changes it from other gods to the children of Israel. They edit out the polytheism from the verse.
Yeah, in the Deuteronomy text.
Exactly. So like if you read the King James version, it'll say the children of Israel instead of the number of the gods.
Yeah, see, we're in agreement there, and I think that's one of the pieces of like evidence. Evidence. I'm not really sure if that's the right word, but that's something I like to bring up with like other Christians. I'm like, really, you say you believe the Bible, but as soon as it doesn't match, it's like anyway. But yeah, we believe that God had a heavenly Father, but Heavenly Father's Father is not our God, right? So we
That's
wouldn't.
that's an
Yeah.
interesting concept, because Jesus thought that the high God, the most high God, was his father. He didn't, I don't think, I'm not 100% sure if he understood Deuteronomy 32, because right around the time of Jesus was the time that you see that start switching from the number of the gods to the number of the sons of Israel. So he might have
Hmm.
been reading the Sons of Israel version. But I do know that Jesus specified that he was worshiping the Most High God, and the demons even called him Son of the Most High God. And Yahweh is not the Most High God.
Hmm. To be fully honest with you, I do not know that to that extent. So
Well,
I'd
so
have to
like in
look
the
at it. I'd
Gospel
have
of
to read
Mark,
the Hebrew. Yeah. So I'd have to go read it in Hebrew, and I'd have to go do that stuff to make sure I fully understand. I just know about like the what you were just talking about, God, the high God dividing the
Mhm.
nations, because it's also very cultural at the time as well. To people like everyone had their own gods, and when you fought, there was like your God fighting their God. So yeah, I'm aware of that. I didn't.
Bro,
I
Mhm.
actually
Kurt,
wasn't
what up,
aware of
man?
that
Kurt,
part
what up?
about Jesus.
I
Yeah,
got
it's
you.
What
in
did
the
you say?
Gospel of Mark. I know for sure. It talks when the demons, when he approaches the demons, and the demons are aware that he's the Son of God. They're aware that he's the Messiah. They know all the secret information about Jesus. And when he approaches the demons, they say, "What have you to do with us, Jesus, Son of the Most High God?"
Mm-hmm. And so
Which is which,
you're saying that in Hebrew refers to the name of like the highest God,
exactly, that would be El. But in
like
later Jewish
Elohim. Yeah.
mythology, so Deuteronomy's that part of Deuteronomy is pre-Deuteronomistic author. Like the Song of Moses way predates the Deuteronomistic
Mm-hmm.
switch. It's one of the ancient parts of the Hebrew Bible. And
Mm-hmm.
so that that was the original. That was the original concept, is that Yahweh was a lesser God. Yahweh was one of what is called the sons of God in the divine council. He's one of the 70 sons of God, with El and Asherah being the husband and wife, creator gods and creator of the universe and father and mother to all the other gods. And that's why it says Yahweh is given the nation of Israel as his inheritance. He's literally getting an inheritance from a higher God. And so when Jesus, when the New Testament depicts Jesus as the Most High God, you would think, okay, it's talking about El. But then in later Jewish mythology, like we see Yahweh being called the creator of the universe, and Yahweh Elyon, like Yahweh Most High. So he's like, Yahweh absorbs those titles that formerly belonged to El.
Yeah. See, that's really interesting. I'll have to look into that more because I was unaware of that. That's brand new information to me. But
Yeah, it's interesting.
That's fascinating.
Like when Yahweh, I'm sorry, not Yahweh, when fucking Abraham meets Melchizedek in the book of Genesis. Melchizedek praises the Most High God. He's a priest of El Elyon, which is the highest God. And Abraham kind of, in the face of Melchizedek, says Yahweh the Most High when he responds back to him. That's like the first time you see it happen.
Yeah, no, that's interesting. I have to look at that too. I'm actually named after Melchizedek, so.
Are you?
Yeah, but there's an old Jewish tradition, legend, I should say, where they believe that Shem, and I don't think this is actually supported because I don't think it makes sense from the time difference between Melchizedek and Shem, but they believe that Shem became Melchizedek as like a Jewish legend. And so when I was
Right.
being named, my almost full name is Seth Hiram Elijah Michel, and then I have a last name, but I won't share that online. But yeah, so Seth Hiram Elijah Michel, and so I'm
Damn.
Seth,
Did you say
son of,
Hiram?
yeah, Seth
Like
after
Hiram of
son
Tyre?
Adam. No, Hiram after Joseph Smith's brother.
Oh, okay. I haven't read that stuff.
Yeah.
Okay.
So Seth, son of Adam, and it's because I'm named after very specific men who had very specific characters. Because my father likes meaning. Because yeah, so Seth, son of Adam, but was also known as a perfect man. Hiram had a very humble character and long suffering. Elijah, the prophet, who literally just burned the armies and made fun of the guys and like, your God's asleep. But also, what's funny is that he's also the prophet who cursed the 42 people and they got mauled by 2 bears. So that's interesting. And then
Elisha?
Mishael, Shadrach, Meshach, and Abednego. But my last name, it starts with S, and so my initials spell Shem.
Oh, that's
And
cool.
yeah, so my initials spell that, and that's a reference to the Jewish legend that Shem is Melchizedek.
Damn, your dad went in.
Yeah, I have a lot of names. And it's pretty like it's
In a
cool to
mouthful.
think about. Yeah, it's cool. Except if I become an atheist, then I'm like, oh, look at how meaningful my name is that I don't believe. But
He's like a descendant of like Constantine, somebody with a crazy name like that, right?
yeah,
That's cool. That's cool though. That's actually
yeah.
cool.
I like my
You can
name.
make a whole story with that. You know what I'm saying? Like a whole.
Yeah, except there's one issue. Like as soon as you have to sign a legal document, it sucks. But yeah, So we believe in mono. I forget the term. It's not monotheism, but monotheism in the sense like we believe that we have a god, but that there are
Henotheism.
where there are other gods. So I can become a god. I'll become a heavenly father over my own children, and so you can basically just view it as like being a parent, and that's really what it is. They're different families.
I know
Unless you have boys, then they get to become their own gods.
Yeah,
know
well, the women
But your
too.
girls, you get to keep. Going back to that God doesn't revere women thing.
Well, but that's actually been that's different. I'm not sure like when, but that was made. There's a distinction, like if you read Abraham. I know that the book of Abraham is somewhat controversial, but there is apparently stuff about that in a lot of church resources. But women, like for example, I could never have my own place if without a wife, and also women have creative power because they also have to be like God, and so they also have to be equal in that sense. So,
But why are there no women goddesses that were in the canonized books? Like why anything that
so Asherah is a female goddess that was believed to be God's wife in the Jewish text, and it is still mentioned as like symbolic, like tree, because it got by in a lot of the edit, but you can find it. If I
Yeah, but
remember, it's like through trees and rods.
it's not in the Bible now though. They don't
I'm
talk
pretty sure
about
it's still in the Bible.
God having the Bible right now. You could get a KJV, and there'll be a verse talking about God having a wife.
Yeah, what I wanted to bring up also is when I said that the first inscriptions that mention Yahweh pop up in the middle of the 800s. One of those two inscriptions is the Kuntalit Ajrud inscription, and it says as Yahweh. It's an image of the god Yahweh, like the body, like a figure, and he's standing there with a consort or a wife, and it says Yahweh of Samaria and his consort Asherah.
Okay, but did Yahweh have feet like a human?
Yes.
Yeah, it talks about his feet in the Bible.
Yeah.
Yeah,
So
like
the culturally so,
physical.
God was believed to have physical features in a body in the older parts of the Old Testament, and that slowly adapted to more of a modern Christian idea where they believe that God is strictly spirit, cannot be understood as a physical whatever. But originally,
Exactly.
they believed that God had a body.
It can't be both, right? It gotta be
Yeah,
one.
well, that's why we believe that modern Christianity messed up when they started introducing Greek mythology into religion. And basically, this
Bingo.
is my argument. My argument is this: you can't take imperfection and another imperfection to come to perfection. You can't do that, right?
Yeah, but
So if you take Greek mythology, which they already believed to be imperfect, and you take their current struggle, which was clearly imperfect because they didn't have a full understanding, and you mixed the two, I just don't see how that could ever logically get you a perfect understanding of God or whatever. Like you can't get to
they
that.
Well,
can't.
did you know that the New Testament employs Greek mythological themes?
The New Testament, yeah. Well, that's kind of where they are. So a lot of people.
Like they're taking mythological stories from Greek mythology and
Yeah.
applying them to Jesus's life. Like the Gospel of Mark does it, the Gospel of John does it.
Mm-hmm. Can you give me an example of that just to make sure? Of like
So in the
what
Gospel of
kind of Greek
John,
mythology we're talking about?
yeah.
Because I
So
know that
like
there are like parallels drawn.
yeah, it's more than
But
just parallels. So like all across the Greek world, and also of course Judea, because the Greeks had ruled over Judea for 300 plus years by the time Jesus was around. But all across the Roman Empire, we should say, there was a god worshipped called Dionysus. I'm sure you're familiar.
yes, I know
He was
Dionysus.
he's a Greek god, and he was, god of frenzy, god of ecstasy, god of just like joy. And anyway, he
Wine
was also a god of wine and drunkenness. And
and
so he was commonly associated with miracles that were turning water into wine. That was like a common thing that Dionysus did in several different writings. He turns whole springs into wine. He turns rivers into wine. He turns vats of liquid into wine. He can turn anything into wine. It's what he was well known for. And Dionysus had several enormous cults across the Roman Empire, and he was one of the most highly regarded gods and most popular gods in the ancient Roman world.
So you're
And
saying
and
the story of
If only I could
Jesus
do that with
turning water into
psilocybin.
wine is
exactly,
a
that's not a coincidence. Like the Gospel of John is clearly trying to apply Dionysian elements to Jesus, and none of the other Gospels have that miracle, by the way. Only John.
yeah, no, that's very interesting. I'll have to look into that.
Can you
There's
imagine
others.
that?
I'm learning a lot here
Can
tonight.
you imagine that having the ability to infuse psilocybin into regular water? That would be.
I've done it. I do that. When I used to take mushrooms, I would take like a quarter ounce of mushrooms or whatever, and I would put them in a pot with water, and I would boil them like for like 10-15 minutes until all of the psilocybin juices or whatever were boiled out of them. And then you strain the mushrooms, literally just throw the mushrooms in the garbage. They're junk at this point. And then I would just make Kool-Aid out of that mushroom water, and it'll make you trip in like 10 minutes.
That sounds
Wow.
fantastic. That sounds unbelievable. I'm so grateful for that recipe. Thank you. Proceed.
I
Jesus.
would avoid that.
Yeah, no, it's definitely
I was
safe.
about
Like
to say,
do it in a
he's a
happy environment for
19-year-old
sure.
Jewish Mormon kid. Come on.
Right,
Let's
yeah,
ease up
plug
on
your
the
ears.
drug recipes.
I learned something else tonight as well. Yeah, no,
But also
I'll
there's
look into
there's those same kind of parallels, but way stronger in the Gospel of Mark, which is, in my opinion, the origin to all the Gospels. Mark is the first Gospel, and it's the inspiration for the other two Gospels.
homework cheaters.
And so, like in the Gospel of Mark, when in chapter 5 of Mark, when he goes to the land of the Gerasenes, when he takes the boat over to the guy, and he's possessed with a demon, he lives in the caves and all that stuff. Well, that whole story is pulled right from Homer's Odyssey. There's like a whole story in Homer's Odyssey where, yeah.
I don't know what that is.
Oh, so Homer was a Greek author. He's the oldest Greek mythological writer that we know of. He has the oldest Greek mythological stories, and his two stories that he wrote, and it's probably not written by one person,
How did I
but the
not
two
know
stories that he wrote were the Odyssey and the Iliad.
I know the Iliad. Okay, yeah. And
Okay, well, his
my
other famous
sister-
story is the Odyssey.
Yeah. I've never read the Iliad nor the Odyssey, but my sister, this was in her field of study, so
Oh, damn. So if she's familiar with the Gospel of Mark, you should definitely point this out to her. It'll blow her mind.
Mhm.
But so Homer's Odyssey is just a big epic poem, and it's about this man Odysseus that goes on this long journey and learns all these big life lessons. But and this story, by the way, like in the ancient, like in first century Judea, obviously everyone's learning
yeah,
Greek.
sounds
So
familiar.
so like when you're learning Greek in the ancient Judean world, you would literally learn Greek by writing Homer. Like you would
Really?
write sections of Homer to learn. So these people are like, very familiar with Homer. Anyone speaking Greek is extremely familiar with Homer. And obviously Mark is a Greek speaking man, whoever wrote
That-
Mark anyway.
Yeah, that's good to know because I haven't started learning Greek yet. I have books for learning Greek right now, but I'm
Me
still
neither.
I'd be willing to bet that with all the movies and TV shows you've seen in your lifetime that you've heard the story of the Iliad and the
Yeah,
Odyssey
I've heard the story of the
before.
Iliad. Or I think
Exactly. Yeah, you
whatever
have.
one where he's going off and learning, like whatever. That one I've heard the story of, just not by name, obviously. But the other one, I don't know. Maybe they're just famous enough where I've heard them in like, because my sister also does creative writing and
In different forms, in different ways.
yeah,
You have
different
like
forms,
my
different ways, but
son.
never
My
like the
son
original.
made an argument that Arya Stark's journey in Game of Thrones was basically just the Odyssey. And
Wow.
I mean, he's not totally wrong.
Mm-hmm.
I
So
wouldn't doubt it. A lot of people do that with ancient writings. The Lion King, for example, is Shakespeare's Hamlet.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. I appreciate you guys being like so chill. I've had a lot of debates and I'm glad that I can just like
well, yeah, some people are
talk
just
here.
there to destroy you. Yeah, I mean,
Yeah, but you guys are like actually chill and are willing to like converse and not just say something or not listen. But my phone's at 4% and I am supposed to be technically asleep. I was just having a hard time sleeping tonight and then I just stumbled upon this. So This
Oh,
is
cool.
actually
Well, you know where to find us.
yeah,
So.
no, this has been a great experience, and it's really cool. Thank you guys for like listening to a 19-year-old at 2 a.m.
Man.
No problem.
You're welcome. It was fun.
But
We
no,
got a
thank you
couple
guys.
others on the team if you want to like ever, go for the philosophy shit too. Because
Mhm.
I mean, they're not here right now, but
Nobody on fire. That's the guy right there. You should talk to.
yeah,
That's-
nobody on fire.
That's-
Will
Yeah, I think I'll have to come back at some point, like
RP
some other
RP's
day
no
and
slouch
just
either.
say hi.
So
that would be nice. Yeah, RP. They know what they're talking about. RP know what they're talking about.
Yeah, and just to make sure, Andy, you said a few things. So you said Mark, the influence has more than just parallels drawn in Greek mythology.
Yeah, they take a whole story from the Odyssey.
You said that Mark also talks about Jesus saying that he worships the highest God.
Yeah.
And
Well,
I think it was
the demons say son of the Most High God.
oh yeah, okay, yeah. And then there was I think there was one more thing that I was saying I had to look at, but I can't remember now. Well, I'm sure I'll remember at some point. Well, thank you guys for having me on, and it was a fun time talking.
thanks for being here. I had fun talking to you too. Actually,
You're welcome. Take care.
Yep,
come
have a
back
good night.
anytime. Night,
All right.
Seth.
Night.
Jill, what the fuck is up?
What's going on, Jill?
If you're talking, we can't
You
hear
there, Jill?
It's this stupid mic.
you. No, you are.
Hang on. Oh, let me turn you up. Hold on. See
No,
if
yeah.
it helps.
Oh,
There we
that
go.
worked.
No, I changed the. Yeah, I gotta change the settings here.
Oh, okay.
Hey, what's going on?
Yo,
Nothing.
Yeah,
what's
Not a lot.
good?
I was just listening in, and I just couldn't. I couldn't help but wonder.
You're super quiet again,
You
Jill.
got real
Yeah, I
quiet
was
again.
just listening in. I couldn't help but
There you
wonder
go.
where you got this information from about Homer's literature, or the Bible supposedly borrowing from Homer.
So the
Where did you
theory,
learn that?
so the theory was presented by Dr. Dennis MacDonald.
The
He's just
theory
like a
was presented.
New Testament scholar.
Okay, so the theory was presented. Okay.
Mhm.
All right. Yeah. That's liberal scholarship for you. They do have a lot of theories and claims,
Yeah.
and sensationalistic types of claims, but there are
I don't think it's
similarities.
sensational.
Oh yeah.
I mean, it's sensational in the fact that like it's not a commonly held view, but he makes some good points, I think.
Well, it's not a commonly held view for a good reason. The stories are similar. There are
It
broad.
also
There are
wasn't
broad.
stated as a fact, but
Yeah,
I mean,
I know. That's what liberal scholarship is today. It's just sensationalism.
would you stop with the liberal
Uh,
scholarship?
well, it exists, so we can't just ignore it. But there are some broad literary similarities, and it's a demonic possession story, and there are supernatural episodes in Homer. But the differences are much larger and more significant. So oftentimes, what we have with these with liberal scholarship and these parallels is they will stress the similarities, the vast similarities, the arbitrary similarities, and ignore those more significant differences. So we don't hold to that type. That's the difference between liberal scholarship and conservative scholarship, as I was speaking about last time I was on. We look more so at the text itself and what the text is actually communicating. The details, not just point to broad similarities, like both have supernatural beings affecting humans, like demonic beings and stuff like that. Those types of stories are found throughout the ancient world. So
Yeah, so my response to that would be that, well, for one, we don't ignore the differences. The differences are really important. The differences are usually where the message is conveyed. When you're looking at two texts and one is drawing from the other text and you see significant differences, and these are theological or mythological texts, those differences are usually employed to send a message, a moral message about the difference between the two cultures. But also, I would point out that, like, in ancient mythological texts, when we see clear examples of one culture borrowing from another culture's story, like when we see the Greeks borrowing from the Hittite texts, for example, they talk about the highest god cast, or the second highest god usurping the highest god, castrating him, swallowing his seed, giving pregnancy out of his head, or whatever. And so that part of the story is too coincidental to be, or it's too specific to be coincidental. There's clear borrowing going on, but at the same time, the mythology of Zeus and the mythology of Teshub from the Hittites, are the differences are just innumerable. So like the stories are clearly drawing from each other, but at the same time, there are more differences than there are similarities. But that doesn't eliminate the fact that the similarity is certain and that there was clear borrowing going on. And I think the same logic should apply to the Bible.
Well, yeah, that's what that's you just encapsulated liberal scholarship. You just encapsulated. So we would actually need concrete evidence to even consider an idea like that. We would never promote an idea like that. That would be sophistry, considered sophistry or sensationalistic journalism. We would never promote a theory like that unless we had hard physical evidence. So that's a
Yeah,
difference
and
between
in my
conservatism.
opinion, and the opinions of scholars that push this theory, they do believe that there is evidence. They just
Well,
believe that the evidence is very convincing.
where is what is there any archaeological support for this, or
What archaeological support could you imagine for this? I'm
I,
confused.
I don't know. I'm just saying, is there any physical, empirical evidence for this idea?
Well, the evidence that exists, I don't know what exactly you're after, but the evidence that does exist is the
Hmm.
fact that the story of the Odyssey was obviously front and center in Roman
Okay,
culture. Everybody knew the story,
so there were
and
other stories
and that there are
besides.
like 19 parallels from the Homer's Odyssey that
Okay,
are being employed in Mark's chapter
give us
5 in
give
the
us one
exact same order.
give us one parallel.
So the list of parallels
Just give us
are,
one.
okay. So the first parallel is that they both go on a sailing journey from one area to an island, right?
Okay, so that's exactly the point I'm making. All right,
Well, oh, see, this is what you're trying to
No,
do.
it
You're trying
doesn't.
to reduce it to
yeah,
individual
yeah, they
parallels
both
instead of examining the entire collection of them.
they they both went sailing. Okay, all right. Well, give me a second one.
Okay, so they both went sailing. They
Okay,
both bring several ships with
okay.
them. Like it's a journey that includes several ships that go on the journey. They both bring 12 disciples. Like they have
Uh,
12 chosen leaders of the group, Jesus and
wait,
Odysseus.
hold on. Who had 12 disciples?
Jesus and Odysseus.
Odysseus had 12 disciples.
Yeah, they don't use the word disciples. I use that in reference to Jesus, but Odysseus had 12 chosen
They were
leaders, just like this.
crewmates. Yeah.
Yes.
Can you actually Google that, or you just believed it because someone said it was true?
Yeah, I've
Can
read
you
it.
Google that for me now? Did
Can we
Odysseus
do that
have twelve
after? Can we
disciples?
do that afterwards? Yeah, yeah.
Well,
The answer is yes, but can we do it after?
well, can I share my screen? I can show you otherwise.
Yeah, go ahead.
Hmm.
Because
It's just
this
because
is
it kicks me
part
out
and
of the
parcel.
StreamYard when I try to jump to Google because I'm on my phone.
Okay, this is part and parcel of what liberal scholarship has been doing for the past 30 years. They will include some parallels that are, like I said, arbitrary and broad, but then they'll try to sneak in some actual uh, similarities that would lead you towards that
Are
notion.
you talking about the 12 crew members? That's a
Yeah,
fact.
yeah,
He did have 12
okay,
crew members.
it's a fact. Okay, let me share my screen. All right. So sometimes you have to fact check the fact checkers. Okay, sometimes you have to do that.
What would we do without you, Jill?
I don't know.
Not only did he have 12 crew members, but like Homer's Odyssey is obsessed with the number 12, and like he has 12 of everything through the whole story. Like it just 12, 12, 12 everywhere.
Okay, so in Homer's Odyssey, he was the captain of a fleet of 12 ships, not 12
Okay,
disciples.
whatever.
Okay,
I'm going off
that's
memory here. You'll have to give me a
Yeah,
break.
he had
okay.
12 ship captains.
Well, he was the captain of a fleet of 12 ships.
He was the
Right.
fucking king of his country. Of course he had fucking a fleet of ships.
Okay.
It's just all Andy's saying is that there's a parallel being drawn there between 12 and 12. That's all.
Oh, between 12 and 12.
Yeah.
Yeah. Jesus had 12 leaders. Odysseus chose 12 leaders to drive the ship. Same thing. That's the parallel.
Yeah. Okay. 12
Okay.
ships, 12 men,
Yep.
12
And
disciples.
then so they
He
show
didn't
up to
have
the island.
disciples.
They show up. Yeah, I already explained that I was talking about Jesus when I used the word disciples.
Well,
Mm-hmm.
you said Odysseus had 12 disciples.
No, I specifically corrected that and said I was talking about Jesus and that Odysseus had 12 followers.
Okay.
Mm-hmm.
Well,
I
there
did.
are the vast differences. I think outweigh the minor or the similarities. But all stories are
Again, I already
similarities.
addressed that point. Is that we see tons of examples of mimesis being employed where the differences outweigh the similarities. It doesn't change the fact that there's borrowing.
Well, that's your opinion. That the ones the examples you gave me really aren't
Yeah, exactly. It is his opinion.
right. Yeah.
Look at Shakespeare's Hamlet and look at The Lion King. Look at all of the differences compared to the similarities.
Look at Humpty Dumpty and Superman. I can find similarities between those two stories.
My point is that
Vast
we know for a
similarities.
fact that The Lion King borrowed from Hamlet, and yet the differences outweigh the similarities.
We know for a fact.
Yeah, the author of The Lion
How do
King,
you know
the
for a
one that
fact?
created the script, openly admitted that it's drawing from Hamlet, right?
Can't
Okay,
hear you
so
anymore,
that's
Jill.
all right. So that's how you know it for a fact. Okay, so you don't have that. So this is the point I'm making. This is the difference between liberal scholarship and conservative scholarship.
Oh,
Conservative
stop.
scholarship, well, it's true, and we're seeing it. We're seeing it right now before our eyes, and you guys are just ignoring it. Conservative scholars would never, ever come to any sort of theory, or we can call it a conspiracy theory or a theory or whatever, without hard evidence.
I
It's
don't
not,
care if you're a
hard
conservative
evidence.
or a liberal Bible scholar. They're all out of their fucking minds if they believe this shit. To
Well,
me.
well, liberal scholars are typically atheists or non-believers or nominal Christians. So that's why this is
Okay.
intriguing for them. But a believer is not going to entertain such. I hate to call it nonsense, but that's really what it is. The whole zeitgeist theory.
Well, how about you stop slapping everybody with the liberal or conservative label because it has nothing to do with the theology.
Well, it
Nothing.
does. But it has a lot.
Well,
Theology is a lot
but you're not
different.
going to come up here and prosecute your case about it. I mean, that never ends up anywhere good. At least not up here.
Well, it's not an insult. It's just recognizing that there are two types of approaches
The
to
way you
history,
say
and
it absolutely is an insult, Jill.
well, I would be
Yeah,
insulted too.
there's one school of people that refuse to believe that anything new can be learned about the Bible, and that's you.
Yeah, we do. We understand there's new things to be learned about the Bible, but those things were already in the Bible. We didn't. We don't add things to it or
That's what I'm saying. These parallels to Homer were already in the Bible. You just didn't know it yet.
right. No one knew it. No one recognized it until liberal scholarship came along and
Well, I'm sure
suggested
other
that.
people that I mean, other people probably did notice it.
No. These are common ancient literary patterns. So to suggest that they borrowed from one in particular without any evidence would not be something a conservative scholar would engage in.
There is
So,
evidence. We already went over this.
well, there are common ancient literary patterns in all of
Yeah,
the
that's the
ancient
evidence.
Near East, but there is no evidence that one borrowed from any in particularly.
Right. So the
So
evidence, again, the evidence would be the fact that everybody knew the story and the fact that there are 19 parallels in the exact same order in both stories.
yeah, and we've heard three of them so far. So we've heard three parallels so far, and they weren't really convincing at all. But
It's not,
you
see,
do
this
have,
is where you're falling off the wagon, Jill. It's not that each individual parallel is supposed to slap you in the face. It's that all of these parallels
I
being
get it.
employed in the same order.
I
That's
get it.
that's what's
It's yeah, I get it. It's death by a thousand. I get it. That's the hallmark. That's hallmark liberal scholarship. That's what they do. That's what they how they make money. That's what they do selling books. That's what they write about. But the whole zeitgeist theory, conspiracy theory, was debunked back in the 2000 eras, 2010.
I'm not talking about Zeitgeist. That movie is ridiculous.
Well, it's basically along the same lines, trying to find
Yeah,
parallels.
and this is the problem is that Zeitgeist muddied the waters for a real conversation that needs to happen.
No, no, they're doing exactly the same thing. They're finding parallels in these ancient stories.
Well, no,
It's exactly and
Zeitgeist
Dionysus.
was lying about parallels. I'm
No,
pointing out parallels that yes, they were. They were
no.
completely making things up in Zeitgeist that weren't true. They were saying things about Mithras and Osiris that were factually, provably untrue.
Well, so is
I'm not
so
doing
are
that.
you.
No, I'm
Just
not. I'm saying that these parallels are here. They
you
are
said
in
12
both stories.
disciples. Yeah, they did the same thing. They took the parallels and they stressed those similarities, and they
No,
added some things in there that weren't necessarily historical, like 12 disciples. Dionysus didn't have 12 disciples.
I see.
Um,
This is the difference. I haven't added anything that's not historical. That's what I'm talking about.
well,
I'm
you
literally just
actually
reading
said
both sides.
right, but you actually said one of these parallels. He had 12 disciples.
So how many
So
times do I need to repeat myself, Jill? I mean, I
no,
thought we were in
I'm
agreement.
showing
Like I specified that Odysseus didn't have
Odysseus.
disciples.
Yeah, right. But that
Yeah.
is what's being promoted. That's not. You didn't just get that from. That just wasn't a Freudian slip or
Are
a
you sure
slip of
you
the
just
tongue.
didn't misunderstand, Jill?
But you got that from somewhere, and I'm just trying to show you that's where you got it from.
Are you absolutely certain you didn't just misunderstand him?
No, no, I understood because I heard
Because
that
I didn't
argument
hear the
before.
same thing you did.
Okay, you okay? I've heard
Yeah.
it before. It's not the first time I've heard that from somewhere, but
Well, you and I
I
have
was just
talked about this
curious as
before, Jill.
well, I was just curious to where you heard that because I like to find the sources of these ideas and examine them more closely.
If
But
you want to actually entertain it, the scholar is Dr. Dennis MacDonald. He lays this out in a couple of his books, but if you search around on YouTube, you can find him laying out the case for it on there.
Dr. Dennis McDonald,
Hmm.
okay, all right, yeah, I'll take a look at probably a liberal scholar more than likely, but I'll
Yeah.
take a look at his work. Um, but for every liberal
That's
scholar
such
we can
that's such a
find,
shitty lens to look at the world through. It really is.
well, look it up.
Yeah, you have like a black and white view of scholarship. Nothing's black and white.
Uh-huh.
Well, that's the reality. There's critical New Testament scholarship, and then there's conservative New Testament scholarship. Yeah, you guys want to ignore that, but
Yeah, but
they
that's
have
my point. Is that most scholarships are neither of those things. Like it's not like there are just two camps of completely critical and completely conservative scholarship. Both sides employ elements of both methods.
well, you could there could be sort of a spectrum, sure, but
There is.
McDonald is considered here. I'm just reading. Yeah, I figured that he's considered a liberal, highly critical New Testament scholar.
Yeah.
So you will
Yes.
get that. You will get that from that side of scholarship. But you'll
Yeah.
never see that on the conservative side. So that's just one difference between the two. You guys trying to make it seem like there is no difference. There's a huge difference between the two.
No, I'm not saying there's no difference, but I'm saying there's not a hard line. Like there's not two groups like you're trying to say.
Um, I think there is a hard line because you don't see conservative scholars doing this. And the hard line is in the practice. It's in the approach to the text and to history and to evidence. There is a hard line, and you just don't see conservative scholars engaging in this type of uh, scholarship, if you want to
Well,
call
the
it
thing
that.
is that if they did, you would say that they're not a conservative scholar. So it kind of defeats your point.
Yeah, if they're selling books and doing this as an actual and calling it scholarship, and this is something that they like a Dennis McDonald. Yeah, I would consider that to be liberal scholarship, and I would
Right. So
probably
there's no such thing as a conservative scholar that can go outside of your box because they're automatically rendered a liberal as soon as they do. But my
they
point is
just
that
simply
there are
don't do
Christian
that.
scholars. There are lots of Christian scholars that make these points.
Well, they just simply don't engage in that type of. I hate to call it sophistry, but that's what it is. They just simply don't do that. I don't see that with in their books and in their writings, and um, I would prefer conservative, evangelical scholarship, of course, than that type of progressive, liberal, theological scholarship.
Why is
And
that, by the way?
because of what we just saw, I mean, there is no hard evidence. We would need hard evidence. We not what they
What
call
would give an example of what hard evidence would be?
an actual text where you see, one is actually copying from the other, not just these what's called a I can't
We're not
pronounce the
talking
word.
about plagiarism, though.
Well, remember I spoke about
We're talking about
what's the
borrowed
term?
themes. That's it.
What's the term
Exactly.
I
Like,
used?
you know, you're going to sit here and make an argument that West Side Story wasn't based off of Romeo and Juliet? I mean, because there's no actual evidence for it. So
If the
you're going
author
to say it
says so.
wasn't?
If the
Huh?
author says so, like wasn't the case before the
But okay,
example?
so if they didn't say so, if the author never said so, you don't think that we could come to that conclusion without their admission?
Well, I'm just simply pointing out the difference from the approach. No, a conservative scholar would never do that. I'm not saying never, but would
In my
typically not
opinion,
do
I mean,
that.
that's why you misunderstand the Bible so bad. That's why you think that Jesus is God.
It's the word is mimesis. It's a mimesis criticism. It's called it.
Yeah. And
Yeah,
Andy
it
actually
is
used that
not.
word about
It,
20 minutes ago.
right. It is not scholar. I don't consider that to be scholarship. To me, you need hard evidence. You don't approach a text and
You didn't even give an. I asked you what hard evidence was, and you said something that convinces you. You know what I mean? Like this does convince me. So boom, it's hard
no,
evidence.
no. I didn't say that. I said actual text, actual tablets,
Actual text saying
stones.
what? Actual text saying what? Hey, I hereby borrow from this
Demonstrating,
story.
yeah, demonstrating something
No
to
one
the
does that.
fact
Then no
that,
one did that though. That's a ridiculous expectation.
well, any type of physical support for these
That's what this
ideas.
is.
No, this is just similarities that you find in all of the stories in the ancient Near East. That's to me, that's not
Then I
convincing at
challenge
all.
you to find me an example. Then find me two stories that have 19 parallels in the same order. I challenge you to do that.
I can find you parallels between Humpty Dumpty and Superman. Again, that's not evidence that
Do
they
it.
come from each other.
19 parallels in the same order. Any story.
In the same order? What do you mean in the same
Yeah.
order?
Well, because Mark is employing his parallels from Homer in the same order that Homer used them. The
I would
sequence is a big part of the argument.
I would highly doubt that.
So why are you
Have you
acting
ever
so
seen
familiar if you haven't
have
even read the theory? Like you
have you ever
clearly
seen
don't.
a No, I mean, have you seen a demonstration? I'm familiar with the theory, but I've never seen a demonstration like side by side comparison where you
Yeah,
see this
that's what I was getting at earlier. Is if you surf through YouTube, I can't remember the channel. It's where Dennis is interviewed by it's either a high school kid or a young college kid, and he does exactly that. He lays both stories parallels out on like a graph, and in that example, when he does that, Dennis actually leaves out several parallels from Homer's Odyssey.
Yeah, well, to strongly prove, I'll say, because again, liberal scholarship doesn't really care about strongly proving anything.
But you
all
can't
they'll
really
need-
strongly prove anything because you haven't even looked into it yet.
Well, I haven't seen any demonstration. I've actually heard this theory. Yeah, I hear theories all the time. Kids come up with theories every day in my classroom, but I haven't seen a demonstration of it from liberal scholarship. But historians usually look for multiple kinds of evidence, not just vague similarities. The strongest.
Andy, you in the mood for a visit from Wesley?
I don't know who that is, but yes.
Okay.
I would want to point out, though,
but-
Jill, that Dennis is no kid. Like, he's a Harvard University professor with 70 years in the subject.
Yeah, of course. But the word order, like unusual word orders, identical sequences, if we have that would be evidence. So I would need to see that.
Yeah, I think you should just see what his evidence is and give it a chance.
Yeah, I would certainly need to see those identical sequences. Also, like expressions that are distinct.
Can you hear us okay, Wesley?
Yes, I can hear you fine. Thank you.
Okay, cool.
Like the Gospel of Matthew and Luke copying Mark. Scholars can demonstrate that. We actually can demonstrate. So conservative scholars would accept that.
Yeah.
But not, this type of so-called copying.
I think we hit a brick wall here, Jill. You'll just have to look into it yourself.
Yeah. Have you said you've actually seen like a side-by-side comparison, like a parallel?
Yeah, I can't remember the name of the channel. He's like a dark-skinned kid. He almost looks like he's Egyptian maybe, or Pakistani. He's got like black hair and dark skin, or like olive skin, and he interviews Dr. Dennis McDonald for like an hour and a half or so, and they go over all of the parallels in order.
Right.
What's up, Wesley?
Hello. Yeah, my name is Wesley Lawrence Curry II. I live in Huntington,
not
West
Wesley.
Virginia.
Wesley, please don't bother these people tonight.
Oh, you're going to be bothered, not by me.
Please don't bother these people about your dream, Wesley.
32,000.
Have you guys ever heard of Wesley before?
No.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Nah, Wesley's cool, man. He got his takes, man. You know what I'm saying?
I'm familiar with Wesley from Taco's channel.
Oh yeah, he's gone on tacos too.
Yeah,
Wesley used to come on my channel years ago, and we used to have conversations. I'm the only one that was willing to have a conversation with Wesley. Everybody else rejected him, and well, not everybody else, but how's it going, Wesley?
Oh, it's going fine. I'll be going to heaven soon. You'll hear Jesus say, "Come up like 'em," and I go to heaven that day.
Oh, okay. How's the housing situation going? I see you got a background there, actual lighting and.
That's my apartment. Yeah, that's some of my artwork and stuff like that.
Okay.
I like the new look with the no beard, short hair.
And the haircut, yeah.
Right.
Fish you, champ. Fish you.
Yeah, well, about 2 weeks ago, I prayed to Jesus, and my prayers entered his ears. I asked him to reveal to mankind their souls, what he sees when he looks at a person. In the belly is the Holy Spirit, the pearl of great wealth, the Word of God. Looks like a sphere of light, the color as white as snow. The ashes in a person's soul is the name blotted out of the book of life, evil, death, the wages of sin, the kingdom of Gog and Magog would be the ashes that you would see. Those that take the mark of the beast, those ashes is what Jesus will reveal publicly as gray scabs that itch on a person's face and body.
Mm.
And that's why you cut your hair.
No, as a matter of fact, I cut my own hair. I didn't do the best job of it.
Looks good.
You did good, man.
That's all I really wanted to say. Everyone with all your souls. You know, that light in your belly is the word of God. Until you speak from that light, you're not speaking what Jesus wants you to say.
Should I care what this wants?
Thanks. I think.
I mean, it's
Hey,
information.
22 years later and you still haven't seen all those angels. Yeah, okay. Yeah, you're good. Right. Okay. That's all I wanted to say.
Wesley, what
Hell
do you
yeah.
think about
Okay.
parallels in the Bible? Parallels in from other religions in the Bible. You think? Do you
That sounds
do you
like
think like the conservative scholars that the parallels come from the Old Testament, not Greek
the,
mythology, or do
you know,
you
I'm sorry, I'm interrupting. Excuse me. Go ahead,
do
please.
you hold to the Bible borrowing from Greek mythology? What do you think, Wesley? What does your dream tell you?
Those words
Phil,
are.
don't be a dick.
Wesley, you gonna tell us about the dream?
No, I
If you're
will.
gonna be a dick, I'll kick you again.
I will visit.
That's all I'm saying.
I will be sent by Jesus to visit each and every one of you personally in the flesh, face to face, without TV.
You will?
Yes, I shall.
Cool. You should do that because I got a few choice words for him.
Are you the Messiah?
No, he's not. He's not the Messiah.
No. Jesus is God. Jesus has always been God.
Are you a prophet?
Jesus was of the flesh. Jesus is God today, yesterday, and tomorrow, and forever. There has never been any other God than Jesus. Jesus created the heavens and the earth in 6 days and rested on the seventh. Jesus caused himself to be born in the flesh through the virgin Jewish woman Mary, the wife of Joseph. She was a virgin after she gave birth to Jesus in the flesh. She was Caucasian.
Mom.
Was
She was Caucasian.
Dark skin. Yeah. No, I am not a prophet, but I have heard the prophets that Jesus made and chose. Those are the 144,000. But those are prophets. I'm a teacher. I'm not a prophet. Those never watch television. They never use TV. They never watch TV. The 144,000
They
are
didn't
the
watch TV.
The remnant, the fish gate, the government of Israel. They never watch television. Ever. Never.
Is that from Revelation?
Never watched TV.
Right.
So they missed the last episode of Friends.
They are all young children. They are all Jewish. None of their parents are Jewish. They are scattered around the world at this time. Jesus gave them prophecies. I was blessed by Jesus to be in the same neighborhood block or on the same elevator train in Chicago, or one of them would be pushed by their parents in a stroller down a street in Chicago, and I would hear what they had to say. Now, they never speak unless Jesus gives them what to say and when to say it. They do not say his name in vain. They were given prophecies from Jesus, and those prophecies are bad boom, which is the wheel in the middle of the wheel, boom, which is the fire unfolding in itself, Ezekiel, mark of the 10, which is the mark of the beast, Omni Barcode, the black, which is the skin disease Jesus shall put upon the mark, death, which is the ashes in a person's soul, war, which is the war Satan held in heaven. He refused to tell the vision. Not telling the vision is war against the Holy Spirit. Yavol, that's the enforcers of the mark of the beast. That'll be police and military with guns at every food outlet in America and around the world with handheld lasers that burn a barcode into the skin, into the flesh. Those being marked are their skin burned to their skin. Those taking the mark get 32,523.
Yeah, you're hilarious, Jill. Look what you fucking did.
Anyway, that's what Yavol are, the enforcers of the mark, and hell. That's a period of time of 7 years that begins with the bad boom, the wheel in the middle of the wheel, which will happen in Chicago. So the
Yeah,
bad boom, mark of the bad boom, boom, mark of the 10, the black, death, war, Yavol, hell. Those are words that all the chosen 144,000 have spoken. They have never, they haven't met each other yet. They do not watch TV. They did not get these words from television. Jesus spoke those words to them, and
that's crazy. You know, you should write that. You should put it in a book.
It is in a book called The Little Book.
Yeah.
The little scroll in Revelation.
That's good, man.
Those children do not even speak to their own parents.
Well,
They're they are
Wesley.
loving. They are the best example of Jesus Christ and his way on earth.
Wesley, you just put all the Christians in hell, Wesley. Because we don't share the dream. Because we don't know the dream.
Try not to comment about that, but
You gave us a skin disease. You gave us a plague. You put us in hell because we don't know the dream.
Yeah.
Why do you do that?
Turning our souls to ashes. I mean, it's
No, you can't do that.
pretty
to
bad.
Christians, so.
Yeah.
The atheists maybe, but
I said what I
That's kind of hateful to me.
Now I'll listen to what you say.
See, this is exact how you guys feel now is how I feel when I hear liberal scholarship.
Listen, if at least one or two
You know
of
what?
those.
Next time you say the word liberal, I'm kicking you.
Oh, okay. All right.
You better come up with another word.
All right. Atheist scholarship. That's who they
That's
are.
better. It's better.
That's who they are. Ask McDonald if he's ever been to church. He'll say no.
Dennis McDonald?
Was that
yeah,
his first
he's
name?
talking about he's talking about Dennis McDonald. Yeah.
He's a former Christian. He came from a seminary.
Yeah, they're all former Christians. Barnum is a former Christian as well.
Funny how many of them were
so-called
went through seminary.
Yeah, the seminaries are all run by liberals. Unfortunately, the major seminaries are all run by. Did I say the word again? They're all run by atheists, non-believers. It's amazing how they're so interested in the Bible. it's like all of a sudden now they want to critique the Bible. You know, you don't believe in God, but you want to be a Bible scholar. That's interesting to me.
Bible college is different than seminary, is it not?
I don't know. They both are.
You don't know?
Yes,
I'm sure the degrees are different. I'm sure the
but seminary has an actual specific purpose, doesn't it?
To educate?
It's to become a preacher.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
That is
you need both, right?
No.
You know, just the seminary part.
I mean, technically, you don't really need either, really, but.
Well, there's probably both types of. But I'm just talking about like Yale, Harvard. You know, they pretty much cornered the market. It's sort of like the media.
Oh, I was talking about actual seminary. I mean, those are
Harvard Seminary, Yale Seminary. Yeah, they've cornered. It's sort of like the media today. Like you have CNN, MSNBC, and then you rarely find like a conservative type of. If you do find a conservative, there are many, but they're just all basically they're not mainstream.
Well, conservatives are wrong. That's why.
Yeah, because mainstream media tells you the truth. They have a track record for telling the truth.
No, it's not. It has nothing to do with the opinions of the mainstream media. It's just that you can open the book and see for yourself that the conservative interpretation of the Bible is just straight up bullshit.
Yeah,
Mhm.
I'm sure you would believe that, but we would rely on more concrete evidence than what you see in
You
McDonald's
say
book.
that, but you
Who's
accept
we?
testimonies from anonymous authors, but you say that you want concrete evidence.
Well, both are
Mhm.
accepting testimonies from anonymous authors. It's just the approach
Right.
that they're taking in rendering what's going on. So there are no strong verbal parallels, but yet he says there's a parallel. A conservative scholar would never do that. So that's just the difference in how what's considered evidence, what's considered compelling, what's considered strong support for whatever. It's just a different. I hate to say it, but I think it's a higher caliber of scholarship because the burden of proof is higher. So you're more than likely to get not to get a bunch of BS if the burden of proof is a higher burden than what you would
It's
get if
not
you let
higher
it run.
though. That's not true. The burden of proof is not higher for conservative scholarship. It's the exact opposite. You take almost all of it on faith and just assume it's true and then look for evidence to defend that position instead of starting from a neutral position, which is what an actual scholar would do.
Well, you brought up McDonald. Most scholars would not consider his proposed parallels conclusive at all. They might be suggestive, but not conclusive. So,
How would you know? You
conservative.
haven't even looked into it yet.
Yeah, I
Well,
haven't
I
heard
just
many
did.
many scholars give their opinions on his works. I've only heard a couple scholars talk about Dennis's work and they agreed with him.
I just did look it up, and
So like Francesca Stavrakopoulos, Richard Carrier, Dr. Richard C. Miller, they all agree with Dennis MacDonald.
I'm sure Carrier and the rest of liberal scholarship does, but the
Damn
conservative
it!
So,
scholars
You fucking said
conservative
it.
scholars don't agree, is what you're saying.
and many non-conservative scholars.
Watch
Well,
your
how do we
fucking
know
words,
that?
dude.
I haven't seen a big list of people that are assessing Dr. MacDonald's theories.
Well, I'm sure there isn't a big list because I don't think many people take it seriously. I sure wouldn't, but I can get you I can look up a scholar or a non-conservative scholar that disagrees. If
Yeah,
but I'm sure.
I know of some. I've seen him go through an interview and have a debate with somebody over these parallels before.
Oh, okay, good. Well, most scholars consider it his parallels
Yeah,
non-conclusive.
this is where you're making shit up. You said most scholars. That's not
Yes,
true. You have no way of showing that.
I'm reading that right now.
From and how do they? What's the statistic that they use to come to that conclusion, or are they just
Oh, I
asserting
can
it like
find
you
that.
are?
I can find that. If
Have they interviewed most scholars and asked what they think about Dennis's works, or are they just making up a statistic?
I don't know if ChatGPT is making it up, but that's what I'm reading here. That most scholars do consider his
So
parallels.
you just take that on faith because it came from AI?
What happened to your high standard of evidence?
I can
Yeah.
get you who those scholars are and what
You're
they've
super
said.
conservative if you just take it, face value.
Well,
you did
I
it with
didn't.
did it with the Google AI overview too, with
I
the
didn't.
Maybe
Odysseus thing.
Google is
Yeah, you
divine.
did.
I think
You
ChatGPT is
highlight you
divinely
highlighted
When we
inspired.
the
Google
first
something, we have
you
to find more
highlighted the
evidence.
first sentence and said, "Look, see, you're fucking wrong." It's like, no.
What you talking about, Gillis?
ChatGPT is divinely inspired.
Yeah, it is.
TV
Almost
is the
as divinely inspired as Grok, huh?
TV is the great harlot on whose forehead is all the blasphemies written. So.
Hell yeah.
Yeah, I'll get you their names and I'll get you the
If
list.
TV's the great harlot, what does that make the internet? Because
Pretty much
one
that.
could make the argument that the internet is way worse. But you're on the internet.
Margaret
You won't watch
Mitchell,
TV, but
Christopher Paling.
Jill, don't waste your time. Like this can never prove anything.
So, well, no, I'm not proving it. I'm just saying there are non-conservative secular scholars that have been.
I already agreed with that. I already I agreed with that and
So
acknowledged that.
so it's no surprise that all conservative scholars reject this.
Yeah.
If
Now
you
you've
have
switched to this imaginary statistic again.
What you talking
well,
about,
can you
Julius?
name a conservative scholar that accepts these types of parallels or as
Well, no,
actual
you're
evidence?
you're the one that made the assertion that they all reject it when without having any way of knowing that.
Pretty much, yeah. I
Yeah,
can't
pretty much.
determine
You
if
did
they
that.
all reject it, but
Well, and by your definition, they wouldn't be conservative if they didn't, right? So it's like a win-win for you.
um, I would say if they did it once or twice, maybe if the evidence was compelling enough, if they said it, But I think more
So
so
with
with
Dennis's
conservative scholars.
example, if a conservative scholar accepts Dennis's example, are they still a conservative scholar?
I think more so they rely more so on hard evidence, empirical evidence. For the most part, no one is saying that it's 100% with 100% certainty. If I have that conservative evangelical label, that I'm not going to engage in sensationalism and sophistry. That's not a promise because there are some evangelicals out there that love selling books as well. So I can't make that promise, but I would say overall the approach is more to me is what we would want to find when we are looking for scholarship. Hard
Wow.
empirical support, and not this type of weak type of theories approach.
Again, from conservative scholarship, I see that conservative scholars starting from a viewpoint and then looking for evidence to support that viewpoint. And that's just not a scholarly approach to coming to the truth. You need to start from a neutral position, assess all the data, and decide what the data has given you. You
Can you
guys,
give an example? Because I see the liberal scholarship doing that. Can you give an example of a conservative scholar doing that?
like apologetics, that's like the foundation of apologetics. Would you not agree that apologists are conservative scholars?
Apologetics is just answering questions like this and destroying arguments like this. That's all apologetics
No,
is.
apologetics is making excuses for contradictions
Okay, can you name a contradiction?
in the Bible.
Yeah.
Yeah, so a contradiction in the Bible, one would be like the book of Kings says that the Exodus took place in 1446. The book of Exodus says it took place in the middle of the 1200s. You would unify that by saying that the book of Kings is being symbolic with the 480 years, which is that there's no reason to add that to the text, but that's what
The,
Christians do.
the book of Kings says Exodus is what?
The book of Kings says that the Exodus, when the Israelites were freed from Egypt, it says that it was 480 years before Solomon's fourth year of his reign, which would place it in 1446 BCE. But the book of Exodus says that they were freed under the reign of Ramses, which was more than 200 years later.
Wait, you said the book of Exodus says both? So it's the
The
same.
book of Exodus says that they were freed under the reign of Ramses. The book of Kings says that they were freed 200 plus years earlier.
Yeah. Okay, so it's the book of Kings that says. Yeah, so you're saying this is a contradiction?
Yeah, a blatant contradiction. One says it happened in the 1400s, one says it happened in the 1200s.
Okay. I think I remember this one. What I hate, what I loathe about liberal scholarship is the assumptions they make, and you claim they give the impression that they come into the text without any preconceived notions, but they have their own. Um,
Mm-hmm.
a preconceived notion. I had this discussion with OE on his channel. I believe it was OE, or it might have been another skeptic. Um, Preconceived notions like God exists do not do damage to your research. Okay, I would say. So if you're going to argue that the conservative scholar comes in believing something, believing God exists, and believing this is the word of God, um, I would not assume that that has a direct effect on how he does his research and scholarship.
I completely
But
disagree.
okay, right. Of course, you would disagree with that. But then we would argue that a non-believer would go in with with a different presupposition that God doesn't exist or that these texts are just made up.
Yeah.
And
So the
there's
difference
no
the difference
historical
is that we
relevance.
know that the difference is that
Wesley,
we know
stop
you had that.
spamming the chat.
Huh?
Stop spamming the chat.
It's what's coming to you.
So one
You
of those
already said it. We've got it on video. You can go back and watch it anytime you want. Anyone who watches the stream can go back and hear you say it.
Look,
We don't need it spammed in the chat.
You're like a woman that would be in a window watching another woman get raped, and you go, "Don't say anything about it. Shh. Don't tell anyone." That's what you're like. Okay?
In what fucking world? What are you talking about? It annoys people in chat when you do that, so don't do that. That's all I'm saying.
You're going to be annoyed, that's for sure.
Well, when the bomb in that green Volvo station wagon goes off, I'm sure I'm going to be super annoyed.
That day, Washington, D.C. gets destroyed.
Oh,
New
no,
York
not
gets
DC.
destroyed.
Whatever. I'm in LA. I'm fine.
Millions in the city around those destroyed will be made homeless and burned. The rich, the poor, the smart, the stupid, the drug addict, the preachers, the children, the adults, burned and made homeless in the millions.
Sucks to be them, huh?
You're not going to have much of an economy ever again, and all of you will...
You don't know that. I live in California, baby. We got the 4th biggest economy in the fucking world.
Yeah. You will be put under martial law that day. You shall be no longer free to travel when and whenever, wherever you want to go. You will be put under martial law that day.
Not necessarily. No, the president's dead and DC's blown up.
Yeah, California is the landing place of China. Then your Chinese oppressors are going to take you over, and they're going to start relocating you. They're not going to feed you, and they're going to be branding you and removing your children and slaughtering the children for meat to feed back to you.
As long as they grind it up.
Your dream just became a nightmare. All right.
It's like watching a person getting ready to get hit by a train and going, "Oh, shh, don't let them get hit by the train." Or watching someone get raped on the street and you go, "Shh, don't tell anyone about it." You not telling about
that's
it.
a bad example.
Revealed to you in the intelligence from Jesus.
No, that's not the same thing. I just told you not to spam my fucking chat. That's it. That's all I said.
There's no more government checks going out after that day.
Well, you know what? Now you're all in trouble because here's Robin.
Is president. It's
Robin.
Is president.
Hello.
Tell someone about that is to harm them.
Wesley up here bringing sunshine.
Let the sunshine. Let the sunshine.
Hey, Jay Money. Hey, Jill.
Yeah, with that.
Hey.
And who's that other one? Adrian? Is that Adrian?
I didn't see it in a dream. I saw it in real life. When I lived in Chicago, I met personally, flesh to flesh, eye to eye, face to face, the 4 engineers that built that bomb in Chicago. I saw it. I saw that green Volvo. Their device.
Some of us don't. Some of us probably rather just not even know. Just like willful ignorance.
The only thing that is...
Did you measure the heads? You said 4
What's
inch
weird
heads.
is I don't think they make station wagons anymore.
The only thing that has held them back from detonating their device is it's very difficult for them to get the nuclear fusion material. I think they call it the yellow cake or something like that. It's that plutonium-235 or whatever it is.
To be fair, yellow cake sounds great right now.
Yellow cake is fucking uranium, not plutonium, and it is used in missiles. It's not used in... Wesley, you're out of your mind.
Yeah.
I'm sorry, Jar.
Jesus showed it to
Let me guess, you got all these details, but the one thing you didn't get is a date, right? Am I right there?
No man knows the day or the hour.
Not even Jesus.
No man knows the day or the hour, but I know it's going to come from a green Volvo station wagon.
That means
Hey,
Fuck
speaking
off.
of the
You're gonna
hour,
fuck
speaking of the
all the way
hour,
off.
Not
hey,
even
have you
Jesus will be
chosen?
able to declare
that
the day of
means
the hour.
also that after it happens, and I tell people that it was that date, none will say or agree with me that it happened.
Can you tell me the week or the year?
I know only the weather report that it shall.
I mean, I don't want to know is what I'm trying to tell you, Wesley. I just don't want to know. Like, willful ignorance is enough for me. I'm just
You're gonna
happy.
find
I'm
out
happy waking up every day and not knowing that this shit's coming. Like, until my $32,000 arrives in my bank account, I have no need for this knowledge.
It'll be money. The weather report is that it will happen while Trump is president.
I
What
knew
the
it.
hell's weather got to do with it?
What? So we got another 3 months then, right? Before the man drops dead?
So are we doing a astrology?
Trump's gonna drop dead.
He's got another year and a half in this 4-year term.
Was that
What are you
another
reading?
assassination attempt, threat, or there?
Oh my
No,
It's a
God!
prophecy.
No,
It's a
the
prophecy.
fact that he's fucking
common,
falling apart in front of our eyes.
Oh, he is.
And
mainstream
and
media
last
told
week,
you that, huh?
actually no, last week he wrote a succession letter for JD Vance.
All I can say is it's a good day.
He
Young
did.
Trump will live forever.
CNN
So let's not
reported,
get too excited about where he's going yet. Because I think
Actually, it was Fox News that reported that shit. So
Fox News.
I know, but we're stuck looking at him.
Concession.
He's gonna outlive longer than everybody wants him to, just for meanness. So, like,
yeah, he totally is. I personally hope he lives until like mid-November.
Will he
That would
outlive
be
Biden?
fucking sweet. Huh?
Think he'll outlive Biden?
I don't know. I don't care.
No.
I don't care.
No.
No.
I don't.
Biden will
I don't
outlive
care.
him.
Biden will outlive Trump.
Oh yeah.
I mean, I don't care. I think they're both old and like they both had pretty long lives, and I would say that they've had pretty privileged life, both of them, somewhat. So.
Hey, I have a question for Wesley.
They should have complaints, a lot of complaints. Yeah,
Wesley and Jill, I was just curious, speaking of Judgment Day and the new kingdom, have either of you picked out which animals you're going to sacrifice for the opening day of the new temple?
Wesley?
The temple is
animal?
body.
Wesley.
I'm sacrificing a chicken.
The mark of the
Say a chicken deal.
Yeah. Chicken.
That
What about you, Wes? What are you going for? Goat?
I heard your question.
Wesley is the sacrifice. Right, Wes? Oh, he didn't find that funny.
I don't think so. I don't think he does.
Neither here nor there about it. The mark of the beast, Omni barcode, is how Satan stands in the temple proclaiming he is God. That mark.
See, I ain't nowhere near the temple though. I don't have to get anywhere near the
burned
temple.
into the wrist is how that mark is the image of Satan.
Wesley, I've known you.
Of him, it's of him. He is the one that makes it.
You told me, Wesley, I've known you for years, almost a decade. You told me Obama was the Antichrist, and now you're changing it?
And Jill loved that. Jill was just like absorbing
I
that.
agreed with you back then. I agreed with you back then, too. I still think he is.
Holy shit.
Wow,
Hey,
guys.
And the freak thinks that Trump is.
Just
but still
fucking
likes him
wow.
anyway. Still
I
votes for
mean-
him. He says,
Yeah.
"Oh, I vote for him. He's, he's corrupt and all kinds of shit, but I vote for him because he's good and he's
Trump-
Antichrist." I'm like, what?
Trump is going to die bald, diseased.
We're all gonna die, Wesley. Though like, nobody makes it out of here alive.
They remove California. He will also remove Florida. They're going to
Remove Florida. What do you mean? Like stink it?
Everyone in
Trump is going to remove Florida?
And California. And tell them what's
This is
going to
out
happen
of
in
Wait,
fucking
wait.
California.
control, dude.
Trump fucking lives in Florida. Why would he do that?
Wesley, tell him what's going to happen to California. Tell him what's going to happen to
You're
California.
out of your fucking mind.
I like his prophecy on California. I think it's accurate.
First
Hey, my
of
daughter lives out
That
there.
we're
y'all.
all going to get eaten by the Chinese?
My daughter lives out there.
you're going to be overthrown
Christ.
by the Chinese.
Yeah.
California,
Chinese.
they will establish their main bases when they take over the United States. And then they're going to remove you from your houses and make you slaves and rape you. And
No, they're not.
yeah, they are.
Rape
Then-
me.
Then this is going to remove California on the blood of the earth.
I kind of figured they'll come upon this old woman in a wheelchair and they'll just shoot me. Like they'll probably be like, she's not good for any of that stuff. We're not going to keep her for sex or for like being slaves or nothing. So like they'll just shoot me. So I won't have to worry about that. I won't be enslaved or like sexually assaulted.
I tell you what, I'll stay here for a few more minutes, but if I'm going to be interrupted, I'm just not going to get into this. So.
Well, do you think we should just let you
Suit
just rant?
yourself. You have a good night now, Wesley.
Thank
Sure.
you. Thank you, in hopes that someone out there has one of those children. They're wonderful kids, the 144,000, and what they spoke and what those words mean. Thanks for letting me tell them.
144,000. Why that number in particular? Why was
Revelation.
It's from Revelation.
12 times 12.
144,000.
12 times
Good
12.
Thanks,
12,000.
It says that though in the Bible book, like
Yeah.
144,000.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Are
that's
you-
how many. Yeah, and that's how many that were supposed to go in the rapture was 144,000 too.
Jill, are you one of the 144,000?
No, you definitely watch TV.
Yes.
You are?
Yes.
You don't drive a green Volvo
Why is your
station wagon, do you?
microphone
No.
so low? Why is your microphone so low?
It's just this
That dude-
platform. It just doesn't
That dude's hilarious.
work with my technology, I guess.
What, you on a cut phone?
No, it's just
He's
the platform.
got a
If we were on
Campbell
Stream-
soup
if-
can and a string.
If we were on StreamYards, I wouldn't have to put the mic so close to my mouth, but it's just this platform.
Oh, okay.
That shit was funny. He said Obama is the fucking Antichrist.
Where do you leave?
Yeah.
Like, damn,
I don't think he
people-
meant to, but he did.
I get this. People don't like him, but the Antichrist.
There, he's
shit.
back.
I think Jill's watched TV before.
Is that better?
Yeah, sounds
Yeah.
a little bit. Yeah.
Okay. I hate this platform. Why don't you use StreamYards like a normal person?
Well, I mean, I don't use StreamYard either. I don't have enough money for it. But like mine costs the same as this right here. I like it a lot better than
It's because if I found a program where if I pay Streamlabs $25 a month, I get to use like 7 different apps that they publish, and one of them is this one.
Well, at least I know it won't pick up any background noise with this platform. The StreamYards picks up everything.
Well,
I can't afford StreamYard. StreamYard is for rich people.
so my guess is it doesn't matter what I'm using, you'd still find something to bitch about, Jill.
Well, I mean, I bitch about this one too. The first time I come on here, like it messed up my mic on my computer, and my computer mic has never worked again. Like it broke it completely.
Huh?
But
How do you know it just wasn't the mic's time to go?
I guess it was. It was on its way out.
What happened to Wesley? Did he leave?
Yes, because I
Yeah.
interrupted him.
Oh yeah, women cannot cut Wesley off. He will flip out.
I think it was mostly he said what he had to say, and he
better not flip out. I'm one of the only people who watches all of his music videos and leaves comments about how good they are and shit.
When the gray scabs appear on the marked faces, the scabs shall itch night and day.
and the ashes in the soul, and yeah.
I want my $32,000. That's all I care about. I'm so tired. Like I told, just don't until the 32,000 hits my bank account. I don't think that I even need to know any more about it.
They need to add a few more zeros though. 32,000. That's not enough. Time to
It would
stop
be.
being cheap, Wesley.
I let him stamp whatever he wants on my forehead for $32,000.
Nah, I ain't gonna lie. You gonna stamp my forehead for 32 grand? Hell no.
Yeah.
Kiss my butt.
I'm about to tattoo though, or nothing like that. But yeah, just go ahead and stamp whatever you want.
I have bad news for
Nope.
you all.
Uh-oh.
What's that?
No.
You've already accepted the mark of the beast, according to Scripture.
Oh, thank God.
Well, see, I ain't got shit to worry about.
We got
Thank
social
God.
security numbers, right? Social security numbers, right?
So the
Is it-
no.
Is it the right hand? Is it the forehead or the right hand?
No, the Left Behind series. That's all. That's liberal scholarship on our side. That's a
Liberal
weird
scholarship
type
on our
of
side.
I'll tell you about
you
the
love
L
it.
word.
sensationalism, and that's not
you
what
read
the
'em.
scriptures actually teach.
You got them on your bookshelf.
That's about as far from scholarship
used to-
as you
you
can
know
get,
what?
Jill. Like,
My
like
wife and I used to go see those movies, and we used to love watching them.
You fucker, I knew it.
We looked for those movies on now they didn't really do well in the box theater, but you'd have to
'Cause they're
get them like on
cheesy.
Netflix or something like that.
I loved them as a kid.
Oh yeah.
Oh, my mom bought those for my kids too.
Oh yeah, we
I never
watched
saw
every
none of that
single one of
stuff.
them. Even the B movie versions, right?
Yeah.
The ones that
Oh
used to
my
come
God!
on,
Don't get me started on that shit.
I used to love those.
I
But
love B movies.
it's a theory, right? Like we talked about theories. It's
Conspiracy
not really explicitly
theory.
taught in scripture at all. But
Yeah.
the mark of the beast is a parody of the mark of the lamb. So Christians are marked as well. We are marked with the blood of Christ, and therefore protected from judgment.
Oh, for
So
fuck's sake!
if you don't have the mark of the lamb, you have the mark of the beast right now.
Okay, good. Well, I'm glad.
How you
Like,
got
I'm
it, though?
glad I don't have nothing to worry about now. Then, because
So
so
where's
I
the
can
mark
rest in
located?
peace.
Where's the mark located?
In your heart.
Circumcision of the heart.
The heart is a metaphor for the mind.
You said, y'all.
Why isn't the heart a metaphor for the fucking heart?
That's what I'm saying.
You see how stupid your fucking book is?
Well,
That
we
you
have
just
that.
threw that
Oh my
word
God!
Well, we use that metaphor today ourselves. We say,
as if
hey,
it
he
was
has
so
no,
cool.
when we say he has no heart, we really mean he has no courage. We're not saying he doesn't have a heart. He
No,
wouldn't
I
be
know
walking
that, but
around
like
if he
the way
didn't.
you
But
use it,
courage and heart are not the same thing.
No, it's a
Yeah.
metaphor for.
Okay, but
That's
we
context.
don't use circumcision as a metaphor today.
They do the heart. I mean, like Christians will say that it says in the Bible that God will circumcise the heart.
Yeah, that's a metaphor for a mind. He'll change your mind about.
But
the
how
matter.
do you know that? You didn't write it. You're not the author.
Because we
You
don't
applied
circumcise hearts.
So
It's not a
circumcision is a metaphor for change, and heart is a
change.
metaphor for mind. So
No,
God
yeah.
didn't have access to the words change and mind.
facts. He could have just wrote that.
No, it's. Well,
Isn't he a perfect being? Isn't he omniscient? And he
so he has
couldn't
to
say,
communicate.
I'm going to touch your mind or some shit?
Yeah, he says
No,
that
wait a minute.
elsewhere. So he has to communicate that way, and every single time he says he can't say it in a poetic way, one place, and say it directly in another place.
But
And
when I
isn't
want
that a violation of free will?
Let this mind be in you.
when I
which is
want to
also
do
in
something
Christ Jesus.
poetically, I'll tell you I want to be poetic. I'm gonna say a poem or something, then I say the poem. You know what I'm saying? Like Jay and Jill went up a hill, so Jay can buy a bag of pills. You know what I'm saying? Something like that.
it's
Oh,
beautiful imagery Paul uses. He takes what is literal, and he says you need to have a circumcision of the heart. It would sort of be like us saying, you to someone
Super.
who's,
Doesn't
you
that
know,
violate free will?
it would be like someone
Um,
who's saying to a student, you need to get on ball, or you need to get on task, or so using a basketball analogy, you need to head to the free throw line, whatever the case may be.
Are you a free will guy, Jill?
Um, what is free will?
Hey, Gretchen, like Jill
What?
is Calvinist, so like a lot of your classical theist arguments about like free will and this all loving God and stuff are like moot against him.
Yeah,
Are you
that's a
Well,
good
that's
point.
because you can never define it.
the omni.
That's why I
I
don't
mean,
believe
like,
it exists.
Well,
yeah,
yeah, because it doesn't exist. So
Right.
I would say it's the ability to make choices that are outside of God's will or what God has planned for you.
That's impossible.
Right. That's why free will doesn't exist.
Well, no, free will doesn't exist from a secular perspective. We forget about God.
I
Your
agree.
your emotion, your your
I agree.
behavior
Let's
is
all forget about God.
your behavior is dictated by what? Your
My
Genetics,
thought, my
genetics,
thoughts and genetics.
environment,
your thoughts are a result of chemicals imbalances in some cases.
Well,
genetics,
partially.
environment, and biology.
Partially, wholly,
Yeah.
if
Yeah,
you're a
like it's
naturalist.
also your environment. It's not just your chemicals, it's
Okay,
the like things you experience too.
right, the physical world. So
There's
that's
always a
where you.
physical cause behind like human emotions or actions or whatever. There's always a causal agent, sort of.
Night, Evan.
Right. Dopamine, glycosamine. That's why the Christian ethic is superior, because it's not based in those
Superior.
things which are ever changing, but based on the.
It's only superior though if your God exists, actually.
Or even if God doesn't exist, just having a standard, a moral standard,
But
and
it's
we just
not a
had that
standard
debate.
though. Like y'all been fighting, y'all like how many denominations of Christianity are there, Jill?
Denominations exist because there are different cultures. So of course there's different types of Christianity. You got Indian Christianity, you got Muslim, though, you got
I'm not
Muslim.
talking about that. I'm talking about like Baptists, Methodists, Catholics, Protestant. Like well, Protestants are Baptists, but like missionary Baptists or Southern Baptists. There's I don't know, independent fundamental Baptists, and
Yeah,
like
they're
all of them have
different
some
kinds of.
sort of difference. Just
Well,
how no matter
the
how small.
differences are small.
Yeah,
They're not doctrines that actually
but they were big
change the
enough that
human
they went and
person.
started a different church.
Well,
The
that's okay.
differences are not always small. The differences are sometimes huge and fundamental.
Like
Like
see,
believing that Jesus is God or not.
anyone that does not believe Jesus is God is not a denomination of Christianity. See,
Yeah,
the
you have to be.
problem
Yeah, you have to be a
is that
belief Christian.
see, this is again with information, guys. You have to realize where you're getting your information from. The people who are promoting this 300,000, 400,000, I think it's mostly the Catholic Church and the Orthodox Church, but it's that on our side, on the right. But on the left, it's liberal scholarship. Okay, if anyone ever says that to you,
God
ask
damn it,
them
Jill.
for ask them for the list, please. Just say, give me the list. Email me a PDF copy of the list of the denominations. Do it. Ask them. Don't just say, "Oh yeah, that's true." They're only about they're only about 100, 300,
3 or
30 to 100.
400.
Well, 30
I
to
mean, even
100.
if there's only two,
30 to 100.
if there's only two denominations, that's still just as much of a problem as 30,000.
It's not a problem. It's okay to have differences. If you want to have a church of no music, and you want to separate from churches that like to play loud music, and you want your church to be peaceful and quiet, and when you're worshiping, then separate and go off instead of infighting. separate and go off and start your own church. You're still Christians. You're still part of the body of Christ. So that's what we see with denominations. They're not major distinctions, but they're major enough for those people and their own
Yeah.
individual free will and preferences that they want to separate. And God doesn't have a problem with that.
Yeah,
Don't
there's
make me play the
65
emo Felix. Don't
different-
make me play the emo Phillips joke again.
There's 65 different Baptist ones, just Baptist.
Those are not denominations. They're all Baptists. They're probably some sort of hierarchical type of setup. Or,
Yeah, well, like ours, missionary Baptists say, like you're not allowed to share communion with non-members, and so we didn't have communion because my pastor always thought that it was rude not to let non-members, like guests, not take it. And then something about washing feet or something like that, and we didn't do that ever either. But there was some sort of
it's
foot
silly
washing
stuff like
practice.
that. I mean,
Yeah. Like I never did understand what the foot washing was about, but I was so glad we didn't do foot washing.
yeah, I understand it, but it's silly. It's stuff like that that people say, "Oh, I'm going to start my own church." I mean, it can get confusing for someone looking in on the outside, looking in, but.
But now,
really nothing wrong with
Baptist and you, like you and a Baptist, like what I grew up with, are very different.
I'm sure there are we all believe in the essentials of the faith. The essentials of the faith are what unites all Christian denominations. And most of the denominations you'll see on these lists, like the Mormons, are not Christian.
No,
What is a Christian?
Fuck yourself. Yes, they
What's
are.
a Christian?
No,
they're not though. They
not.
really. I mean, I don't think they're Christian either.
You'll also see the Jehovah's Witnesses on that list who are not Christian. Their doctrine is not Christian at all. It's sub-biblical.
No, they're not.
I don't think Mormons are either.
So the list is
Why?
is not really a good list.
What makes you a Christian?
Right.
They think they're going to become like they're
So what? What makes you a fucking Christian? Believing in Christ, right?
No.
You know that the name of the Mormon Church is the Church of Jesus Christ of Latter-day Saints.
No.
Yeah, but
How are they not Christian?
Because they say because their title is in it. Oh my goodness. So
I grew up in the Mormon Church. They believe they're fucking Christian. Absolutely, they do.
If I say I'm an atheist, but I believe in God, am I still an atheist?
Can you define Christian? Like, what is a Christian, Jill? What do you think a Christian is?
Yeah.
Certainly not someone who actually believes in the Christ of Scripture. So if I say I believe in Jesus Christ, and I label
they do believe in the Christ of Scripture.
Yeah, see, this is the problem, is that earlier I brought up people that don't believe that Jesus was God, and you said they're not Christians, but they think that non-God Jesus is the Christ of the Scripture.
Right.
They disagree with you.
Right. So like the Mormons or the Jehovah's Witnesses, they will say Jesus, and they will put Jesus in their title, but they will pour in a different meaning of who he is and who he said he was into the Jesus that they proclaim. So
they still think he's part of the Godhead, though.
Oh, okay.
Well, the Mormons.
They absolutely fucking do. In fact, we had a kid here. Yeah.
They believe Jesus is part of the Godhead. What does that mean?
Yeah.
The triune God.
Kind of Mormon speak for the Mormon version of the Trinity.
Yeah. God, the God, Father, Son, and Holy Ghost, one person, but three people, separate things, but whatever it is.
Yeah, except in LDS, it's all one thing.
The violation of the entire law of identity and non-contradiction and excluded middle. Just like, yeah. But see, that's where, like, Jill's religion, I think, is actually people who sat down with a little bit of logic and studied over like things like the Trinity and said, this really doesn't make much sense right here. Like, and free will doesn't seem like that's really real. Like, if I went back to becoming a Christian, I would probably become a Calvinist.
Fucking
Yeah,
why?
it is the most
I would be a
consistent.
Jew. If I was to be a Christian, I would be Jewish.
Well, I mean, if I was going to be if I was just going to believe in God, I probably would go back to being like go back to being. I would probably become Jewish, yes. But
A
like,
messianic Jew.
but if I was going to like, I mean, I understand where there's a lot of cognitive dissonance that the Calvinist position kind of clears out of the issue, out of the way, like
You mean the Bible?
well, I mean, like existence of evil and stuff like that. Like, there's a whole different argument.
Hold on a second, Robin. Wesley, knock it the fuck off.
What's he doing?
All right, go ahead. He's spamming up the fucking chat again.
God damn it, Wesley.
Send him home. Give him a day off.
The tulip is more consistent. That we believe it's what actually the scriptures actually teach, and it does solve the problem of evil. It gives the most satisfactory answer, I would say, and destroys Epicurus's dumb argument. But he strawmanned the Bible actually to make it. Unfortunately, Leo Phillis and modern day skeptics are making the same mistake he made hundreds of years ago.
I'm not saying I think it's a great position. I'm just saying that to me, it's far less probably. Yeah, it's the most consistent actually with the Bible, I think, of any of them. Yeah. I do too. It, like, even if you just take the character of the biblical God and you just judge his character based on everything, all the stories about him and stuff, it's the most likely that matches his character too.
Yeah, he's a consuming fire, and also that same fire purifies the believer.
That's an Egyptian concept, by the way.
It is. It is.
Yeah, like in ancient Egyptian mythology, like probably 2,000 years prior to the Bible, in the afterlife, after you died, you would walk through the lake of fire, and the wicked would be destroyed, and the righteous would be purified.
Yeah, that reminds me of the Marvel comics, the eternal one. What's it called? The Eternal Fire.
The Living Tribune, something like that.
Anybody familiar with the MCU comics at all?
Yeah, the Living Tribune, the Living Tribune.
The Living Tribune, yeah, thank you.
I was gonna say, guaranteed J Money knows them.
But LDS doctrine, God is used to be a man. So again, when you see, yes.
No.
Yes.
No.
No, are you a Mormon?
I was raised Mormon, yeah.
Okay, and they didn't teach you that God was one. They normally don't teach this until you get higher up in the rankings.
Nah, bullshit. It's not that God was raised a man. It's that men can become God. No,
right, like Yahweh. Yahweh was once a man, so you can be just like Yahweh.
No, he wasn't.
Oh, right.
I don't know. Maybe they started teaching that after I fucking left, but no. As far as I know, no.
This is what Joseph Smith taught. God was once a human, and he became exalted to Yahweh, and then Yahweh had a son.
That's legit.
Celestial
that
wife.
Checks out.
So when you talk about God and Jesus, those are just labels people use, but you have to go into what they mean by those labels, what meaning they pour into those labels and terms or names or.
Well, do they believe that Jesus? I don't think just believing in Jesus makes you a Christian. I think you have to believe that Jesus came down here and died for our sins.
Right. Yeah. But you can't say Jesus was your cousin.
Yeah, because like
but then you know what? When you're ascribing your own personal definition of what a Christian means, you're no better than the 40,000 denominations of churches.
But I mean, how can you not be a Christian if you don't believe that he died, he sacrificed for our sins?
Well, because if you think of what a Christian is, like a Christian is someone that follows the ways that Jesus taught, and Jesus, in my opinion, just taught regular Judaism. So, I mean, like being a Christian by definition would be being a Jew minus the dietary laws, the Sabbath laws, and the divorce laws.
Yeah, but they think that every Christian I've ever known thinks that Jesus came here as a sacrifice for man's sin.
Yeah.
Because of his.
I would
Was
disagree
that
with that
some
take.
kind of giant pelican that almost came in and tapped you on the head? What the fuck
Yeah, what was
that?
Who? Me?
You.
I have a pelican in here?
I don't know. What the hell was that thing?
Where?
Fly, pelican, fly. Fly, pelican, fly.
I don't
Look
have
to
anything
your right.
flying. I don't
Look
have
to
anything
your
flying
right.
to my right.
Look
Oh,
to
the
your right.
balloon?
Oh, this was a balloon? Okay.
Did you see that?
Yeah, it came
Yeah.
it came in and looked like it was when I tapped you
Oh,
in the
that's
head and then went back out of frame. I was like, what the
That's my
fuck is
birthday
that?
balloon. See, my birthday
Oh.
balloon.
Okay.
I'm waiting
Gotcha.
so I can open it up and talk. You know, what is it when you do the helium? Yeah. I'm saving it.
Get high.
Gotta hurry. Doesn't
I
last
don't think
long
it
in those
gets you
Twilight
high.
balloons.
It just messes up your voice for a little while, don't it? Like,
Yeah, I think so.
Yeah, a
I
couple
haven't done that
seconds.
since I was a kid.
probably with all the shit that I've put in my brain over the years, that helium's not going to hurt anything.
She said after having a stroke.
That's what I'm saying. Like, yeah, I guarantee it wasn't from helium. Wait, I did used to have a friend, though. His dad was a dentist back when I was in high school. And they had like that, that laughing gas stuff, that you used to have all the time with the dentist. Like he had big tanks of it at his house and had these masks on. So if you went over and hung out, you could just do that laughing gas the whole time you were there. That was pretty interesting.
Oh, by the way, on that list, I found a list. It's a secular website, of course. Guess who's on that list?
A list of what?
Denominations, so-called Christian denominations. They just throw anybody who says Christ. They just throw them on the list, and then you guys.
Oh, let me guess.
Oh,
They put the LDS Church on there, huh?
Of course. Yeah, I already said they were. I already knew they were on there. But Christian Science is on here. I guess because of the word Christian.
What is Christian Science?
You never heard of Christian Science?
I mean, like,
Christian Science. Those are the ones that like don't accept.
You know who Tom Hanks is, right? Not Tom Hanks. Who's the guy? Who's the actor? The famous actor?
That's Scientology.
Scientology, right? Who's the famous
That's different.
actor?
That's like they
different
believe
than
in like
Christian
aliens and like crap and stuff.
Who's the
They're
guy
not
that played in
Christians.
played James Bond?
Are you talking about Tom Cruise?
He's a Scientologist.
No, he's a Scientologist.
Yeah.
Tom Cruise is a Scientologist, yeah.
Yeah. Scientology and church science are different.
Who played James Bond? A lot of people played James Bond. What era?
Tom Cruise. I was thinking Cruise. Yeah.
Tom Cruise didn't play James Bond though. He played he was the Mission Impossible guy.
Christian Science. What does that even mean? I gotta research this now.
I don't know what Christian Science is. That's an oxymoron. But like,
don't we have somebody who was Christian Science?
Pierce Brosnan.
Scientology though is a crazy it's like, but it's only rich people most of the time too. You have to have a lot of money to be in it. But the guy wrote a book, that Hubbard, whatever his name was, wrote a book.
L. Ron Hubbard.
This science fiction religion, and then he just turned it into a religion. Like we watched people become convinced of this, and they knew he made it up.
Yeah, that's 100% accurate. You know, that guy was also friends with Aleister Crowley.
Yeah, whenever
he was like an occultist.
Whenever people say, "Oh, how would this have come about just on its own?" Like, it has to be true. 2,000 years ago, people wouldn't have believed this stuff if they knew it was a lie. And I was like, "Okay, if you watch Scientology."
I heard Aleister Crowley beg for forgiveness from God before he passed. That's crazy, right? I heard something like that. Like Actually,
Did
Oh,
he?
they always do. That's
Something
all
like
in
that.
deathbed conversions.
I heard something like that. Like, I don't know.
Yeah,
if
they
it's true.
always they tell it. They
Maybe.
say the same thing about Christopher Hitchens too, and it makes me so mad.
Well, I don't know. And
I
I
do
heard
know
like
that the Christian
did it too.
scientists they don't believe in most any kind of medical care.
So they're Christian anti-science. Is that what they are?
Damn. They're really holding the book of James to its word.
They tend
They-
to believe that, faith will heal anything. Kind of like Jehovah's Witnesses has a lot of things that you can't get done medically. Well, Christian Science, it's like you can't do anything medically.
They're like that's the places in Idaho where they have like a whole cemetery full of just babies.
What?
Like
Damn.
there's they do. They have cemeteries in Idaho, like they have
Could be
cemeteries full of
wrong, but I
there are
think Christian Science kind of came off of like the Quakers or the Shakers or something like that.
There's nothing but babies in these cemeteries because like all these children die like before the age of 5. And, like,
Where's Kurt when you need him? Kurt would have the fucking answer to this.
They were given to the Molech.
No, they just die from like not getting like if they've got any kind of like diabetes or just anything that's wrong with them, RSV virus or anything. They don't get them treated. They don't get them vaccinated, and they just die of like
Right.
it's horrible. Like the rates of death of children under 5 is like extremely high.
Jeez.
Yep.
I thought maybe they skipped the anointing part or something.
They just don't. They use prayer for healing medical conditions, no matter what they are.
I thought they used natural like types of medicines also.
There is
Oh,
no.
that's a no-no.
What
That's a
kind of
no-no,
natural
Jim.
type of medicine cures like diabetes other than insulin? You know what I mean? Like,
Wait,
They gotta put the-
Scientologists
they
have
gotta put
Gen
the
Z
oil on
running
you.
through them, causing problems. I even heard about this. That's new to
what
me
is it?
anyway. Resist says Scientologists have Gen Z running throughout them, causing problems.
What does that mean?
The young people.
I think it's talking about these people that like they're YouTubers and they take their cameras and they barge into the Church of Scientology and cause a big ruckus. It's actually pretty funny.
Yeah,
Okay, yeah, okay.
Mm.
they're rebelling.
I was
The
thinking
young-
about
the
doing
young
something like
people.
that, like going into the church Scientology, just asking them questions, no camera,
Dude.
nothing like. But they'll
They get
kick me
so
out.
mad. They
Yeah,
get
they'll
so
kick-
fucking mad.
You-
They
Um,
won't
they will
like
follow
me.
you. They'll follow you home.
Me and
Yeah.
Dave Warnock were going to go
Yeah,
to
for real.
Greg Locke's church one time. Me and
They don't play.
Dave Warnock, we were going to go to Greg Locke's church. We were going to sit there. I wanted to go so bad.
They'll dox you. They don't play.
Friend of mine went to Hollywood. Friend of mine and I went to Hollywood once when I was like 16, maybe 17, and we ended up running into these Scientologists. They're like, "Hey, you want to come and take a personality test?" We're like, "Hey, sure." We had nothing to do that day.
Personality test.
They had us there for like. I still have the sheet that showed like all of my,
They were seeing if you were
personality
smart
flaws
enough.
and shit.
Yeah, they were trying to find out. They were trying to find women to breed with, I guess, probably. Like, you gotta have all these different things, probably.
Well, no, the friend of mine was with
Mormon
guys,
church.
so.
The
But
Mormon church actually is the creepiest when it comes to that. When they actually have like, I don't know how to describe this, but it's like speed dating sessions. Like they have this like they have one large group of girls, young girls, and then they bring the guys in and one side of the room. It's like kind of weird.
no, that's been a long time since they did shit like that.
Oh yeah, they don't do that anymore.
Yeah. No, they don't do that anymore.
Okay.
They didn't
That's-
even do that. They didn't even do that shit in the 80s when I was growing up in it.
I know I've been there though, and I heard them sing. I used to go to Salt Lake City a lot and deliver candy. And like you can go up when you walk up on the grounds there, like a Mormon person will walk up to you and be like, hello, and can I help you? And like, all you gotta do is be anywhere in the city, like close around there, walking the streets, and there'll be somebody that's like, what do you like? What do you want to look at? And you say, I would like to go to the Mormon Tabernacle Choir. Well, here, this is what time they play, and they'll take you right there to the door and stuff. Yeah.
That's an interesting question.
I
Cafe.
just found 20 Unitarian groups.
Hey,
While
Jill, got
while
a
you were
question
speaking.
for you from
20 Unitarian groups on the list of so-called Christian denominations. This is what I'm talking about. 20.
Hey, Jill, there's a question on the screen for you.
Unitarians
there
just
is?
believe that Jesus doesn't interfere in with human things.
I actually found a list. I've been asking for a list for 20 years, and I just found one on my own. No one ever could provide one for me, but now I have. What's
Jill,
on this?
do you hear me?
I wonder if
Jill, you hear me?
Yeah, I hear you. Can you hear me?
Do you see the question on the screen?
I wonder if Jill has been on Thinker's stage. Who's that?
Yeah.
Archthinker.
Archthinker?
There's another person named Thinker too. Now there's a woman.
Archthinker blocked me from her channel. She's a coward.
Oh, okay.
So is her co-host, the Black Atheist Rants.
Black Atheist Rants.
I love Bar.
I debated
Have you
him
ever?
once,
Have you ever debated Volsi?
I don't know who that is, but they blocked me from their little, and they ran to TikTok. He used to be on YouTube, and he felt like, Christians over 40 were not good for his channel, so he went to TikTok so he can debate 14-year-old Christians.
He's still on YouTube. Oh.
No, he does his TikTok and he streams it on YouTube.
Okay,
He doesn't do. He will never.
Yeah, but
post
they
another
don't.
link.
They don't do that because of the age of the people on YouTube. It's because that's where they get all the guests is from TikTok.
Yeah, that's where they get.
I mean,
all the
I am honestly, I'm
Yes.
working on building up my TikTok account too, so I can do the same thing here.
Yeah, I'll see you running over there too. Everyone's gonna run to TikTok and debate Christians who
I don't have to take TikTok.
Well, that's where they all are. I
just
mean,
left there.
The viewership is like 100 to 1 in difference. It's literally not even comparable.
mhm.
That's where
I
all
have
the
no
young people
TikTok,
are, yeah.
so no TikTok, no Twitter.
That's where
no
all the
Instagram.
18-year-old Christians are. You guys can take advantage of that.
Unfortunately, but if everybody goes over there, the adults will have no choice but to come to you if they want the conversations.
No, I'm never going over to TikTok ever.
Me neither.
I'm not either. I will never go there. Never have, never will.
I'm too old for TikTok. Too old.
Yeah, Arch blocks me, but I will go on there just like I come on here. I will go on there in the chat and refute one of their dumb arguments from skepticism, and then I'll get blocked.
Okay.
I'll get blocked. So
You just make life hard on us.
yeah,
You can't
that's
actually
what I
handle
was
it.
born to do.
Oh, look, the freak is here. Hey, freak.
The freak.
There he is.
Arch thinker. She thinks she's so
I
brilliant.
think I said hi to
too.
Cafe,
Oh my goodness, so annoying.
and the mod's back.
I do like Bar though. I like Bar, man. I think Bar is cool. I was supposed to be going on.
The only thing I don't like about some of those guys is they do very black coded topics, and it's like it has nothing to do with a fucking Scandinavian white girl. So I kind of
agree.
feel like
Are you Scandinavian?
Huh?
Are you Scandinavian?
Irish on my mom's side and Danish on my dad's side. Yeah.
Is Ireland in Scandinavia?
Denmark.
Denmark is in Scandinavia on my dad's side, and then on Irish, I mean, they were kind of ravaged by the Vikings, so there are a lot of Scandinavian types in Ireland. So.
Okay, I get you.
Danish sounds delicious right now. For sure.
Yeah, it actually does.
Oh,
With raisins and cinnamon.
Oh my gosh, Jay
Mhm.
Mooney, now you're gonna make me hungry.
Oh, raisin Danish. That sounds so good.
Have you guys
Warm it
heard
up
of
for like 10 seconds.
you guys heard of a liberal by the name of Jay Passick?
Yeah, I know Jay. It's Jefferson's
Yeah.
spacecraft brother.
The twins? You know the twins?
There's Jefferson and Jay, yeah.
Oh, I used to beat them up intellectually about 7 years ago, and now they're on a campaign telling everybody not to talk to me. Don't speak to
Right,
Jay.
Puggles? There's a lot of Danish blood in Ireland.
But Jay Passick used to be OE. He used to be my OE, my whipping boy.
All right, Jill.
Okay.
Yeah, like I don't do well when people tell me who to talk to. So yeah. As long as you're respectful, on my channel of the rules that I have there, and I try not to be too ruly, but as long as you're respectful of my channel about my rules, like you're welcome there. And if somebody has a problem with that, I guess then they just probably won't be there.
Jefferson Spatchcock.
You can sometimes be quite pleasant if you want to be, Jill. Sometimes
I can be quite pleasant.
yeah. I'm with
Well,
Robin
I'm
on
not,
that. You're one of my favorite Christians.
You have been tonight. I'll give you that.
Well, no one made a claim about the Bible that I had to debunk.
Well,
So,
there's a lot of claims about the Bible.
as soon as you make a positive claim, then I turn into Jill, and then you hate me.
You turn into that person that uses the third person.
So
That's what I like. The third person. When you start talking about yourself in the third person, that's my favorite time.
Just don't make any claims about the Bible, and we'll be fine.
I mean, claims like what? Like
That's all I want to do, though.
Any claim you got from liberal scholarship, because I will crush it and make you feel bad about ever believing it.
What does that mean, liberal
Make you hate
scholarship?
me. Like Jay Passick hates me, and Jefferson
Okay.
hates me.
Can I make a claim that I didn't get from any scholarship whatsoever?
And OE's going to hate me after our second debate on slavery.
Put a definition on it. What
position do you take? What position do you take on slavery, by the way? I'm just curious.
By the OE, I challenge you.
I'll be right back. I'm going to go get a snack.
I challenge you to debate me on the many straw man arguments you brought up in the debate. That I didn't have
Is
time
OE
to,
out there in the chat?
I don't know, but
someone
passed the memo.
I'm not running my mouth to OE for you, but
I'm willing to debate you on any one of those straw man arguments, and one of them was slavery, but I don't know if he accepted. So, but
what was the point though about slavery?
He tried to argue that the Bible prescribes this, therefore, it's not. The Bible is not the best guide for morality, but I, of course, disagree. The Bible does not prescribe X or slavery or enslavement. So we were sort of at an impasse there, where we had to have a little mini debate on that in order to move forward. So I tried.
So wait, is your point that like the New Covenant erased the slavery laws?
No, the argument is that the Old Testament only sanctions that type of act, if you will, as a punishment for rapists or grapists and etc.
That's not true.
Well, that's what we would debate. That's what we would have a debate on.
Okay. So like in in Leviticus 25:44-46, it says that you can purchase slaves from the nations around you and own them as property for life and pass them on as an inheritance.
Okay, but notice I said that the only time you are allowed to enslave someone is like when we have in our Constitution, when you are imprisoned You can be made a slave or a ward of the state, and you would not be allowed to go. You'd have to work and pay restitution. So what you described in Leviticus was just people coming from other nations, like migrant workers. You did not describe the enslavement of those workers, if you noticed.
It says you're allowed to purchase them and own them as property permanently.
Right. You did not describe in what you just spoke in English. You did not describe the enslavement of anyone. Did you notice that?
What do you mean? Like, you want me to describe their day-to-day life as a slave, or?
I want you to describe them actually being enslaved, not being purchased for life.
What about when you sell your daughter into slavery?
Oh, no, I don't see that anywhere in Scripture. Selling your daughter was considered.
What?
Selling your daughter was considered dedication, dedicating her to religious institutions like the church or the temple. She
What?
would, sort of like an altar boy or altar girl.
No, Jill. No, that's not true at all. It was just regular betrothal. You would just buy a wife. You would just buy somebody's daughter for a set amount of money. It had nothing to do with that.
Well,
All right, Pleasant Jill is almost over now, y'all.
Your theory is that parents were actually selling their daughters into sex trafficking or some sort of cabal of men.
Not necessarily sex trafficking, but it could have been just regular old slavery.
Okay, so you believe that parents actually
you
sold
can
their
sell
own
your daughter
children.
into slavery.
Right, so you believe that the Jewish people, listen to what you're saying about this group of people.
I'm
If
not
you were
saying
to say that
that
about
yet.
black people, you would be canceled. So you believe.
I don't care about cancellation.
Hold on.
Nobody's saying that about these people. The fucking Bible says that about them.
Okay. You believe that the Bible is actually teaching that a culture, an entire culture, had a system in which they would bring their daughters to be abused by strange
No, that's not what she said. That's a straw man. That's a straw man.
Yeah, I don't think the Bible
sold them
teaches. I think
into
these are
trafficking
stories.
or some sort of sex
Yeah, I know.
trafficking.
These are
She
just
just said
stories.
it doesn't necessarily
That's
have to
not
be
abuse?
sexual slavery. It doesn't have to be abuse or sexual slavery. They were sold as slaves to men. That's what a
But
wife
it could
was.
be.
For what purpose?
But you didn't get turned free, even if you were like, okay, if I was a Hebrew and I sold my daughter to another man, like if I had sold my son to that man, in 7 years my son would go free because of Jubilee. But because of the fact that women's value would be ruined after being in the house of another man or whatever, like that right there, she would not be marriable, and so she would have no one to take care of her and that kind of thing. I understand the rules, why the rules exist somewhat. You know, that is true. That then he cannot divorce her, and he cannot turn her loose. So she doesn't go free after 7 years like the men do. And there are reasons for that, because where would she go?
Okay. Well, the passage that you're referring to, I would try to read the Bible in light of the context in which it was written.
Absolutely.
The question is this describing chattel slavery in Exodus 21? The answer is no. Okay.
The context it was written.
It's not describing chattel slavery like the Atlantic
slave. Leviticus is. Leviticus does.
Well, hold on. We're talking about. Well, you brought up Leviticus already, and I demonstrated that's not the case.
I mean,
No, you didn't. No, you didn't.
All right, well, we'll go back to
existed
Leviticus.
all over the world. Like, I agree with that.
We'll go
Slavery
back to
existed all
Leviticus then.
nobody didn't have slavery back then.
But
Your only point was that it didn't describe the slavery. That was your whole point.
Right. So the burden of proof would be on you if you walked into.
So what is a slave? What is a slave?
Depends on what context you're historically.
In the biblical context, when they use the word eved, when it uses the word eved, what does that mean?
Let me show you this, and I'll show you this actually. There are 3 definitions. Okay, so let me actually show you. If you go to my channel and look at all of my videos on slavery, you'll realize that OE doesn't have a chance. Okay, but let me show you what
This
we
is Jill's.
found.
This is Jill's topic right here: slavery,
Oh
biblical
yeah,
slavery.
I love this debate topic. Well, I can't find it right now, but if you look up the word Eved in the Bible, this is all you have to do. You'll see that there are 3 definitions, not one. Today we have one definition, okay, and that is someone who is forced against their will, sort of like a chattel slave. In the Hebrews culture, ancient culture, they had 3 definitions. So the same person or the same word would be used to describe all 3 individuals, or 4 maybe, some scholars say. A bond servant, someone who took out a loan and now is forced to pay it back. A slave, as we would define it today, someone who is forced to work against their will because either they are a prisoner or they committed a crime, so they are forced to pay. And then you have someone who volunteers to work. And then you have someone who's adopted through manumission, like
Okay, perfect.
Abraham's. Okay,
So which
so
one of
which
those
one's
fits
going on here?
Levitical?
Which one's going on here in Leviticus? You cannot demonstrate chattel slavery. That's all.
Okay, so well, hold on. Let's think about it. So what were the other types of slavery that were not chattel? There was bond servant. It's not a bond servant. They're not paying off a debt, right? So we know it's not that.
Mm-hmm.
What was the other ones?
Someone who is just like a migrant temporary worker who travels abroad and looks for work, like Mice and Men, like Steinbeck's novel of Mice and Men. They travel to different lands looking for rich people to serve and work for. That's what we have going on in Leviticus 25. Unless you go Someone's got to
Okay.
mute.
We need to take a little break here. Hold on a second.
We got echo.
Oh no, someone's got a song.
Mm-hmm.
From Joel reads the Bible. I debated him.
I'm getting like
The answer's in the context. You're never gonna get it with the context. I don't know what it means either, but the context. The answer must be hidden in the context. But don't ask me what the context is. But all I know is it's context. You're talking about the good kind of slavery. They got the good kind of slavery. No, I wouldn't like it if it were me, but it's a good kind of slavery. Sure, you can beat them within an inch of their life, and you can keep them if they fall in love with their wife. Nah, there ain't nothing wrong with another human being owned. When God says it, it's a good kind of slavery.
Amen.
That is adorable.
He was going hard too.
Credit Joel. Credit Joel reads Bible.
Yeah, I debated.
Pretty good.
I debated him on. I forgot. I think it might have been on this topic actually, and he rage quit as usual.
Damn, you got him.
But in Exodus 21, this is what we would call an arranged marriage.
Wait a minute. I'm gonna get off here. So I'm gonna go to bed. So you can finish this after I leave. But
Take care.
Which is common in a lot of areas, a lot of places still today. So.
yep. Thank you, Jill. And thank you for coming. I hope you do another debate pretty soon. And J Money, it's good seeing you, buddy. Bye, RB and Gretchen.
Good night, Robin.
Love y'all.
Love you too.
You too.
Love you.
Everybody who love me, I love them back.
So if you hate the patriarchy, Robin, then I can see you having a problem with this, but we don't really hate patriarchs or patriarchal societies. We don't have a problem with that. Biblically, that is. But I could see how a modern, you know, culture might reject arranged marriages. I had an arranged marriage. Did you guys know that?
The what?
Yeah, I had an arranged marriage.
With who?
My wife.
The Bible.
It
Well,
was
like who did it? Your parents?
no, me and God.
Oh.
We arranged this. She had no say in the matter.
Damn, you stuck it to her.
No, of course she does, but initially, it is the parents who initiate the marital rights, and a wife is taken and she must be cared for, etc. So that's what Exodus.
And you're Baptist, you said?
I don't know if I'm consider myself a denomination, any one denomination, but we
Okay.
should stop reading liberal scholarship where they're teaching this lie that the Hebrews actually sold their daughters. That's just the most ridiculous thing.
It's not liberal scholarship. It's in the
Yes, it
fucking
is.
book.
No, it's
Yeah, I don't understand
in
what
the
you.
book.
no,
It just
it's
says it word for word. Like it's not. It's there's no interpretation to be made.
it
It's
doesn't
blatant.
it does say it word for what did the words mean, however. Right? So
It's just
yeah,
they're
you could
selling their
say
daughters. They're
right,
selling
but
their
what does
daughters to
selling
people with
mean?
money
What does
to
selling mean?
accept money or goods for the exchange of your daughter.
Yeah, it's called a bride price or what we call a dowry. There are many
Yeah,
cultures that still do this today. How is that
it
bad?
doesn't make it okay. It's still just
Okay,
as
so
bad
that's not
today.
that's bad to have a dowry
I think
and
so.
to
Yeah,
pay
it
the
should be. It should
family
be the woman's
to
option.
Not
pay
It should be
always
her
a
choice.
dowry,
to pay the
though.
family of the wife to make sure that she's
No,
taken care of.
there's nothing wrong with the money. What's wrong is
Oh,
the lack of freedom and choice. You don't get to choose who you're marrying.
wait.
That's the issue.
Where's the
Do we
evidence that the
really
woman
do
doesn't have a
dowries
choice?
today?
She's
I said,
sold.
Do
Her
we?
father chooses.
what? It's an arranged marriage.
No, it
Right.
isn't.
Yes, it
You don't
is.
choose.
Do
You are
we
sold.
really
Your
do?
daughter is sold
Do,
to
An
another
arranged
man.
an
do
arranged
we
marriage is
really
in the
do
Bible.
arranged marriages today
In
in our country, in the
not
United
in
States?
America, but in other countries, yes.
Third world countries.
An arranged
Yeah.
marriage does not indicate at all that the daughter, doesn't have a choice in the matter. Not at all. That's your assumption that you brought into the text.
So what you're saying
No,
is
it
that
isn't.
they're only for sale if the daughter agrees.
Of course, the daughter would have a say. Why would the family set the daughter up with a man or
Because they can't
that
afford
they
to
don't
feed her.
want?
Women were
What?
property in that time, Jill. I
She
don't
would have been.
understand. Like, why do
She.
you think that anyone cared what the woman
Well,
had to
listen.
say?
Well, listen. You would, if you're going to implicate a culture, you need more than just hearsay. You guys proud yourself on
No,
evidence,
it's not
but when it
hearsay.
comes
It's
to the
in the
Bible,
text.
when a man
Yeah.
sells a daughter as a servant, that's all it says. It doesn't say she doesn't have a choice. You're
It's
adding
not
that to the
saying they're
text.
selling him as a wife because there is a different
It
word
does
for
say that.
wife used lots of places.
No. If you look at Exodus 21:7,
Am I wrong,
it
Andy?
is speaking about betrothal. Marital rights it's discussed in the text. What are you
Looking
reading?
where? Looking where?
In Exodus 21, it talks about marital rights. So how is this not talking about a household marital arrangement? This is not talking about field slavery.
Why do you think she had a choice? Is my question. Where does that come from?
Well, it
Because
comes
we know,
from the
like,
it comes from
in the
many.
ancient
Okay,
world.
wait. See, this is the liberal scholarship approach. We know from the many ancient Near Eastern sources. Show me internally in the text, the Hebrew text. I don't care what was going on in other nations, Dr. Josh. We don't care what was going
Okay,
on in the
hold on.
surrounding nations.
What?
Listen.
He's not Dr.
Oh,
Josh.
Jill,
Yeah, but
it
Dr.
doesn't
Josh tries to
specify.
make the same argument. Liberal
Yeah,
scholarship makes the
he's in.
same argument.
He was using it derogatorily, but so it doesn't specify in the text whether she had a choice or not. So our only
The
option is
burden of
to look at
proof
what.
is, sir, the burden of proof is on you, not us.
Yeah,
You walked
but
into our place of employment, you saw young girls working, and you said slavery.
mhm.
Okay, show us the evidence. If you're going to call 911, 911's going to arrive, and they're going to want to see your argument, what your evidence is. It's not on us to convince you that they're here
That is a
voluntarily.
complete straw man. That is not what we're talking about.
Okay,
It's straw
he's
man or a
claiming.
non sequitur or
All right, let's read the text again.
that's
Okay,
bullshit.
I don't know
is what
how
that
you
is.
can develop all of this from this. When a man sells his daughter as a servant, ... Where are you getting the idea that she's being forced? Where are you
Because
getting
in
that?
the ancient Near East, outside of Israel and Jerusalem,
Exactly.
everywhere else. Yeah, well, that's
And
what we. That's the context for the Old Testament,
that's not the
unfortunately,
context
Jill.
for this text, sir. That's the
It
context for the
is.
nations
It
that are
is.
surrounding him,
They
and
were
that's
not
why.
isolated.
Well,
They're not
that's why
isolated. They were in
that
contact with all these other
that they
nations,
were
and they were
isolated.
blending their cultures. They
They
were
were
not.
isolated. They were instructed to isolate themselves from the
They
behaviors of
didn't.
the surrounding nations.
They
So
didn't.
this is the difference between liberal scholarship and conservative
The
scholarship.
Bible says that they
Conservative
didn't
scholarship
isolate
actually,
themselves.
conservative scholarship actually reads the darn text. Just read the text and find it in
You
the
gotta back
text
up from your
instead
mic.
of assuming.
You gotta back up
Instead
from
of
your mic.
assuming, because other cultures did this, that the Hebrews had to have done this,
Too close to
despite
your
them
mic.
saying they don't do this. In many cases, despite them saying they don't do this, you still say
Where?
they do this because of the surrounding cultures did it.
Jill, you too close to your mic. It's going like like that, like it's too close.
Oh, I'm
Back up
sorry.
a little bit.
But that's what we have going on. It's like this. Find it in the text, and then we'll believe you.
Let me
Don't
just
find
make
it in
my
the
case. But let me just make my case about how I feel about this. I feel like across the ancient Near East, and farther span than that, we see it in Egypt, India, Greece, everywhere. Women had no choice in betrothal; they were just simply sold. And we have writings from women lamenting about their betrothal and not wanting to be with the man that they're put with. And so then, when we finally see the Hebrews mentioning the same concept that had been around and everyone around them doing the same thing, and they're all talking about how it's unwilling. But and then the Hebrews don't specify whether it's willing or not. Why the fuck would you conclude that she has a choice? It doesn't follow. It doesn't match anything we know about the ancient times.
Mm-hmm. So that's the difference between liberal scholarship and a conservative scholar. So don't tell me, guys, when we're in these discussions, that stop saying that there's no difference, like OE would argue. There
I think
is
you've
a
demonstrated that
difference.
conservative scholarship is bullshit and closed-minded, and they're not willing to compare the Bible to the ancient world.
Mm-hmm. Because
That's
they're
what you're
reading.
showing. You're demonstrating that conservative scholarship is trash.
Because they're reading the text. They're not looking outside in. What did I
That's
say
the
the
problem.
difference was?
That's
I
the
actually
problem. You're
said this
limiting
in the
yourself.
debate.
You limit
And it's
yourself.
coming to fruition. You are demonstrating my definition is correct. They don't look from the outside in at all, really. And
That's the
if they
issue.
do that, it's secondary. It's a secondary form of research, where if the internal evidence doesn't disclose what's going on, then you would go outside and look in. But
Right.
the conservative approach first is to look inwardly, internally, to determine what these concepts meant to them, rather than to look out. The liberal scholar will start outwardly, ignore what's in the text, or say, oh, they just made this up to sound good, or to excuse it, or they only went to war because they only made up these things about the Canaanites because they wanted to go to war. It was a land grab. So they will ignore what the text says and say, well, they just went to war with these nations for all the reasons that everyone went to war with other nations. So it's a different approach, and I understand it. And when you understand the difference of approaches, you can start looking at these scholars a little differently. and not just take their word for it, but understand what what their presuppositions are.
Yeah, that's your view on it. But I mean, like, from the way I see it as a conservative scholar, you are refusing to take the Old Testament in its original context, and you are starting with your conclusion. You begin with the
Its
conclusion
original
and then look
context.
for evidence.
Its original context, first and foremost, is the text itself,
No,
not what's going
no, it
on
isn't.
outside.
The context of the text
Wow,
is what produced
wow,
that text. The environment that the text came from
wow.
is the ancient Near Eastern world. That is the context for the Old Testament.
Did we
The world
just hear
before the
that,
Old Testament.
ladies,
Yes.
ladies and
The
gentlemen? We
context of
just
the Old
heard that.
Testament is the world that predates the Old Testament. That is the context. And
You
that's
heard it
what you're
here.
refusing to compare the Bible to those texts, and that's why you're stuck in this weird echo chamber.
You heard it here, ladies and gentlemen. He said it. Now, I want everybody to pay attention to what he just said. He said that, nope, you need to start with the outside, what was going on outside of Israel, to determine what's
Yes,
going on inside of Israel. Now,
I stand by
that's
that.
a huge mistake, and this is why most credible scholars reject liberal scholarship. Okay? Now, if let's take an analogy in the modern times. Let's say I had a football team, okay? But my football team did not have tackling. And I stressed in my doctrine of football that no one is allowed to tackle anyone. This is what liberals are trying to do to real football, right? But let's say that happened. You can't go back and say 2,000 years from now, you can't say, well, their football, I'm going to examine this type of football based on the entirety of football that was going on in that region at that time. You would start first with looking internally and reading their doctrine on football. And
So
if
you're
there's
telling
something
us
that's
not to believe our lion eyes and just take your word for it,
I'm
huh?
telling you to read the text, what they say football is. Not what someone that's not what all the 2018 teams in the
I'm
NFL
talking about the
say football
slavery
is.
thing. You want us
Well,
to
it's an
just take your
analogy.
word for it and not believe our lion eyes when it comes to reading the text for ourselves, right?
And that's why there's so many mistakes
Wait,
in
Alright.
liberal
Wait.
scholarship.
Hold that thought.
All the claims I make might seem made up and fake, but I know. Trust me, bro. These things are things that I know. If you think my rhetoric is tired or I sound like a liar, no, no, no. Trust me, bro.
Okay, I'm done.
Hey, really quick. Oh, I can hear my. Okay, there we go. Unfortunately, it's 4 o'clock, so I have to get ready for work. But I feel like I could talk to you for 5 hours, Jill. But unfortunately, I got to take off. So it's been real, guys. Take care.
Take care.
Night, Andy.
Have a
All
good
right,
one.
bye bye.
Peace.
See ya. What was it? Where was I?
It's a
So,
fact.
the football analogy was just to show you that that's a terrible approach. You want to know what
That
they
means
meant
nothing to
by
me.
you want to know what they meant by football. Okay, it would be a mistake to examine to interpret what they meant by football by looking at the other 28 teams because in their internal text they specifically said we're going to do things differently and this is how. So if you ignore that and just say no, pretty much they were doing the same things that the other groups were doing when it comes to slavery, when it comes to marriage, when it comes to betrothing or betrothal. You're not being honest with the text. You're being dishonest. And that's why most people reject liberal scholarship because of that approach. And it's good for selling books, but it's not good for actually rendering the text. Okay. But let me give you an example of where a case study, like I can do with slavery as well. Um, Instead of just trying to open up the book and read it and say, "Look, slavery. Look, man. Look, selling daughters must
Hey,
be
hold on a second.
slavery."
Hey, Andy, are you in the async Discord? Andy, before you leave?
Yeah, post the link, man.
Might be too late. I think he might be gone.
It's right there. Just post it.
Yeah, he did.
But an example
Okay.
of a woman having a choice in the Bible, and the Bible again does not is no evidence at all that the claim is being made, but they're not providing any evidence. They're just saying, well, this is how it was around Israel. That's not an argument. Okay, uh, women were treated.
Oh, Andy, please join the async Discord. There's some stuff I want to talk to you about.
So there are several narratives that show that women actually initiate, like Ruth and Boaz is another case, is one case example, one case study. Ruth and Boaz. So Google that for homework. Okay, if you want to know what it was like to be a woman in the ancient Near East, don't don't listen to people who tell you, well, just go look at what the Canaanite religions were doing. The Bible is clearly calling them out and saying they all need to be wiped out. That's how bad they were doing things. So I don't understand this approach from liberal scholarship. Let's look at it. Let's see what they were doing, what the Canaanites were doing. It's so ridiculous when the text is clearly saying, "Go into the land, wipe them out," because they're not. They're disobeying. They're treating women like property, literally. When the Bible says she's property, it is something to be cherished. It's not something to be abused or, uh, you know, mistreated. So Ruth and Boaz would be a case study. Ruth actually was the one that initiated um, the relationship with Boaz. She's not coerced. She acts intentionally, and Boaz accepts her. Boaz was the man, of course, um, and he redeems her and purchases her. Okay, so there's nothing wrong with being purchased in the Bible. So you can't take your anachronistic understanding of these words, or rather presentism fallacy. It's called the presentism fallacy.
Jill joined. I didn't even see Jill leave. Hold on.
Jill's still here.
Okay. Huh? We're still
Jill
here.
didn't leave.
You
Well,
did. I just had to bring you back up on stage.
Oh, I was backstage the whole time.
It's no,
No, just for like a second.
Oh, okay.
Your mic is super low now. It's like you gotta find a good distance where you're not too close but not too far, cause it's just weird.
Okay.
Like my mic does that too. Like if I get close, it's like all the way up there. But if I move back,
better?
Does anybody want to come up and talk to Jill? Because I need to go take care of something in the kitchen for a few minutes.
do what you gotta do, Gretchen. Just do what you gotta do. You know how it go. People gonna wait.
Okay. Then you're okay talking to Jill for a few minutes?
I mean, I guess, I don't know what you want to talk about.
Are you a Christian?
That's a kettle of fish. Go ahead and explain to him what you are. I'm sure I'll be back by the time you're done.
It'll be next week by the time I'm done.
I remember you. I remember your icon. You.
Yeah.
I don't know. You used to call yourself something else.
No, I've always been J Money. That's it. Yeah, for real. I ain't never go by nothing else on these panels. I mean, I had the thing under my name called. I used to put Sylvester Stone under there, but it's not letting me do it.
Are you
Can't put
from
my
New York?
nickname, you know. Nah, but yeah. So you saying this Christianity stuff, like, what's up, man? Why you believe all that?
Why I continue to believe
Yeah,
the Holy Spirit, but
the
the
book in
Holy,
particular, because I
well,
believe in God.
specific,
It's just the book. That's what I'm saying. The book.
well, specifically the Holy Spirit, I would give credit to God, of course. But every time I'm in discussions with atheists and people who don't believe what I believe, um, they do a poor job at demonstrating what they've been told, or their objections. So that just continues to strengthen my faith,
I
but by
mean,
way of the Spirit.
it just has no logic, and I'm not trying to take you away from your faith. I'm like, believe in your book all you want, as long as you're not hurting nobody. But do what you do. It's not a thing about not like that convincing you. That's not gonna happen. You already believe what you believe. You're gonna twist up things and do what you gotta do if you have to. Like that's the rhetoric theists apply to what they, because they can't prove it. You can't prove it.
Hmm.
Nobody could prove it. It's a belief thing at the end of the day.
That's
So,
true. That's
you
true.
know,
I agree with that. But then you have a group of individuals like OE and like the gentleman that was just on here that make these claims about the Bible. These are positive claims that they're making, whether they believe in God or not. Whether I believe in God or not, the text is communicating something. So that's where I find my my niche is to actually communicate or try to get them to see what the Bible is actually communicating, not what they've been taught the Bible says. Whether you believe in God or not, you know, like
yeah, but
this idea that women did not have a choice, they go in presupposing that when they read the text, perhaps because they they themselves are sexist or misogynist. I don't know, but um, the text does not communicate such. And then we can go in and show them, like in the case of Ruth, Boaz, Rebecca. Rebecca was her when Abraham's servant went to Rebecca's family to ask for Rebecca's hand in marriage with Isaac. Isaac was one of Abraham's sons. Her family then goes and asks Rebecca for permission to marry Isaac and see if she wanted to do it. So we have a case study in Genesis of where a woman is betrothed, or a woman is um, purchased, or a woman is the dowry is paid by Abraham's servant for Rebecca's hand in marriage. So she's being purchased, sold, and her family says yes, but then they go to Rebecca herself and ask her personally, and she says yes. Yet they still conclude the woman didn't have a choice. That's their presupposition. So little things like that, sort of lead me to conclude that this is the truth. The Bible is the Word of God, and I'm convinced. I'm convinced more and more when I speak to people like OE.
okay,
Of
like,
that.
but like, I don't know, because I find that a little odd. It's like my issue, right? It's the picking and choosing when to take something literal. Like,
Yeah.
it either is what it is, and you could take it for its words, or you can't. It's no in between, right? It's no in between. It says what it says. These are preserved words that have been translated and, like, passed along ages. These words mean what they mean. You know what I'm saying? They say what they say. We understand language. We understand how to communicate. And whatever was trying to be said was said. Therefore, you can't just choose when to ascribe it to reality or not, or say like, oh well, the Bible's not a science book. That's a cop out that just doesn't fit. You see what I'm saying? It's a cop out that just doesn't fit. So when I opened the book in the opening letters, in the very first chapter, is the Bible botching the creation story of the earth. I mean, in the universe, it's like, come on, how can I go much further without massive amount of questions? When you tell me that Adam and Eve didn't have to be babies and they're the first humans, actual humans, which we know every human being that's actually a human being had to be a baby, had to go through that step. Not
They
these
had to
two.
be.
Nope. Not these two. These two just come out of dirt. And but Jesus did. Jesus had to be a baby though. So he could be human though, right? But as a human though, he's doing things that no other human could do, like going into outer space with no spacesuit, you know? Like it's just it
Hmm.
doesn't add up, right?
Right. So you
Science
have a
has done what?
okay. So you have a problem with the supernatural claims in the
No, I'm
Bible.
saying science has
Right.
given us
Science is.
no listen, science has given us what they don't have, what they didn't have, what Moses did not have. And all of these Bible writers, Joe's
Hmm.
whatever, Peter, whoever, they didn't have Neil deGrasse Tyson and Chuck Nice, Star Talk.
Oh.
They didn't have
Okay.
that. You understand what I'm saying? So they can't, get all the cool stuff we got. You
Well,
understand?
the
They can't
Bible
see what's
is.
going on in outer space like
But
we
why would they
can. You
need that?
understand?
Why would they need
No,
to
why
have
they
that?
would need that is because then that Bible would have read differently. Like how could you account,
Huh?
right? Yeah, it would have, because how could you account, right, for the Paleozoic era, for example, the dinosaur era, when you didn't have the instruments to know that it happened or it existed. You might be able to
Why would the
allude
Bible
to
need to
maybe a
account for that?
behemoth, maybe a creature, because you saw the
Oh.
bones, or you probably found the bones of something big, and that probably prompted you to maybe talk about one or two behemoths, one or two creatures. But nowhere in the Bible does it indicate for millions of years that these dinosaurs roamed the land, because they didn't have the instruments to know that. They thought it went just from creation of the earth to us, and then they just put together a story to control the people, because that's what it is. That's the reason
Well,
why
the
the God in the book has human interests.
the
Look
word
at that. Imagine
dinosaur
that.
did
An
not.
all-powerful God that's capable of making the whole universe has human interests. He cares about your pee, and
Well,
if it's
the word
circumcised or not.
dinosaur is a fairly new word. So the word dinosaur will not appear in an ancient text.
Yeah, but
There are
but the whole
there are
Paleozoic era
descriptions
won't.
of there are descriptions of large or powerful creatures. So
Yeah, but
that's
this is what I'm saying. I already told you that. I already got ahead of that hurdle that I knew you was gonna throw. You might talk
uh
about a beast, some sort of
right.
something like that, a cyclops, something
Leviathan.
huge. They found the bones, right? But they didn't know about the entirety of the Paleozoic era, the way we were able to carbon date,
Why would they
fossil
need
fuel,
that?
all of
Why
that.
would they need to know all
We,
that?
we did that. That's the gift we got.
Right, but why
That's
would
what
they need
science
all that?
gave us, not them, because they weren't around for that.
But why
Long
would they
gone
need
is what
that
they are.
if they're trying to just convey one story about creation? Why would they need to include Behemoth and Leviathan roaming
Well,
around?
they couldn't include anything because they didn't know about the time frame. I can't speak of a time frame I don't know of.
Well, that's not
But
that because that wasn't the purpose of the writing.
no, that's the thing. You see,
It's
it
like
goes
taking
back
a
to
math
that.
book
See,
and,
see,
and saying
see you, you,
being
you, you
critical of a math book because it
listen.
doesn't render the
You just took,
crocodiles and whales
you,
tech
you
science.
just, you just took exception to someone making a fact claim about the Bible.
It's
Right?
an
But here's
irrelevant
the thing.
factoid.
No,
It's
but here's the
irrelevant.
thing. You just made a fact claim. The Bible makes a fact about certain things regarding reality. It does. It
Okay, give
simply
us one of
does.
those claims then.
And
Don't
it
just
gets
say
it
what it does.
wrong. You understand? It
Okay,
gets it
give
wrong.
me that. Give me that. Don't tell me the math book doesn't have science
No, what
on
I'm telling you,
crocodiles.
no, listen to what I'm saying. No, listen to what
Okay,
I'm
give me your
you
positive
can't
claim. Don't
equate a crocodile to a T-Rex. You know what I'm
Well,
saying?
no, no, but don't tell me what the Bible doesn't care to communicate. It never intended to communicate it, and then say, look, it doesn't have this.
What do you?
It's
But
like it's
listen,
like opening up
it's
a math
telling
book
you
on
the
algebra
time
and
frame
saying
of life. It's telling you the time frame of life. That's what
it's
it's doing. It's going from the conception of the universe, pure darkness, just chaos, no earth yet. You understand what I'm saying? It's going from that point, and it's skipping ages of evolution, of dinosaurs, of all kinds of processes, natural processes that they just simply couldn't talk about. Your average textbook today is going to have far greater details about what actually took place. And we got the science to be able to peer review it and, back engineer it and see that it's correct. That's the reason why you have a global positioning system in your phone. Global positioning system, GPS. It's a globe. We know this now. You understand what I'm saying? It's not something that we're
no,
questioning.
because you're not making much sense. So what I'm asking is this: I'm not looking for you to tell me what the Bible never intends to communicate,
You see what I'm
because
saying?
you could
That's a
do that
cop
with
out.
any. Well, hold on,
No, no,
hold
no.
on,
It's a
hold
cop
on.
out what you're
All
doing.
right, I'll wait. I'll wait.
No, yeah,
Now you're
okay,
just
but
gonna
it's a cop out.
overtalk.
No, 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 it's
Okay, go
not. I'm
ahead,
not
go
trying
ahead.
to overtalk you. I'm not trying to overtalk you. I'm
But when
just
it's
letting
my
you
turn to
know that what
respond,
you're doing is
I
a
would
cop out. No,
appreciate if
no,
you
you can
didn't
respond. I'm
overtalk.
just no, no, I'm not gonna overtalk you either now. I'm just letting you know that what you're doing is like kind of disingenuous. Go ahead, just finish your point. You don't have to do the awkward silence. I said finish your point. Yeah, you just can't help it, can you? More awkward silence. Finish your point, man. I'm not gonna talk over you, man.
Jay, what's going on with your mic? You got a lot of like clipping going on.
I do. That's me.
Yeah, the static.
You sure?
It
I hope.
happens every time you talk.
Hold on. Let me mute. And then, what about now?
Yep, still hear it. Didn't hear it the last time you came up.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Let me get out and come back in. Let me
Okay.
refresh.
This is why I'm still a Christian, ladies and gentlemen. It's this type of approach and this type of logic and reasoning, which is void of logic
Look,
and reasoning.
J Money has his own type of approach. Even we don't understand him.
No, no, it's the same as yours.
So no,
It is
I'm
So,
saying,
not the same as mine.
well,
y'all hear me?
there
Y'all
are
hear me
some
good now?
similarities, striking
Hang on,
similarities. Okay.
Jay.
Uh, so when we read
Let me turn
something,
you up.
we
Go ahead. Say something, Jay.
Hallelujah.
Yeah, still hear it. It's weird.
So
when
turn me
when
down.
you
You was hearing me good with my voice turned down.
you're sort of like cracking a little bit. But Jay,
All
when
right,
we
try it
read,
now.
Hallelujah.
Still hear it.
he sounds fine to me.
Does he? Okay, maybe
Yeah.
it's just me. I can hack it.
So Jay, when we read anything, we want to know the author's intention and what the author intended to communicate. It's unfair to pick up a math book on algebra and say that, look, it doesn't include science of the whale or science of the eye, because that's not the author's intention in the first place.
Yes,
So
it is.
that is, well, that's your presupposition. So
It's talking about the
this
beginning
is
of
the
the
presupposition.
universe, the
Okay.
beginning of the earth.
All right.
It's
So what
talking the
is the
sequence.
purpose?
It's
So what?
telling. Listen. It's
Well,
telling
no,
you
no, no. Hold
this.
on, hold
Go
on. You
ahead.
haven't had a chance to
Go ahead.
speak.
Go ahead. Go ahead.
Let me
Go
respond.
ahead. Go ahead. Go ahead.
Okay. So if you're going to then say there's an error, now I can crush you. Okay. So that first approach is what a liberal scholar would do. But if you have an error, now they're less likely to say there's an error today because they like to live on the fringes and they like to live in obscurity because that's how you sell books and that's how you create excitement and sensation. Where was Jesus when he was 12 years old? Did he go meet the Buddha? That type of sensationalism and sophistry sells books. So, what is your claim that the Bible, if the Bible makes an error, meaning it is attempting to communicate something and gets it wrong, not what it never intends to communicate, and look, it's wrong because it doesn't communicate that.
All
Okay, so
right.
what does the Bible communicate that we know it's communicating? It is
I
intending
heard the
to
question.
describe it.
You don't got to
Okay,
rephrase. You don't have to
okay,
rephrase. I heard you. So in the Genesis creation story,
Genesis
it
creation.
legit got wrong the order of creation.
Okay,
Science has proven to us that it's not a mythical light. It's not the light that came when he said, "Let there be light." No, not that light. We need the photosynthesis from the sun, the actual rays from the sun that we see that comes up every day and goes down every night. That sun, that's the one we need. That's the light that we need from that sun. No other light. No other light's gonna give you plants. No other light's gonna give you none of that. No other
right.
light is gonna allow for how things came about. You
Okay, so you
understand what
said
I'm saying? It's
order. You
that
said
light right there, not the other one. You
you
understand? Not
said
no
order.
fancy light. So I'm just prefacing that to explain to you that that sun, according to the book, didn't come until day 4. Yet somehow plants emerge on day 3. That's quite the
Well, you don't.
conundrum.
Okay, so you said order of creation. Really, you mean that the Bible got it wrong, the sequence wrong, as far as how
Yes,
things
because
are
it didn't have
involved. Okay,
science.
I have. All right, I have good news for you, but bad news for your argument, whoever you got this from. The
Yeah,
Bible
go ahead.
never intends to give us a
Uh,
chronology,
you just asked me for a situation in the book
and
where
I'm
it
explaining to
tries
you.
to get it
Hold on,
right.
brother,
No,
brother.
it gave you an argument and it got it
I
wrong. It
gave
said
you. You
this is
gave
what
me an
happened.
argument, but I'm
No,
trying to
listen,
expose your
you asked me a
presupposition.
question and I'm answering it, and that is not good
I'll
enough. Now
wait.
you're trying to move the goalposts.
No
Is what
one's
you're doing.
moving the goalpost, sir.
I'm
You are
trying to tell you. Can I
presupposing
tell you how you're
something,
doing that?
and I'm
Can I?
You a
pointing
little
that
bit
out.
are.
Can
You're
I tell
You
you
are.
how?
presupposing.
You are somewhat.
Yes, you are. You are moving the goalposts hard, heavy, because you asked me to give you a
You don't like the
situation. And
fact that
listen to
that
what
I'm
I'm
pointing
saying.
out.
See, now you talking over me. You see what I'm saying? I'm just trying to land my plane, and I'm gonna let you talk. I'm dead ass gonna just stay quiet and let you respond. I'm just trying to get you to understand the point. The point is, you
Okay, you
asked
don't like the
me.
fact.
You no, listen. You asked
Go
me
ahead. Go ahead.
for
I'll wait.
you asked me for a situation in the Bible where the Bible claims something, where it actually makes the claim and says that it's making something a positive claim, and where it gets that wrong. The first example was different. It wasn't going according to like specifics. I went to a specific part. Now I'm showing you where it's actually giving an account of something that it claims happened a certain way, and it got it dead wrong. Got it dead wrong because the scientist wasn't there to educate Moses. He didn't have the James Webb Space Telescope to give him all this great information. He didn't know what the cosmic microwave background was.
You done? All
Uh-uh.
right. Okay. All right.
You don't need awkward
So for
silence,
the
bro. It's a conversation. This
well,
ain't
yeah,
me
it's a
versus
conversation that you're not allowing another side to speak.
this
You
is not a
overtalk. So
RPG. No,
I'll
I'm not.
wait.
I'm
I'll come
not
back and I'll
over
wait till
talking
you
you. I'm
Just
continue.
not over
stop this
talking
over talking bullshit.
you. Yeah, this ain't an
He was
RPG game.
answering your question.
That's all I was doing. Go ahead.
So, you were assuming, you went in presupposing that the Bible is trying to give you a strict chronological sequence. I'm here to tell you that was never the intention of the author. So, what you've done, what liberal scholarship has done, is
Authors.
you've authors, thank you, because the Bible was written by 40 different authors, not one.
You're basically
So
lying.
what you've done is
Or more.
you propped up a straw man just to knock it down.
It's not a straw man.
Okay.
I'm taking
Can
the
I give
words
you
for
the
what it
argument?
is. Go ahead.
Can I
But
give you
you're
the
lying.
argument?
Go ahead, but you're
Because you
lying. Go
probably
ahead.
never heard it. Okay. It's called the literary framework theory. Okay. It's what I hold to. Most Christians do not hold to this notion. Many Christians are young earth, many are old earth. I think they're both wrong. Moses was never trying to tell you the age of the earth or the order of creation. He wasn't attempting to do that at all.
Except he did and got it wrong.
Shocking. Shocking news.
A claim that it
So
intends to make and got wrong. Just what
have
you
you
asked.
because
That's
you've
what you
never
asked.
heard have you ever heard of the literary framework theory?
It
No.
doesn't matter. You asked
You
me a
have
question, I
not.
gave it to you, and now all of a sudden
Okay.
you're coming out with
No,
this.
you gave me a
I
young
didn't
Earth
attempt to
creationist
say,
theory.
wait, no,
You gave
I
me a young
didn't.
Earth
No,
creationist
I
theory.
didn't.
They
No,
are
I
a
did not. I
minority.
did not give you a young Earth creationist
The young
theory.
Earth
That's what
creationists are
you
a
twisted in my
minority,
words. I
sir.
never gave you a young Earth argument. All I said
He's
was
not
the
a
sequence
young Earth
was wrong.
creationist.
But
All
that
I said was the
idea
sequence
is
was
a
wrong. That's
minority.
all I
It's
said.
not a major idea
You're
in
not
the
gonna
Christian
twist my
community.
words, homeboy. I did
Sorry,
not
In
give
fact,
you a
you
young
he's
Earth
not even a Christian.
I'm
I
not
didn't
saying
give you a
he is.
young
I'm
Earth
saying his
argument.
idea about chronology is not a major even.
I never gave
Where are
you
you getting
a
that from? But from young Earth creationists.
I did not get that from no young Earth creation. What the
Then
hell
where did you
are
get it
talking
from?
about? Like that don't even sound right. Like
Where did you get it from?
dude, logic, science, common
Logic?
sense. I could look
No,
at
where
that
did you
and
get
see
the
that it's wrong.
idea that the
I could see
Bible
that it's
is
wrong.
intending to present you a strict
With a
chronological
story
sequence
that's
of
not gonna
material
work on me
creation?
because I got
Where did you get that
science.
idea? Where?
You said what?
Where did you get the idea that the Bible is trying to attempt to present, and failed, you say, to present a strict chronological sequential rendering of how the creation or materials were created?
Because it opens up saying day one this happened, day two that happened, day
Okay.
three that happened. It's
Perfect.
literally a sequence, and it got it wrong, and you still trying to like, oh no, it's not meant for that. No, just disregard that. Just listen to my twist. That's what you're doing, bro. And I don't got to do that.
Perfect.
I don't got to listen to your rhetoric that you're adding because you weren't the author. I see the words and what they say, and they're making a claim. Whether you want to say they are or not, whether you saying it's the point or it's not the point, that's a claim, dude. That's what it's doing. It's making a claim that worked. A lot of people believe that the sun came on day 4 and the plants came on day 3. They would have quoted that to you. They would have believed that because that's what it's claiming until science came along and smashed that. And instead of you accepting that and you evolving with the times with your mind, what you do is you now have to fight back. It's destroying your dogma. You need to save it somehow. So now you're applying the rhetoric. Now you're applying the catch me if you can, the cat and the mouse, the verbal linguistics. You understand what I'm saying? Or just not to face what the reality is that the science is what dominates everything. The science is why you live a better life. It's literally why you today live a better life, why you ain't full of mumps and shit like that, why Ebola your ass right now. You understand? Thank you, science. Say it with me, Jill. Thank you, science.
Anyone can look it up. Okay, I put it in the chat for you. This because obviously you're ignorant of these
You
ideas.
see what I'm saying? This guy
And
right here, you know, you
why are
you
you
so
over
into your
talking,
book
buddy?
that
Why are
you
you
can't
over
see
talking?
science.
Science
can't
has
see
nothing to
science.
do with this text because it's not trying to
does.
render science. That was your presupposition. That was your
It
mistake.
does, my boy.
You
It
went
does.
into the text presupposing one thing, looking for one thing, when the author never intended to communicate
Oh,
that.
it just
And then
it
when
just
you didn't
did
find
it,
it,
but it never
you say,
intended, but it did it though.
error. No.
It never
Okay, it's
intended, but
called.
it did it though. It could
No,
have
it
just left
didn't.
it out.
That's your
Listen, it could have just left it out.
presupposition.
It
That's
could have
your
just left it out. It could
presupposition,
have said
sir.
one. No,
Day
listen. It
one,
could
day
have.
two is not
They could have
evidence.
just left
Hold
that
on,
out. They
hold
could
on.
have just
Let me
said one
respond,
day
please.
humans emerged. That's
Let me
it.
respond, please. Don't change the topic. Day one, day
lied.
two.
They
Day
lied.
one, day two. Hold on.
Like
Day
you're
one,
lying.
Jay, hold on, relax. Day 1, day 2, day 3, day 4 is not evidence that the author is trying to present a strict chronological sequence of events.
Oh, it's just exactly that, but it's not that though.
So let me
It's
introduce
just
you.
exactly that, but it's not that though, guys.
So please excuse my dear Aunt Sally. What does that stand for?
PEMDAS, stop it. Come on.
Please excuse my dear Aunt Sally. What does that stand for?
Come on, man. We're not doing that. Get to your point.
Oh, you forgot? You forgot your
I
fifth
didn't
grade
forget.
math?
I didn't forget. I honestly didn't forget. I
What
know
does
where
it
you're going,
stand
but just
for?
get with it. PEMDAS. I get it. I get it.
PEMDAS, right. What does it stand
I
for? What
already
do they
know.
want?
Just get to your point. I'm
Oh,
not playing your
you
rhetoric
weren't
game.
good at
Like,
math?
don't.
You
We're
weren't
not
good at
doing that.
math, huh?
Get to your point.
Jill, stop being a dick.
All right.
It's not about being good at math.
It's an acronym.
The point
It's
is, I know
He's not
what
gonna
that
let
is.
me. He's not gonna let me get to my
Exponents.
point. He's
I
gonna
already
keep
know
over
what it
talking.
is.
So
Parentheses,
I
exponents,
might as well troll him at this
multiplication.
point.
I already know what it is. Dumb.
No, you don't.
I know
Don't
what it
troll
is.
him.
Well, he's
I
gonna
know what it is.
overtalk, so
You're
I
not
have no
trolling me.
choice.
You're not trolling me because I
But
know
to
what
troll
it is.
him,
Dumb. Like, come on.
he didn't pass fifth grade math.
Yeah,
Do
I
you
did.
know what kind of an asshole it takes to set Jay Money off like this?
Oh
Nah,
yeah, no.
it's-
It only
I'm not
takes
being
it only
set off.
takes me
What it is-
exposing his biblical
What it
illiteracy.
is
That
just that this
that
dude
will
is
set
denying
off.
reality.
That
I'm
will
not
set
off.
off
I'm
anyone.
not set off. It's just
Any
that
skeptic.
he's denying reality. This
I
guy
can
is
set
not.
off any skeptic.
He's
'cause
not
I
a
can
Jay
right
is
expose
like
you.
very
If I'm allowed to
non-confrontational.
talk, I can expose you.
Non-confrontational.
That'll set off
Tell a
anyone.
motherfucker like this off any time. My point is that you're delusional. You know what I'm saying? You need to seek help.
All right, so the idea is that not that Moses is trying to render a chronological sequential order of events, but that the idea is that this is a highly structured theological literary narrative. Okay, it's not a step-by-step timeline of how God physically created the universe.
Except it is, and you saying that's not the point.
So-
Just overlook that. That wasn't
so
the overall
when we-
point of
when
the whole
we-
entire book. So let's just overlook that. It wasn't that. Just leave that there. What? That wasn't the overall point.
I would
Never
advise
mind
you-
that he did it. Never mind that it was put there
I would-
anyway and it got it wrong. Never mind that.
I would advise
Let's
you to
forget
take some courses
that.
in literature.
Come on,
and
man. This
understanding
guy's
how to
a
read
joke, bro.
literature and
Keep making
understanding
stuff
that
up, man.
there are literary devices that
La
that
La
poets
Land.
use when they write. Even though they're giving you a narrative, a story, they can still employ what is called structured literary devices like
Yeah,
frameworks.
all right, cool, dude. Cool
So
story,
day 1,
champ.
day 2, day 3 is not a chronological order.
Cool
It is a
story, champ.
literary arrangement into 2 parallel groups. Okay, go ahead and look
Now,
this
now
up.
we talking
research.
parallel universes.
Research,
man.
okay?
The word
It's
parallel
called
ain't
the
even in the
literary-
Bible when
it's
you
called the
talking about
literary
parallel.
framework. So
That's funny.
what Moses is doing here, what scholars suggest, and I think makes the most sense, rather than trying to the young Earth or the old Earth creation is
I'm not
trying
doing
to
that.
read.
I don't
Hold
agree
on,
with
brother,
either
hold
one.
on. Can I
Science
speak
say what it
without
is.
you over talking?
Yeah, go ahead. Stop accusing me. I put words in
Okay,
my
I'm
mouth.
not
Go ahead.
maybe not you, but this is the same argument you're borrowing from somewhere.
I'm not borrowing nothing from
Okay,
that.
so
Science
you
disprove your
opened
stuff.
up the
Go
Bible.
science alone.
You
No
opened up the
arguments.
Bible.
No
Hold on.
young
You
earth,
opened
no
up the
old earth.
Bible and
Stop
saw
doing
a
that.
chronology, and there are people that did the same mistake. So let me
Listen.
explain what the actual arguments are
Stop doing
against
that.
those mistakes.
Except what
Both
your book
young
says,
Earth,
man. Stand
both
by
young
what your book
Earth and
says.
old Earth creationists
Stand by
read
what your book says.
into the text. They read.
Stand
They
by
try
what
to
your book
read their
says.
scientific paradigms
You're
into
not
the
standing
text.
by what
That's
your
a
book
mistake.
says.
Hold on, brother. Hold on.
Go ahead.
Relax.
You're
Your
not standing
argument
by
is
what-
already defeated. You just don't know it.
No, it's not. No, it's
Okay?
not. Like you just
don't know it yet because you
you're
won't
just
shut
so
up long
into your
enough to
book
learn.
that you can't see reality. Like that's first of all, your book is not a source for reality. It's not a source for information. That's number one. That's not a real source for anything. It's as fictional as Resident Evil 1 is to Resident Evil 2. You see what I'm saying? Like you could just compare it to that or any video game like that confirms itself later on. There's no neutral sources that confirm or deny anything about that book except the book itself and the people that push it. It's a power tool. It's used to control the masses and the people. This is
So-
why they kill animals, because God ain't gonna eat that animal. Who's gonna eat
you're
it?
trying to
The
change the
hungry ass
subject. Don't
disciples.
run.
The
Don't run.
hungry
We're gonna
disciples.
go back to creation, the creation
hungry
story. Don't run
disciples.
away. Don't run
The
away
hungry
just yet.
disciples is gonna eat that. I see right through the control scheme, bro. You're not gonna get that over me. You understand what I'm trying to tell you? I see what it is. It's a control tool. It's used to manipulate. It's used to basically gain power over the masses. Once you control a person's destination in their mind, once you tell them, look, when you lose this life, in the next life, such and such is going to happen, and you convince them with enough conviction that they're ready to give you this life for the promise of what you said in the next life, that's it. That's the ultimate power. When you have that type of power over people, that's something that you can only obtain through a religious dogma, through a faith, through something that stems past life. You understand? Because nobody has that explanation. So the person who could provide it and give you a real story, and it fits with you and it works and you believe it, you're gonna do exactly what you're doing now: twist and turn and coddle and say whatever you gotta say to try to create an instance where you could be taken serious. You understand what I'm saying? But you can't, because science has spoken. Now respect it. That's all you gotta do. Respect it, pick up science, and little by little, you'll get it.
All right, so the just gonna try to help you educate you on what this
You can't
the
educate
arguments
me on
actually
nothing.
are. Okay, all right, sure.
Go ahead.
No one can because you can't shut up
Science
long enough
can.
to hear.
Science can.
Because you
I'll
can't
tell you
shut
that.
up long enough to hear.
Science
Okay,
can.
so you assume that this text is teaching science when I'm showing you it's not, and you're refiting that against me showing you it's not because you like your argument. Okay,
No,
it's
it's
called
not that. It claimed it.
it's called the functional versus material creation argument. Okay, we argue that Genesis is not about function ordering, or it is about function and God's ability to create from nothing. It's not
It
about
literally says it though.
hold on. It's not about materials manufacturing in order. Okay? So God is assigning roles, domains, man is in charge. He's assigning positions. Man is in charge of woman. Man has dominion over the earth. And in order to creation, he's not giving you how or the steps he took in manufacturing creation. So it's not describing physical construction steps like a scientific log would. A scientific log would give you those steps in sequential order. That's not what's going on in the biblical text. So to presuppose that that is what's going on and then say, look, it got it wrong, is a presupposition that does damage to the text. Remember, we talked about presuppositions, and I talked about this on OE's channel. You guys have more presuppositions than we do. The only presupposition we have going into the text is that God exists, which does not do damage to the text. You presuppose that the Bible was communicating this, and therefore you did damage to the text. You went into the text saying,
Did damage
this
to
is
the
giving
text.
me
What does that
this is
even
giving
mean?
me a
What does that mean?
chronology.
Did
Okay?
damage to the text. What does that mean? Did
That
damage
means
to
you
the text.
you wind up misreading the text because you went in thinking that the Bible authors were intending to give you a material order to creation step by step, like
How
a
do you
scientific
know what
like a
the Bible
scientific log.
You
Okay?
know that. You, 2026. How do you know what the Bible writers of 2,000 years ago meant at all? How did you even know the way it had changed throughout the ages, that the books were added and taken away? That thing changed a lot from when Genesis was written until today. Like a lot of periods of time, a lot of different people who controlled the canon and added to that and took away from it, and it went through some changes. It wasn't even the same book. So you pretending to know what was in the mindset of a dude 3,000 years ago just to fit your rhetoric, just to conform your ego to the delusion that you're spewing. You're basically saying right now, you're basically saying right now that although it's telling you in great detail, it's telling you when the plants came out, when the sun came out,
When?
when how the earth coming out of
That's
the
your
chaos and the
presupposition.
void. It's telling you all of that. And what
That's what
happened
you
on what day,
presuppose.
on day 1, day 2, day 3. It's telling you this. It's
Please
literally
excuse my dear
story
Aunt
about
Sally. It has
creation.
nothing to do
So
with your
it
Aunt
doesn't
Sally.
have to be. Listen, it doesn't have to be.
Nothing at all to do with your Aunt Sally. In
That's where
fact,
your
your
cop
aunt's
out is.
probably Not
You're a
even named Sally.
disingenuous argumenter, bro, and you're delusional, and you're
Probably
gonna go
his
with your
name is
delusions
Shanika, more
past
than
this life,
likely.
and that's okay. I don't want to change that. You can stick with your delusions, bro. One day we gotta die. One day you gotta die, and you're gonna find out that day if what you believe was true or not. One day we all gotta go. So at the end of the day, stick with your delusion, and that's what I think you got. You think what I got is delusion. One day we both gonna find out. I believe in God, but what I know is that when the book got that many holes in it, you got to question it. You understand what I'm saying? You got to question it. You got to question a lot of that. And what it says is just not scientifically accurate. It doesn't align with how reality works. There's never been a period in time where things work that way. You understand what I'm saying? So, for a book to come along with a clear agenda and take over the masses, the minds of the masses, we're people that are vulnerable to these kind of things, man. We have that in us to be vulnerable to these type of manipulations. A lot of us, especially ones that don't know much, that's just open. You understand what I'm saying? You got people still falling for Scientology. We was just talking about how that's made up and people fall for that. When a person wants to believe, there's nothing you can tell them. You understand what I'm saying? Right now, you're not even passing off your beliefs as beliefs. You're passing them off as fact claims. Science doesn't give you the right to do that. Science is the only thing that can do that. And your book is not science. You understand? It's not scientific. I believe in God, but we got to look for God in places where science still has room to do work at, where it still has unfinished work to do, where it still has a lot of different things that maybe alternate dimensions, alternate universes. I could see that. You want to talk to me about God there? I'm all ears. But you pulling out your book? Come on, man. Come on, don't insult my intelligence, bro.
Man, you just sure do have a lot of nothing to say.
That's cool. I mean,
All right,
I shut you down.
but
I
I
tell
will
you that.
accept that. I will accept that as you
You
conceding.
you have to. Science told you
As
to.
you conceding, yes, to the
That's
point being
not
made.
conceding. That's not
Yes,
conceding
it
at
is.
all. I told you what it
When
is.
you start arguing
I told you
that
what it
you
is, bro.
don't
You
know
could
who
you could
wrote.
be
You know what?
facetious all you like.
Well, if you're gonna
You know what,
overtalk, I
Jill?
can't tell you how.
No, you're right. You're right. I
Jill.
spoke for a while. My bad. Nah, I spoke for a while. Go ahead, Jill.
All right, just let me say something real quick. I said, Jill, you know how a lot of theists tell atheists that they believe in scientism?
Yeah.
Jay's about the closest one I've come that might actually fit.
I missed that
Okay.
comment,
All
Gretchen.
right.
My bad. I missed that comment altogether.
But Jay,
I said that theists constantly accuse atheists of believing in scientism, which is their version of making science a religion. I said you were the closest person I've come to being able to say that might be true for you.
Well, like making science a religion?
Yeah.
No, I mean, I think science is what it is. It's a gift to all human beings, to all life, even to insects of the smallest proportions. We could help them. We could build better ecosystems
okay.
for
So
them. We
so
could.
Jay, here's what I'll
control
say
life.
to that, Jay. And you basically concede whenever you're in a discussion with a Christian and you're refuted on one point and you respond by saying, well, we don't know who wrote it. You actually defeat your own argument because you are making claims about the text as well, what the text says. So arguing when a Christian says, no, it says this, and then you responding by saying, well, we don't know who wrote it. You just defeated your interpretation.
Now, I didn't say we don't know who wrote it. I said you don't know what was in the mind of the person who wrote it.
Okay,
you
and neither do you. That's what I'm saying. So
exactly. So I'm not the one making claims about
made
what
a claim
they
about the
meant,
Bible. You said the
I'm
Bible.
taking the words for what they say.
Sir,
You the one saying, "Oh, they didn't mean that. They didn't mean that."
I'll wait.
You're the one saying
sir,
that.
don't
Go
lie
ahead,
to people and say you didn't make a claim, sir. I waited for you to make a claim.
Go ahead.
I don't react until you make a claim. You made a positive claim. You said the Bible is claiming to give a chronology of creation and got it wrong. So don't lie to people and tell them now that you didn't make a claim.
I didn't say I didn't make that claim. I didn't say I didn't make that claim.
Now you're saying you didn't make that claim?
Listen, I said it. That's the
No,
argument we've been having.
That's not what he said, Jill.
You disingenuous, my boy.
Did you say that the Bible gives a chronology of creation?
It
yes or
made
no?
that claim. You said
it does on day 1, on day 2,
right,
on day
that's
3.
His
it
claim.
does.
That is your claim.
That's
sir.
what it does. So why are you denying that?
So don't lie to people and say you didn't give a claim.
I'm not lying to nobody.
Well, you lying, bro. You just said, okay. Did you say the Bible gives a chronology of creation? Yes or no? Yes, you did. Okay, so that is a claim. All right, and I am refuting that claim, and you don't like it.
Nah,
you're backing down from it already.
You're basically saying that wasn't
That's good
the point.
news.
So
that's good news for us.
Listen, you're basically saying ignore it because that wasn't the point of the book. So since that wasn't the point
of
the book, ignore the error. Ignore the error since that wasn't the point of the book overall. I'm not doing that. I'm going to take what those words claim, and it's wrong. And science proved it wrong. You think Moses thought 2,000 years later we was going to be here proving him wrong? You think he thought that when he did that and took over the world? No, he didn't think that.
Because Moses probably never lived.
This is what I'm saying, dude. You out your fucking mind.
Okay, Joel, go. Jill.
That one hit him hard.
Jill, it's your turn.
It's all good. Nah. Let him recover. I guess it's an RPG to him. Like first me, then him. He don't know how to conversate. So
you done, buddy? You done?
Let him do it his way. You know what I'm saying?
He is done. We both just said he's done. We both just said it's your turn.
Okay.
You know how to have a conversation.
Okay.
No crying. Just get on with your. Just get on with the conversation. No more fucking meta bullshit.
Well, So, again, your claim was that the Bible is making an error because it is making the attempt to give a chronology of creation. Was that not your claim? Yes or no?
Is that not what it's doing? Yes or no?
Is that your claim of what it's doing? Yes or no?
Run it back.
Is that your claim? That's
run
what
it back.
You claim.
Run the claim back. Run your idea of my claim back against me.
Okay, you claimed that the Bible the author is attempting to give us a chronology. You know you're caught. That's why you're obfuscating.
No. I had
to know you're with caught. The
meta. No. Because he had plenty of meta. And
I want to
never
hold
cut
you
off.
To what you're saying. And
run back the claim.
Now I'm cut off.
Run back the claim.
Shut up and listen. Shut up and listen so you can learn something.
Stop bullshit.
Okay, you made the claim, and now you're backing down from it.
I'm not making.
What claim did he make?
You made the claim that the Bible is making the attempt to render how things were created in a step-by-step.
You said that.
You're still over talking. Shut up.
You're lying. You're lying.
So you're saying now
in
you
real
did not
time,
make this
you're gaslighting.
Jay.
Are you saying you did not make this claim now? You see how he's backing down now? He's not bold. He's not so bold anymore.
That's what you're doing.
You're
so bold
switching out
anymore,
words.
Huh, liberal? Huh?
You're misidentifying.
I love doing this. I love this.
Yeah, I know you do, and you're about to get kicked because you said the fucking L word again.
Oh, I'm sorry. I'm sorry. Well, that's what he is. I'm sorry, man. That's why we reject you and everything you say about everything. It's because of what you're doing right now. You made a claim. I made a counter argument. Now you're acting like you never made the claim. Like, this is crazy.
Who's we? Who's we?
This is crazy, bro.
Who's we?
So let me just educate you.
Right?
Let me just educate you, if you would allow me to. If you would allow me to educate you, okay? So we don't hold that this text is even attempting to give a material step by step, even though it says day 1, day 2, day 3. Even though it says day 1, day 2, day 3.
Even though it does, it's not doing it. Even though it doesn't.
Can you stop interrupting? So we have other ancient and Eastern Near ancient Eastern context where this approach or this style is used. All right, so let there be light is an establishment of order. It's not telling you that the light came before the sun. Okay, the sun, moon, and stars is just the Bible saying that God controls those
Night
signs.
mod.
Who told you that, Moses?
If
Hope
you
it helped you.
research scholars like John Walton, you'll get this idea as well.
Who told you that?
So we don't hold to what you're assuming the Bible is saying. Okay.
None of you guys spoke to Moses though to know what
Neither
he was
did
saying.
you. So that point was
exactly.
moot.
That's my point. So you know
So
why I
then
gotta
why
go.
you have-
That's
why
why
do
I'm
you-
going by
why
Moses'
should we
words.
trust your
That's why I'm going by
argument?
Moses' words.
Why
I
should
ain't
we
speaking
trust
to
your
him. I'm not
interpretation? Well,
adding.
hold on. Let me ask you this.
Listen, I'm
Let's
not
see if you
adding.
can answer this.
Go
If we both don't know, you just destroyed your argument. You don't even
Dude,
realize
I'm
it.
not
If we
adding
both
to it
don't
or
know-
taking away from it.
if
I'm
we
looking
both
at it for
don't
what
know
it
for
is.
Sure. Hold on. If we
What are you
both don't
talking
know
about?
for sure what Moses was thinking, what makes your interpretation better than mine?
The fact that I'm taking it for what his words say, you adding to his context and taking away from it. You adding
taking
it.
it
You're
from what you don't
altering
know
his
what he
message.
means.
You're taking
don't know
away-
what he
you
means
don't
by
know
those
what it
words.
means. You don't
How
know
do you
him.
know what he means
You
by the
don't know him.
words?
You gotta
How?
just listen to the words.
How do you
What
know
about
he
the
means?
fact? What about
It's
the
raining
fact that
cats and
between
dogs.
Genesis 1 and Genesis 2, there are two different chronologies of
It's
what
right
order
because it
he.
never intends to give a chronology. That's why the
my
error
God. It
is
just
leading
does
to
it, but
more
gets it
error.
wrong.
Thank you for proving my
It doesn't
point.
intend it.
It's never intending to do
It's
that.
not
Overlook
proving
the
your
fact-
point. They're just
It's
prove
not
you
intending
fucking
to give a
wrong.
chronology.
Overlook
So
the
if you
fact
go
that
in
it did it and got it
presupposing,
wrong because it
then
wasn't
you're
the
going to
intention of the
find
overall
errors
book.
because you're
Yeah,
presupposing.
it's not the
That's
point
the
of the
point.
overall book. So basically, ignore the fact that it tried and got it wrong. It just, forgive it because it wasn't the intent of the whole book overall. No. The whole book overall ain't a science book. So the part that is clearly trying to say some scientific shit and got wrong, let's just overlook that. Because in totality, the whole book is not a science book. It wasn't intended to be that. Get the fuck out of here with that bullshit.
It's also important to understand now that your theory is just as good as mine because no one knows what Moses was thinking. That's what we can conclude. So it's also important to know that the
I don't know what
framework-
happened there, guys. Sorry.
Yeah, I don't know what happened either. I'm just saying that
What
this
happened?
dude got mine. Go ahead.
We all got kicked off the stage for whatever reason. I wasn't even touching anything.
Oh, okay. Well, now that we know that both of our theories are just as relevant, just as equally valid.
No, it's not. It's
because
not.
We don't, can I
We
finish
don't know
talking
that.
before
That's
you
you
start
just being
talking?
disingenuous.
Well, here's how we're going to do this.
Stop
If you
gaslighting
overtalk-
me. And then
if you
no, listen, I
overtalk,
can't do
I'm
that
just
when you're
going to-
gaslighting me.
I'm
when you're
just going to
gaslighting
now
me.
listen to you.
Go ahead.
Okay,
I'm
if
not
you're going to
gaslighting
continue
you,
to
though.
overtalk,
I'm
not
not
gaslighting
gaslighting you, though. I'm not
you
gaslighting you, though.
You came in presupposing your
Dude, I'm not
interpretation was
gaslighting
correct.
you.
Your
I'm not
interpretation, I
gaslighting
just showed you, there was another interpretation you never heard of. You were ignorant of.
What are you
So don't
talking
sit
about?
up here and act like you're
It
bright.
was
You're this
just
bright and
as
morning
pointless
star.
as the
You were
first one. You didn't
ignorant.
make no
You were
argument at
ignorant
all.
of the text, sir.
Either
You
argument
are ignorant.
made
Okay,
no
so
sense.
shut up and
you
let
didn't
me
make
educate
no
you
sense, dumb
on a
dumb.
theory
You made no
that
sense.
you did not even know about. You did not
not
even know
make
about
any
this theory
sense. You made
at
no
all.
sense.
You had two theories running in your head: young Earth and old Earth. That's all you had. You didn't even know about this.
No sense.
So shut up
No sense.
and
You have
learn.
no clue what you're
That's how
talking
you
about.
learn, by
Let me
listening.
explain something to you.
Listen.
There's no
Listen
way
and
that
learn.
your little story could be correct. It just isn't. It doesn't talk about what really happened. The account of the story is incomplete. It can't give you facts about reality. It's just giving you these little fairy tale stories that make you feel good, and you're scared. You're scared. You are scared. You want that peace of mind, that afterlife promise that you'll be okay. You won't burn. No, not you. No, not you. No, right? That's what you scared about. You understand what I'm saying? I don't got that problem. I'm about the information, and the information doesn't add up. You understand what I'm saying? I don't mind paying for mine. Jesus don't got to take my weight. I'll take it. Don't worry about it. That's one less you got to worry about. You understand what I'm saying? And I'll still respect you, and I'll still respect people because I'm not out for that. I don't mind taking the weight for my actions and what I've done. You understand what I'm saying? It is what it is. But that's not the point. The point is I'm about the information, and when I look at the information, right, and I look at what science tells me happened, right, and then I look at the book and then I don't add context. I don't do what you're doing. I don't try to get into the mind of the writer so that way I could spin the context successfully to match my rhetoric. All these different denominations out there, and they all do it. They all do the same thing. They take the same words and they create all these different sectors and denominations to match their egos. That's really all it is. Their preferences and the type of thing that they want to invoke out of these messages. Some people use it to kill and torture and cause pain to this day. Some people use it to just win little debates in their head, like you right now. You understand what I'm saying? It is what it is. You don't know who's gonna use it how. The point is that's not
He's not
science.
listening to you, Jay. He has you muted.
It's all good. He don't have to. I'm saying it for the people that's listening. He could have me muted all day long. The people know. The people understand what I'm saying is right. You know, that you can look at the science and you can look at that book, and if you don't add no context, if you just take the words for what they say, Genesis does give an account for the order of creation, and it was wrong. And trying to deflect from that doesn't take away from the fact that it attempted to do that. It gave an account. It literally formed an account. It put that forward and said, look, this what happened. Not knowing that 2,000 years later, science will come along and do what it did. This guy is clueless, and he just doesn't know how to accept that his diagram has been broken. His diaphragm is just, he's cooked. He can't take it. And I kind of feel for him for that reason. You know what I'm saying? Let's go Knicks.
Okay, Jill. He's done.
He's gonna keep doing the awkward silent thing. You know what I'm saying? It's like playing Parasite Eve. I go and then he goes, and right now he's
What I think he
recovering.
does, I
Alright.
think he mutes. I think he mutes himself, or he
No,
he
I
mutes
mute him. So
everybody.
if you over talk, I'm just not going to listen to what you have to say. Since you can't
All right,
listen to
that's
what I'm
cool.
saying.
I already
So
told everybody what I said.
okay. So
Go ahead.
so as I was
Go ahead.
saying, so your argument was debunked by you, because you said that we don't know, but you tried to attack my position by saying I don't know what Moses was thinking. Well, neither did you. Yet you came up with your theory that day one, day two, day three, day four meant chronology. That's your theory, your interpretation. It's also the interpretation of the young earth creationists, oddly enough. Okay? But I'm trying to introduce you to a new way of thinking because I think they're both wrong. Moses never tried to communicate either. Okay? So I just wanted, so you can go research on your own. I'm not going to educate you here because you don't have the, it seems the attention span of you have the attention span of a
Dude,
gnat.
just shut the fuck up and get to
So
your
no, well,
point.
no, you didn't shut up when you were
That's
ranting
what I'm
off
saying. You
about
keep
this
taking
and that.
digs. That's what I'm
So
saying. I'm not
yeah, that's
taking
right.
digs
That's
at
what you
you.
just did. That's what
I
you
didn't
just
take a
did.
dig
But no
at
one
you.
interrupted
I'm not
you.
taking digs
No one
at
interrupted
you.
you. Not
You see what I'm
even
saying? You're
the
taking
host.
digs at me. I'm not taking digs at
So
you. I'm
here's
giving
what
that
let me just
argument.
educate those people who want to learn. Okay, you can go Google this. It's called the literary framework position, and it's been around since Augustine, since the earliest Christians we have that's been writing on these issues. So this isn't something that was just made up because of modern science. Okay, but this is what the theory is not saying. Okay, what the theory is not saying, it's not saying that Genesis is a myth. Not at all. All it's saying is that Moses was using what's called a memory device, what we use in mathematics to teach. I like, please excuse my dear Aunt Sally, it's one of my favorite. Okay, a mnemonic is a memory device. More than likely, in an ancient setting, he's not trying to teach science. More than likely, he is teaching towards the memory. He is trying to teach them the facts that God is in control and God created everything in a way they can remember. And the best way to do that is to associate the days of creation with the days of the week. There are 7 days in a week. There are 7 days of creation. Monday, Tuesday, happy days. Wednesday, Thursday, happy days. There's a reason why you still remember that song. You remember that song because it's a mnemonic. It works like a memory device. Okay, it is teaching those halfly, wholly illiterate people, not modern science. It is teaching them how to remember the facts of creation. And that's basically what the literary framework position is. Okay, that's more than likely. Now, our arguments are both in the same position right now. Okay, that we both believe what we believe about the text, and we both don't know what Moses was thinking. So you're right. You don't know what Moses was thinking. I don't know what Moses was thinking. But you're insisting that your interpretation is the correct one because you see day 1, day 2, day 3, day 4. That is a misunderstanding of what Moses was communicating. That's the argument. So how do you think, let me ask you this, do you think, what would make more sense? What I just described, that Moses is teaching to help them remember the facts, and I have evidence that this was a very popular method of teaching in those days, and it still is today as an educator myself in the public schools. It still is the best way to teach
That's
towards
terrible.
memory. Okay,
You
so
teach
my
kids.
question is simply this. Do you think it's more than likely that Moses was rendering this text or this day 1, day 2, as I'm saying, based on a mnemonic, a memory device to help them remember the facts? Or is he trying to teach a wholly illiterate culture about modern science? Go ahead.
I'm telling you that both theories make no sense. They
Which theory
both
makes more sense? Which
full
one
of
do you think
crap.
makes more
No,
sense?
I'm telling you, neither one of them make sense at all.
Which
Zero
one do you
sense,
think
both
makes
of
the
them.
most sense?
None of them. They're both 0.00.
That's not.
0.00. That's how much sense both of them make.
All right, I'll ask the
0.00.
audience. I'll ask the audience. I'll ask Async. Which one, Async, do you think Moses was more than likely communicating a modern, difficult system of science where the sun and photosynthesis and all these things are occurring? Or do you think he was just trying to teach them a good way to remember the facts of creation, that God created everything and God is giving order to everything, etc., in a way they can remember it on their fingers?
Even
Which
though
one
it's
do you
wrong.
think is
Even
being
though it's
going
wrong.
on here,
By the way,
ladies and
people,
gentlemen?
ladies and
Neither
gentlemen,
one. I don't think Moses ever existed.
Okay, gotcha. That's usually the response we get, and that was the response I got from Jay. That
no,
we don't
that
know who
wasn't. I
wrote
never
it.
said nothing about
Moses
Moses.
never existed.
I never
Bye
said that
bye.
about Moses. I never
Bye
said
bye.
that. She said that. I
I
didn't
don't
say
want
that
to talk
about
about
Moses.
this
I said
anymore.
that.
Let's
You
change the
don't have
subject.
to go cop out now. Go run away. Listen, it's crazy to me that you're a teacher, that you teach kids, because you listen. A person that just can't get it through their skull that they're wrong should not be instructing others. You can't accept when you're wrong. You can't get it. You can't hack it. You see, you just won't accept it. Your ego and your pride is too big. You ain't humble. You
Oh,
understand? Because if you
Jay.
was, you'll be able to
Oh,
accept what I'm telling you. You'll be able to
poor
see that what
Jay.
I'm saying makes perfect
I
sense. You
accept.
got to come up with devices and
Jay, I
stupid shit.
accept the young Earth
Come on,
creationist
man.
idea. I do accept their interpretation. I just disagree with it. I don't think it violates scripture to the point where they are,
You say you accept young Earth?
somehow they are somehow not Christians anymore. But I just disagree with your interpretation or the young Earth interpretation. Okay.
I don't agree with young Earth. What are you
I
talking
didn't
about?
say you agree with it, but you think that's what the text is communicating.
I didn't say that that's what it's communicating. How are
Oh
you
my
getting
God.
that?
All right,
How are
let's
you
go over
getting
this
that?
again.
What I said.
How
let's
are you
go over this
getting that
again.
from what I said? How
All
is
right.
that
Do
what
you
you getting?
believe that Moses is trying to tell you the order in which things happened in creation? Yes or no?
He got it wrong. Yes, he
I
tried,
am
but he
not
got it
asking
wrong.
you if he got it wrong.
He
Was he
tried, but he
trying? I
got it
said
wrong.
trying. I didn't
Listen,
say he was
you're
successful.
not gonna.
I
This
said,
is
do
not
you
what we're gonna
believe he
do.
was
I'm not
trying
gonna.
to
I'm
do
not
that?
gonna entertain this line of questioning. I'm gonna give you this
He's
one
done.
question.
He's
I'm gonna
done.
give you this one question, and then after
See,
that,
that's
make your
why I'm a
point and
Christian,
stick with
Gretchen.
your
That's
point.
why I'm
No,
still a
listen.
Christian.
No, listen. I'm gonna answer your
That's
question,
why,
and just
guys.
please refrain from that.
Thank
Please
you.
refrain from that
Thank you.
argument
I can
style
go to bed
and just
now.
make your points. Is all I'm saying.
I,
So
I can
basically,
go play Call of Duty now.
trying. No, listen. He is trying to communicate. That.
Okay.
He is
You have a
trying to
good one,
communicate.
Jill.
All right.
Take care.
Thanks for
Take
having
care.
me.
Run away,
Jay.
Uh-huh.
Try again next time, okay?
Bye.
Run
All
away,
right.
little lamb.
Try again. Well, I'm not
Run
running.
away,
You're
little
done.
lamb.
Well, I'll stay
Run
if
aw-
you want me to stay.
Run away, little lamb. Go
You
ahead.
want me to stay?
I mean, nah, you do what you want. You're a grown ass man. Do what you want.
You don't want me to
Do
stay,
what you
buddy.
want. Listen, hey, listen. I'm not gonna say I want you
Gretchen
to stay.
don't want me to
That sound
stay
mad.
because she
That
knows
sound
you're done.
mad sus. That
She
sound
knows
mad
you're done.
sus.
She don't
No,
want me to
that
stay.
is not. That's not why.
Do you want me to stay? Yes or no?
Nah, listen. You can stay if you want and keep
All
getting
right.
cooked. That's on
If
you.
you two want to
Okay.
keep talking.
Well, come on, continue cooking.
I don't
You
want
got-
any
you got-
part of this shit. No,
You got something else?
Listen, no,
Your
I'm
Genesis is
fine to
done.
just.
you
I'm
did
fine to
not
keep.
Your
doing
Genesis
You
trope
just
is
basically
finished. You got
denied it.
something
You
else
just
for me?
basically said you just
I
said
just lost all my mods, so I'm fine to just
nuh-uh.
moderate the chat, and you guys can keep fighting. That's cool.
Jay, do you have something else for me?
That's all you said is nuh-uh.
Make another positive claim and watch me smack it in the face. Go ahead.
You
Make
didn't
another
do it
claim
with
about
this
the
one. You
Bible.
delusional.
The
You
Bible
basically-
says this. The Bible says that.
Dude, let me
Make
explain
another
something.
claim. Go ahead.
I'm telling you right now.
Watch me crush it.
You're not
Stomp it
making
in the
no
ground.
claims. You're not making no claims. This little ego thing you're doing, you're not making no points though. The book says what it says.
The book says what it says, but
can't
you
get
admitted you
around
don't know
that.
what Moses
You
was
can't
thinking.
Get around that. So
But you
can't
admitted
add
you don't know what
context.
Moses was
You're
thinking.
trying to add context to something
Boom.
you cannot add context
you.
to. How can I add context to your story? How can I do that? My interpretation to what happened in your life and what you thought and what you wrote. If you wrote a book now, if you made a manifesto, if you put something in your words, I cannot then take my interpretation and apply it to your words and change up what I think you meant or didn't mean. That doesn't even make sense. And you doing it with a book that's from 2,000 years ago, all because you too fucking hard-headed to get it through your thick skull that you wrong. You trying to propagate something that's wrong. You've been gifted science and you being ignorant. You're being ignorant. You're fucking ignorant.
Do you have something else for me?
Nah, it's not about if I got something
Jay?
else. The only thing I'm telling you is that it's scary that you teach kids, bro. Like,
Go
that kids
ahead,
are
make
subjected
another
to that.
positive claim.
I'm just saying, like that. Kids are
Make
subjected
another
to that.
positive
If
claim,
I'm a
liberal.
teacher- if I'm a parent listening to you, I
Liberal.
would take my kid out your class.
All right, that's it. No more, Jill.
Well, he just wait. So he's allowed to
You just-
insult me and say I shouldn't be teaching
I didn't
children,
insult you.
but I can't call him a
Well,
liberal.
you know
That's
what?
scary.
He didn't
That's
ask
scary.
you not
Wow.
to call him. He didn't ask you not to say the L word. I did.
Oh, okay. So Jay,
And he
do you
doesn't
have-
run. He doesn't run this channel. I do.
Oh, gotcha.
All right.
So Jay, I could certainly help you read. I can help you, with math if you need help. Because you didn't know what PEMDAS meant. So
No, yes, I do know what the fuck that meant. Are
so
you dumb?
and I can help you read the
This guy is
Bible.
a
Okay.
great
So
gaslighter. He's
so
a
give
great
us another
gaslighter.
one. Give us
Because
another
I
one.
didn't play the game. I don't know what please excuse my dear Aunt Sally means. Like,
What
the
does it
fuck
stand
is
for?
this guy talking about?
What does it stand for?
What does it stand? So you expect me to play this game with you? I can do it. But listen. This is what we're gonna do. No. Look. This is what we're gonna do. I'm gonna answer you. No, listen.
What
I'm gonna
does
answer you,
peace
but then you're gonna
stand
answer me
What
with
does
no
the P
cop out.
stand for?
Look. I'm gonna answer
What
you.
does the
but then you
P
gonna
stand? J Money. What does the
listen
P
to me.
stand for?
Goodness gracious.
What?
Let me finish speaking. I'm gonna.
What does the
answer
P
your
stand
question.
for in the
I'm
acronym?
gonna answer your question, then you're gonna answer mine. Is that a deal?
I've been answering all your
No, I'm
questions.
gonna
If you would
answer
allow
your
me to
question,
speak,
and I don't want no runaround.
I don't run
I
from
don't want
any
no runaround.
atheist.
Say deal. Say deal.
I don't run from any
Say
atheist.
deal. As long as you say deal, you ain't gonna give me no runaround.
What this? You
I'll
just
answer
looked it
that.
up. You just Googled it.
How the fuck did I just look that up? You didn't hear no type of noise
What
in the
does the
background.
P stand
I got a
for?
loud ass look. I got a loud
What
ass
does the
keyboard.
Jay?
I
What
got a
does the
loud-
P? Go
I got
ahead,
a loud
Jay.
ass keyboard. You would have heard me looking that up. I ain't
What
no
does the
fucking
P
sucker,
stand
bro.
for, Jay?
What are you talking about? The fact that you're doing this.
P.
Listen, P stands for your pussy ass. Now let me stop. Parentheses, parentheses, exponents, multiplication.
You walked right into that one.
Multiplication. Go ahead. All right. He looked it up.
Division, addition, subtraction.
He looked it up.
I know it's algebra, basically, motherfucker.
All
I've
right,
been taking it recently in Khan Academy. I've been doing that.
All right, you
not for
Khan
nothing. I've been
Academy.
taking
Okay,
that
you've
shit
been
up
in Khan
recently.
Academy. I like Khan
Not for
Academy.
nothing. I could literally show you my progress on the thing. Like I've been doing the
Okay.
fucking course thing.
All right.
So we ain't. I mean, but I don't gotta prove nothing to you. I'm just basically saying that because it's funny that your ego is so brash for someone who's supposed to be this positive theist or whatever. It's not about the book for you. It's about your ego. Like I'm trying to show you that you're all about yourself and your ego and your head up your ass.
Show me an error in the Bible.
You don't see that.
Show me an error in the Bible. That'll
You don't
deflate
want
my.
to be wrong. I showed you the error.
No,
all
you
you're gonna
didn't.
do is say, "Well, that wasn't
You
the point
showed
of the
me.
book." No,
you
you're gonna
you
say that
you
that wasn't the point of
presuppose
the
what
book.
Moses was thinking.
So if I give
You
you
made
another
the
error,
presupposition.
here's what happens. If
You
I give you an
exposed
error,
yourself.
you're gonna say that wasn't the point of the book. You're
Moses
gonna find a
wasn't
way to
real.
write
He
it off.
didn't think anything.
Nah, you're gonna find a way to write it off, and that's all it is, man. It is what it is. Hey, listen. It's all good. You can stay delusional. I don't care about convincing you. It's more about the people listening. Don't fall for this mumbo jumbo. You know what I'm saying? Like, big. You know what I'm saying? Free your mind, my peoples. You know what I'm saying? Science is a gift.
So how did you know? How did you tell us again how you know Moses was trying to give a chronology? That's what he was thinking.
You don't know. That's what I'm saying. You
Tell
don't
us how you know
And
that.
That's what you're trying to flip on me. You see?
Tell us
trying to
how
flip
you
it on
know
me?
that.
Ingenuous prick. Like you trying to
How
flip
do
it
you
on
know
me
what Moses
when that's
was
your
thinking?
claim. You're the one doing that. You're the
How do
one
you know
messing
what
with
Moses
his
was
point of
thinking
view.
when he
I'm
wrote?
not. I'm taking
How?
the words for face value. You're
You
the one
taking
messing
what
with
words
his
for
point
face
of view.
value?
You're the one doing that, not me.
Day
I'm
one,
not,
day
I'm not
two, day
editing
three.
his point of view. I
Do
don't
you
care
take
about
please
his
excuse
point
my
of view.
dear Aunt
I
Sally
don't
for
care
face
about
value?
his point of view. You do. You
You had to
alter
look that
his
up.
point of
You
view
couldn't take
to
that for face
justify
value
your
at all.
bullshit. That's the only way you could justify your bullshit is by trying to alter his
All
point of
right,
view
so
by saying, "Oh, he meant this, he meant that." This motherfucker that I never met 2,000 years ago, yeah, this is what he meant. Like, you sound dumb, bro. Like that's crazy.
This is hilarious. This is
It
quite
is
hilarious.
hilarious. You talking for a motherfucker from 2,000 years ago telling me what he thought. Like you fucking know. Like, yo, that's hilarious. You're delusional and that's hilarious. The fact that you teaching kids and that's hilarious. That's scary. But man, what the fuck? You need science in your life, my boy. You gotta get it together. Listen, go ahead, man. You don't know how to have a conversation? I got to teach you how to have a conversation.
You okay, buddy?
Yeah, I'm fine.
You sure?
Yeah, I'm positive, my boy.
All right.
It's just that you around kids. That does bother me. That's a pet peeve. You being around kids is a pet peeve.
And I taught you something tonight. So
Because who's to know what you're telling them? Like,
so I am a good teacher.
Shit
At
that
least you
you
know that.
putting in their head. Like, these are kids, man. You know what I'm saying?
These are kids, know what I'm saying? You know what I'm saying, man?
I'm
Please
telling you
excuse
that
my dear Aunt Sally.
a kid supposed to be free of this ignorance.
You gotta
understand?
learn this
Imagine
stuff, man.
Imagine this buffoon teaching your child.
You only have to go to summer school this year. Just get you a copy of the Wu-Tang double CD. You ain't gotta go.
Okay, now you're just being a dick. What do we talked about that?
Oh, and he isn't, right? And he isn't saying I shouldn't be around kids, right? You're just gonna ignore that, right?
I said it scares me that you.
I didn't hear that. Sorry.
Yeah,
I
of course
said
you did.
it scares me that you're around them because you could be telling them all this ignorance.
All right. Good.
You could be
good,
polluting
good,
their
good.
mind with this. That's all I said. I didn't say you shouldn't be around them because you're gonna touch them or nothing like that. Don't imply that. Don't
No,
imply
I didn't
that.
imply that. I
All
didn't
right,
imply
then. So
that.
that's what I'm. That's the only
still-
thing
you're
that
still
could be implied. You understand
You're
what I'm
still being
saying?
insulting.
It's not insulting. That's
Yes,
not
it
insulting.
is.
That's me telling you a genuine concern.
Okay,
That's
and I
all
have a
it is.
genuine concern for your biblical illiteracy.
Well, I'm telling you that's a genuine concern. Like,
So again,
and
how
it's
did you know
legitimate.
Moses was when he said day 1, day 2 that he meant chronology? How did you know that again? That's what he was thinking?
How do you know that?
I never said I did.
I never said I did. I'm the one who
Okay.
never said I
So we
did. You're the one
both
who
we
said you
both
do
don't
know.
know. We both
So,
don't know. Let's
are
try to
you
use
not?
some logic.
Are you hearing this, Gretchen?
Let's
Like,
try to use some reason and logic.
am I bugging?
Okay. Let's
Is
try
he
to use
the
reason and
one
logic. Can you
saying
try that for
what the guy
once?
was thinking or not? He
Or
said he didn't mean to make
you're gonna
it
act like a
conscious.
child, or
Go ahead.
I
Go
hate.
ahead. Go ahead. I'm not
Okay.
acting like a child. You're
So
delusional.
so we both are in the same situation in which we do not know what Moses was thinking when he uses day 1, day 2, day 3. You are assuming
You
your
said what?
interpretation. Hold on.
I didn't hear
You
you, bro.
then
I was looking
assume
away for a second.
you then
I was looking
assume.
away.
So this is the problem that I have with liberal scholarship as well.
I'm trying to hear you, man. I looked away
Damn
for
it.
a second.
They
Go
they
ahead.
assume that their reading is the natural reading of the text, and then when they find a different reading, they say, no, that's wrong. This is what the text, this is what Paul was thinking when he wrote this. And they try to establish their reading as the standard, and therefore everyone else is substandard. That's what you just did, J Money. And you
No, I
failed.
did not. That's literally
And
what
you
I didn't do.
failed. Okay, so tell us
Literally
again
what
why
I
you're
didn't
reading.
do.
Tell
No,
us again
listen.
so I can
But
prove it
can you let
again.
me tell you? Can
Tell
you
us
ask me a
again
question?
so I can
Don't
prove
be
what I
fake.
just said
I
correct
heard you.
one more
Listen,
time.
I heard
Why
you.
is your reading the correct reading? Go ahead.
I'm not making a reading. I'm looking at the words. You're the one
Exactly.
saying
You're
what you
looking at
said
the
or not.
words.
I'm
Thank
looking at the
you.
words that they
You're
said. That's
assuming
what
that
I'm
All
doing.
right.
I'm not
you're
assuming.
your
Girls,
reading
stop. You're
is the
both
natural
pretty.
reading.
What the fuck
Exactly.
is
I'm
going
not.
on here? All right,
That's what
guys.
that means when you say I'm just looking at the
I'm
words.
not
You're
assuming
saying
anything.
my reading,
I'm
my
not assuming
interpretation
anything. You're
is
so
the
dis-
natural interpretation based on the words. That's what you're saying. You don't even realize what you're saying, buddy.
Listen, that's not my interpretation. I'm reading the words, and the words mean what they mean. I'm not adding my twist to it. You're doing that.
Oh
Why are
god.
you imposing that on
You
me?
don't
Why
even
are you doing
realize
that?
it, bro. That's the
Nah, you
sad
don't
part.
even realize it. You're
You're
doing
so
that because you need to do
brainwashed.
that. You need to
You don't
apply that
even
on me to then
realize it.
act like you're dunking on me. You don't
Oh
have
gosh.
nothing on me, so you have
This
to
is
try to fake put
embarrassing.
something on me. No, it's embarrassing for you that you have to try to put something on me that I'm not claiming. You're the one who's talking about his mindset. I'm simply looking at the words. You're the one who's applying anyone's mindset about the words, not just the words as it is. I'm looking at just the words and what they say. And if you do that without
So the
applying your
reason why
fucking rhetoric, without applying your rhetoric, guess what? The words say what they say, and that is an attempt to make an account of the creation story and the order of things and what came about first, second, third, like that. Okay, you want to break it down, however, it's still telling you that the plants came first and the sun came second. The guy who wrote that had no way of knowing because they didn't have science back then. So he couldn't put that in the Bible. The Bible itself would read differently if he could have a fucking time machine and we could send the James Webb telescope back to him and tell him how to use it and extract the data. He would fucking have a whole different Bible. It would be scientifically accurate, but he didn't have that to go by. He couldn't put that. That's like right now, us trying to make a book and then actually fit in reality, put in that book what is on the other side of the event horizon of a black hole. We can't do that. We cannot do that. All we can do is make up a story, which is what the guy did. Now imagine 20,000 years from now, they find what it really is there. And they prove my ass wrong here in 2026. And in 2026, they fucking find out what it is. And then they prove me wrong. You understand what I'm saying? I still made that bullshit up like the way that was made up. That was definitely made up. That was not accurate. It wasn't accurate. It was proven wrong, man. And you don't want to take the L. That's what it is.
Okay, guys. I muted both of you. J Money, your audio has gotten so much worse that you can barely even hear you over the static. It's like it's not clipping, it's like peaking, and it's driving me nuts. And Jill, you're just being a fucking dick now. So, and you won't stop saying liberal. So, you two are going to get kicked, and I'm going to end the stream, and I want to go to bed now. So, everybody, have a good evening. Thank you for being here. I do appreciate you all, but this was just a lot, and I'm done now. So, see you guys all tomorrow or whenever, but probably tomorrow. So, good night.